Hey guys, I'm Za, a character designer and visual development artist who's been using Blender for almost 7 years. Welcome to this tutorial where we will make the model for this character that I created and designed recently. A few things to know before we start though. 1. Personally, I design my own characters while working in Blender, so I don't import any sort of image planes to the scene, but rather I make the character without that, and I have my own inspiration images and inspiration board. And working this way is powerful because it forces us to improve our observational and artistic skills, which is what I'm all about on this channel. I also want to say mindset is important, so maybe the first time you guys do this, it might feel a little uncomfortable, but then the next time you get, better and better and better at it, so that's just an important thing to keep in mind with learning. If you feel like it's tough, it doesn't mean that you're bad, it just means you're learning, and the next time you do it, you're going to be even more powerful, so just keep that in mind. 2. Throughout the entire process of making this, I only use mouse and keyboard. I don't use tablet or anything like that, so I just wanted to clarify that. For any of you guys who may be concerned that like, oh, do I need a tablet or something to follow this? I rarely ever even use one for Blender, so don't worry about it. It's optional. Now 3, there are some settings and concepts you should understand first, so let's talk about that for the next couple of minutes, and we'll begin right after. Also on my channel, I have a complete beginner's tutorial. Most of you probably won't need it, but if you are completely new to Blender, I recommend you go and watch at least the modeling part. Regarding preferences before we start this tutorial, you guys should go to Edit, Preferences, and go to Get Extensions, and just install F2, you can type it here, F2, and Loop Tools. So just install both of those. You'll see an install button right here that you can click. If you don't see it here, you can also go to the add-ons tab and try searching there. But just make sure you install those first, because they'll be useful when we're modeling. Also, a couple of more concepts you guys should know before starting this. 1, throughout this tutorial, you'll frequently see me going to sculpt mode and using something called the grab brush, which you can hit G on your keyboard to get it. What the grab brush allows you to do is you can basically just pull any vertices in your model. So for example, for this cube here, you can pull it apart just like this. And for the grab brush, you can hit F to increase it or decrease it, and Shift F to adjust the strength of it. And so this is something you'll see me use frequently throughout this tutorial to kind of refine or smooth anything. Now the next concept I want you guys to know is when you subdivide a model with a subdivision modifier, so for example if I hit Ctrl 1 on this object, if we go into edit mode on it, you'll notice we of course have all of our faces that we can move around with the modifier enabled. But if we hit the vertex view here, it's going to allow us to see the model with kind of the faces applied, if that makes sense. And sometimes this can just make it easier to edit things. It's something we'll use throughout this tutorial. So that's what it does, just keep it in mind. And lastly, throughout this tutorial, you'll frequently see me enabling and disabling the overlays, just like this. I have it bound to my tilde key actually, so I never have to go up here and press it. If you want to do the same and bind it to your tilde key, then what you can do is go to Edit, Preferences, go to Key Map down here, type in Context Toggle, and if we scroll down to where it says 3D View over here, you can just click this button and then set it to your tilde key or whatever you want, and just have the settings that I have here. Now, it's optional of course, you don't have to do that, but I just like working this way, so that's why I have it bound to my tilde key. Now, we can start. Alright guys, so we are here in a blank file. Now the first thing we're going to do is just hit A, and then X, and then we're going to just delete everything. And now what we want to do is hit Shift A, and we're going to add a cube, just like that. Now, the first thing we want to do is hit Ctrl 3 on our keyboard, so Ctrl 3 is going to basically subdivide it. If we go to the modifiers tab here, you'll see we added a subdivision modifier with 3 levels. And what I'm going to do is just hover over that and hit Ctrl A to apply it immediately. Now, the next thing I want to do is go into sculpt mode, just like this. I'm going to hit G to go to my grab brush, and I'm going to enable symmetry on the x-axis right here, so let's just click that. And what we want to do first is we really just want to kind of make a basic sort of head shape. So the way I like to do this is kind of go into a bit of a side view and just pull this down like I'm doing here. Just like that. Pull down a little bit. Not too much though. And another thing I really like to do is I like to flatten the sides of the head, because for a humanoid type of head, you want the sides to not be super smooth. You want them to kind of be flat, if that makes sense. So just kind of flatten the sides a bit with a big grab brush. You can hit F on your keyboard to make your brush bigger or smaller if you don't know, by the way. And from a front view, what we want is we want it to kind of look like this, where it kind of goes down in terms of its contour, comes in like this, and then kind of flattens out around the chin area. So to make that shape, what we're going to do is, let me just get rid of this annotation, we can very easily just kind of take our grab brush and make it a little wider on the sides right here, and then kind of make it go in on the sides over here, okay? So let's keep on doing that just a little bit. Nothing too crazy. Now after that, the next thing we want to do is kind of make a cliff for the forehead area. So the way I'm going to do this is kind of take the grab brush and just move back the vertices here. And we can bring forth some of the vertices down here where I'm currently circling. And you want to basically just kind of make like the nose area, if that makes sense. So this is going to be our nose area. And if we just keep on pushing back with the grab brush around this forehead area, you're going to see we kind of start to get a resemblance of a head shape, and that is what we want to do first, okay? So just like that, you can make it a little bit more down, I'd say. Keep in mind, you're going to be able to adjust this a lot later, so if it's not perfect right now, which it's not going to be, even for me when I make this, it's never perfect the first try, right? It takes a little bit of time to refine your mesh into something that looks good. So yeah, just take it chill, don't worry too much. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is from a top view, you can even hit numpad 7 to go to a top view. You kind of want it to be a little bit more inwards in the front and more outwards at the back. So as you can see, we kind of want something like this going, where it's inwards at the front more and then out at the back. Sorry for my horrible annotation. But anyways, that is the point. The next thing we want to do is kind of actually start to carve out our eye area. So we're going to go into edit mode. What I want to do is hit numpad 1. And I'm going to go to vertex mode by hitting 1 on my keyboard. I'll hit Alt-Z to go to X-ray mode, and I want to just cut off the left side of the head. All of the vertices, basically. So I'm just dragging, I'm selecting all of the vertices on the left side. I'm going to hit X vertices, just like that. And now what we want to do is add in a mirror modifier. So basically what that does is now if we move on one side, it's going to move on the other side. And I'll hit Control 1 after that to add a subdivision modifier, which we're not going to apply. We're just going to have this kind of on the character, so that we could kind of like model with it on, but it's not something you have to apply. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is select these 6 faces here. So basically just select 6 faces that are going to be around the eye area of your model. And of course you can always adjust these vertices or faces very easily by just enabling proportional editing. And you can drag them up or down as you want, but what we want to do, we want to right click and go to Loop Tools and hit Circle. And that's going to basically turn it into a circle. You'll see it's a little bit hard to see on our screen now. So I'm going to enable Vertex View on our subdivision modifier, which is going to make it a lot easier to see. And we can just shrink this a little bit with S. And with this sort of shape that we have here, what I want to do is hit I on my keyboard, and then I'm going to hit X to delete these faces. So that leaves us with a gaping hole. I'm going to alt click here and do EY to extrude backwards basically. You can do GY after that to get a little bit more back. And I'm going to then do ES to scale in. Then I'm going to hit F3 and type in grid fill. And that's going to fill that up. Now, one other thing you can do, optional, is you can add another loop cut right here with Control R, left click, right click. And now we kind of have a cavity for the eye that we've formed, but we really need to adjust it quite a lot. So the first thing I'm going to do is select these edges here, because you kind of want the eye to be a little bit straight from a side view around this part. So I'm going to do GY and really just move this back a bit. And I'm going to do that with the side of the eye as well, just move it back with GY, as you can see I'm doing. And don't worry, once again guys, we'll be able to adjust any of this later, so it does not have to be anything perfect right now. You can even go back into sculpt mode, as I'm going to do here, and you can kind of just make a bit of an indent for the area where the nose starts, and just bring it up like this a little bit above that. And that's going to kind of be the forehead area. Now at this point, what we want to do is we kind of want to just work on the head as a whole. So you're going to see me here go into vertex mode, and I'm going to select the vertex right here where the nose is, and just bring it up a lot, kind of, because now we kind of want to really get the shape of things into place. And at this point, if you're new to anything artistic, I recommend you definitely look at pictures of what a sort of anime style head looks like from this angle. Obviously for me, I've done this so many times to where, you know, I don't have to look as much. But if you're new, you definitely want to kind of develop that artistic eye and really start to get that information into your head. So yeah, right now you're going to see me just basically continue this process. I don't like how the eyes are so far apart, so I'm going to kind of bring them together a little bit. Also guys, if you want to adjust the position of your eye, which I'm going to do here, I'm going to alt click and then control numpad plus a couple times. We can bring the entire eye down, which can be pretty useful. You can even scale it up, do whatever you want, just like that. And now I want to start to form an area for the mouth, so I'm going to select this edge down here, do GZ to move it up a bit, and we kind of just want to put it into place like this. You essentially want there to be a shape where it goes like this, and then it goes a bit down like that, and then this. Then we have the ear over here, so just think of that type of shape. That's what we want to make. To make the nose area more apparent, what I want to do is inset it. So the way we're going to do that is by selecting these faces here, and I'm going to hit I on my keyboard, which you're going to see it kind of messes up. It doesn't do it on the entire thing, so we have to hit B on our keyboard to turn it into boundary view. And if that still doesn't work, you just hit I again. But yeah, so we want to do that, inset like this. It's going to give us another vertex in the center that we can just like easily manipulate. So that's why I like to do that. And yeah, I'm going to take the top and just scale it with SX a little bit. You want the top of the nose to, of course, be a little bit less wide than the bottom. So that's why I'm doing that there. And yeah. Just make sure you don't push things in too much. But what we have right here is definitely a good start for what we're making. Just going to adjust the eye area, move it back a little bit more. Once again, don't worry too much about these tiny little changes that I'm making. Focus on getting the main thing blocked out if this is your first time. That's what's important. And yeah, from a 3/4 view, I kind of want the eye area to be like this, come here, and then kind of go down. So I'm going to work on that right now by just taking my grab brush and literally just kind of like pushing this in while bringing this out. And yeah, just like that, we start to form a much better looking cavity for the eye area. Okay, now we need to form the mouth. So what I'm going to do is just push a little bit more up into this nose area. We're kind of trying to make these 4 faces right here a little bit big so that we're going to inset later. All right, the next thing we're going to do is select these faces here, just like that. And I'm going to hit I on my keyboard. And similar to what we did with the nose, we're going to do the same thing here with the mouth. You want to shrink it down a good amount, about this much, I'd say. Then we're going to do SZ to scale downwards on our keyboard. So just do SZ, and you can do S to scale even more. We really want to just make this into something that is small. Now what we're going to do is disable the subdivision modifier because we need to kind of see things a bit precisely since we're going to make the interior of the mouth. So just like this, I'm going to disable it. You'll notice it's really hard to kind of even see our mouth right now, and that's because it's so narrow. So we're going to make it a little bit less narrow. I'm just going to do SZ a little bit more, like that, and then we just want to hit X and faces to delete them entirely. Okay, so as you can see now, that kind of leaves a gaping hole. If we turn on the subdivision again, you can see gaping hole just like that. And we're going to alt click this loop. I'll hit Alt Z to go into extra mode so that you guys can see this, and we're going to do EY to extrude backwards once like this, then EY again, and do S on our keyboard to just make this as big as possible. So I'm just going to do SZ just like that, and then we can. And then if you want, what you can do is go to Loop Tools and hit Circle, and then we're going to do EY to move backwards. We'll hit EY again over here, and then there's a lot of ways that you can fill this off. The easiest way, of course, is just hit F on your keyboard, which will fill that up. It's going to create an N-gon, but it's not really a big deal. If you want to model it better, you can take the time to do that, but I want to try and save us some time here. Alright, so the next thing I want to do is I'm going to hit Control R and add another loop cut around the mouth area. That's just important because when you go to rig it eventually, it's kind of nice to have multiple loops there, but it is optional. So yeah. Alright, so here's what we have so far. I'm going to go back into sculpt mode, and I just want to start massaging things now a little bit. So for a little while here, you're going to see me just kind of make small changes on the head. Now for these small changes, you guys do not have to follow me on them. I just do this because I'm kind of a perfectionist, and when I rotate around my model, I like to kind of smooth out little tiny things. But I want to make it clear, you do not need to make a perfect head to end up with a good character. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Do not be hard on yourself, and just kind of move on with the tutorial. Over here you can see I'm really trying to push the eyes down a bit. The reason why is because for anime style characters, you know, the eyes, they're kind of close to the nose, if that makes sense. So that's why I'm trying to push them down more. But don't worry, once again, the good thing about modeling this way is that everything is so adjustable, so once you get time to texturing your character and like designing the face and everything, you can always just adjust things very, very easily and quickly. Alright guys, so as you can see, similar to what we had before, there's just one more change that I wanted to make, which was I felt like the head is kind of a bit too short at the top, so I'm just going to take my brush and kind of bring it up here. And we want to make sure that in the back it's a little bit taller. So just like this, we can bring it up. Of course, it's something we can change later, so don't worry too much about it now. Okay, so I want to move on to the neck area. The way we're going to do this is we just want to select a patch of faces at the bottom. And what I like to do is do 4x3. So I'll take an area of basically 4 vertices here, and then 3 going along this way, and I just select all of them like this. Don't worry about selecting these exact faces. If you want, you could also select like these as well, but I think this area that I have selected here is going to be good. Now what I want to do is right click, I'm going to go to loop tools and hit circle to make that into a circle. And what I want to do is hit E, Z, Z, so that it goes down along the Z axis, just like that. We can hit GY to move it back a little bit. You can even scale it a bit. If we turn off subdivision, you'll see what we have is just these faces on the bottom that we don't need. So let's hit X faces to delete that. And you'll notice we kind of have these vertices in the center here. If you do have them, just make sure you get rid of them. So I'm going to hit X vertices like that. So just like that, we have this. You want to make sure you don't go too down with the neck. So I'd say about here is good to start off with. I'll re-enable subdivision. And now what I'm going to do is hit ESY, which is going to scale out on the Y-axis. And then I'm going to do SX to scale out on the X-axis a little bit. You have to be very, very careful here though, guys, because these vertices we have over here might start to merge at the center. So what you want to do, if that's happening, just hit GG to move it out. And you'll see on the back as well it was kind of happening. So we just want to kind of make things span and nicely overall. So just make sure you do that. Now we can do again SY, SX, just like this. You want to kind of make it just about to this area. Once again, you'll see this vertex here is kind of sliding to inward, so I'm just going to move that. And we'll do the same thing here. And if I alt click, I just want to hit GZ to move it down a bit, just like that. I'm also going to take this vertex here and this one here and just do GX to kind of move them a little bit more outward, if that makes sense, kind of more towards the edge. So just like that, I'm going to move it. And once again, don't worry about getting it perfect. And by the way, guys, you can right click and shade smooth if you want at this point, and you're going to see things are going to look a lot smoother. So yeah. Anyways, we want to now start the arms. So what I'm going to do is hit Shift A, and we're going to add a circle. Keep in mind you have to do this in edit mode, so make sure you are in edit mode on your model. So I'll add the circle, and I'm going to go down here and set it to 8 vertices. So 8 vertices just like that. And whoops, you'll notice it actually doesn't let us move our circle that well, and that's because we're at the world origin, so it's kind of messing up with the mirror modifier. So I'm just going to hit Control Z to undo that. And what I'm going to do instead is just shift right click down here so that my circle spawns over here on the right side. I'm going to do Shift A, circle, 8 vertices, make sure it has 8. And we can just scale that down. Let's move it out with GX. And I'm just going to rotate 90 degrees on the Y-axis so that we can kind of get the start of the joint for our arm. So this looks complex, but don't worry, it's going to be pretty simple actually, you'll be surprised. We just want to move this near to where we kind of have our shoulder area, right? So just like that. And then what I'm going to do is hit numpad 1 on my keyboard to go into front view. Let's hit E to extrude out just ever so slightly. Then we'll hit E again, and now on the second extrusion is where we can actually rotate it like this and make it into that sort of A pose shape for our character. So I'm just going to move it down like this. We want to also add another loop cut just to have one in the center here. It's going to be for our bicep later. So I highly recommend you do that as well. You can kind of rotate it and just kind of get it into a better angle a little bit. So yeah, just like that. Now, the next thing I want to do is alt-click this loop we have at the top here. Let's do EX to extrude out. I'm going to do S to scale, and then GZ to move it down a bit. We kind of want it to start to go down into the area of the rest of the body. Not too much though, maybe like just a little bit, but nothing too crazy. I'll do GX a little bit more. Scale like that. And now what we're going to do is connect up our arms to that shoulder area. So the way we can do this is by just kind of arranging things a little bit nicer. I'm going to take this part of the shoulder area and move it back with GX, and just kind of like a puzzle, we want to connect up these pieces. I'll move this just a little bit more. I really want to make sure that things are aligned well. Just like that. I'm going to select this face and this one, do F to fill, this one, and do F to fill. So just like that, that kind of fills things up, and you'll kind of have some weird geometry that you have to smooth out. So just select any vertices and move around, just play with them. Don't worry, we'll smooth out everything later. So if it looks atrocious right now, don't worry, we're going to fix that very soon. You'll see here on your screen now what I'm doing is basically just evening things out a little bit. This is kind of like OCD of me, so you don't actually have to really follow that super exactly, but you can see I'm kind of just hitting GG to edge slide some of those vertices to be better aligned. Okay, so now what we want to do is kind of connect it up to the chest and the back. This is going to be pretty simple to do overall. We want to select this edge here. We'll hit E to extrude outwards, and I'm going to disable subdivision, or vertex view on subdivision, so it's easier to see for you guys. I'm just going to extrude however many times is at the top here, so you can see one edge, two edge, and then we just need a third. So it'll go like this. It's not merging properly because we have to enable clipping on the mirror modifier, so remember to do that. Okay. So just like that, everything has been connected on this side. All we have to do now is select this face here and hit F 3 times. So just hit F, and you can start to smooth things out if you want. Now over here, I'm going to do the same exact thing, but on this side of the model. I'm just going to kind of align things a little bit better, and then just extrude out this edge as many times as is going to be needed. Just like that. Let's hit F 3 times. And okay, that's looking very rough, but it is definitely a good start. And with this looking rough, I want to show you guys one useful tool that you could use if you want. Okay guys, quick little detour. So I know in your shoulder area or top of chest area, you might have very irregular type of vertices like this, where you have some that are kind of like messed up, some that are pointing out. And of course you can select every one and just kind of like move them back into place, which actually won't take that much time to do. But there's an even faster way that you can fix something like this up. If you select everything on any model that's kind of like messed up like this, you can hit F3 and type in smooth vertices and hit enter. And what that's going to do is going to smooth all of them out, and you can adjust the smoothing here in this box. Now you'll notice it kind of messed up our mirror modifier, so let me hit Ctrl Z to undo that. What you actually want is to make sure you have clipping enabled on the mirror modifier. So make sure you have that enabled if you don't, but then after that, if you smooth vertices, you'll notice it basically just like cleans it up automatically, so that's something you can do as well. Or if you want refined control over everything, you can just kind of like move everything and adjust it like I do in my model. Either way works. Okay, now back to our character. You can go back into object mode and just shade it smooth once again. If you have any issues, just select everything and hit Shift N to recalculate the normals, but yeah. Once again on this side, you'll see we forgot to do this one here, so I'm just going to extrude, extrude, extrude. Let's fill, fill, fill. And just like that, you'll notice things have gone into place. Now what I want to do is kind of adjust the shoulder area a little bit, because you can see it got kind of funky, or a lot funky I should say. So I'm just going to kind of move things around so that overall it looks better. I'll re-enable vertex view and subdivision. And I'm just going to go into sculpt mode honestly and just move things around as needed. Very slightly right now though, not too much. Okay, so I'm going to alt-click this loop down here that we have for the chest, and now is where it gets a lot easier. So if you've made it to this point, you've gone through basically the hardest part. The rest isn't going to be anywhere near as difficult. So all we have to do now is we can hit SZ to kind of flatten this a little bit. This loop that we have selected, it's going to make it a little bit easier to work with. Then we can do EZ to just extrude down. We want to hit GY to move it forward, just like that. You can scale in a bit if you want, or do GX to move in a bit. And just like that, we kind of get the torso area, and you'll notice all of the flaws in your model so far. So for example, you can see very clearly our shoulder area is messed up, so I'm just going to go into sculpt mode and mess around with this until it looks a lot better. Just like this. We kind of want to take everything and just move it in. I'll hit GX, just like that. Maybe take an edge here, move it. You can see the neck was getting like a little bit messed up there, so I didn't want that to happen. Shoulder area kind of got shrunk, so I just want to fatten that up a little bit. You'll see over here I'm just hitting GG on some of the vertices on the chest just to smooth things out a little bit and make it look nicer. From a side view, we want things to kind of be a little bit more inwards right here where I'm pushing in. And then in the back you can kind of have it be out a little bit more. So just like that. Now I want to correct this area here around the neck. What it should be more like is it should kind of be like this, if that makes sense, and then go here with the head. Right now we have something that looks like this, which it's not bad, but it should really be more like this, if that makes sense. So I'm going to take my grab brush and just bring this up a lot in this area at the back here. Let's move that up. And this is going to make it look a lot better overall. Alright guys, one thing I forgot to say was that we could increase our focal length for our character. I highly recommend doing this for any character that you make. I'm going to increase mine to about 95, just like that. And the reason we do this is because it's just a nice thing for character work to have a high focal length, at least in my opinion, and most other character artists will agree with that. So that's why I like to increase my focal length. If you haven't done that, I recommend that you do that. Alright, now over here what you're going to see me do is basically just make some very small adjustments to the shoulder area overall. So you're going to see I add in another loop cut right there in the center between a couple loops, and then I'm hitting GG to kind of slide the ones around it. And I just did that because I wanted to add a little bit more loops around that armpit area. It's a bit important when it comes to rigging. Alright, now for the chest area, what I'm going to do is take the right side, push it in a little bit like this, just like that, move it up a bit. And what I want to do is hit EZ to extrude out once more. And this time we want to move it back with GY from a side view. Let's hit S to scale that, SX, and then we can move these vertices if any of them get kind of misaligned. So just like this, we're kind of going to create the hips area, if that makes sense. That's what the point of this is. And you can go back into sculpt mode anytime you want. And so for a little while here in sculpt mode, you're just going to see me tweaking the body a little bit, also going into edit mode, but ultimately the point is to kind of just adjust this area, make sure it is just smooth overall. That's what we want to do here. What I'm going to do now is add in a loop cut over here for this part, and we're going to hit S to scale it out a little bit, just like that, so we get some volume for the chest area. And you may have to smoothen out the back because of this. It kind of gets a little bit weird looking. We want the back to be more straight. Sorry about the ambulance in the background. Oh my god, why is it so loud? Alright, thank god. I think it's done now, so we can get back to this. And alright, what I want to do for this loop down here, I'm going to hit Control R, and I'm going to hit S this time to scale it. And what we kind of make doing that is the hips area, just like this. So I'll select both of these, hit GZ to move it down even more, I think. And so for a little while here, you're just going to basically see me making some slight adjustments, just smoothing things out overall, because I spend a decent amount of time doing that, as you can probably tell by this point in the tutorial. But yeah, you just want to smooth things out overall. Don't worry about getting it perfect once again, but just try your best. And alright, so the next thing we want to do is kind of move on to the legs area just a little bit. We're going to take these two edges here, hit F to fill them. We'll hit Control R to add a loop cut in the center, just like that. And I'm going to take this vertex and kind of move it in with GG a little bit. And the next thing is we have this perfect opening for our legs, so I'll Alt-click, right-click, Loop Tools, Circle, and then from there you can scale it down just ever so slightly, and not too much though. And I'm going to then hit EZ to move down. You can scale that a little bit as well. And I'm going to hit GX to move it in ever so slightly, just like that. What I'll then do is I'll take this little inset we have here, and I'm going to hit GZ to just move it down even more, just like that. That's going to create basically the hips area and the legs area, or the intersection of the two, I should say. Just like that, we can take this thigh and move it down a little bit more. I'm going to hit Control R to add a loop cut. I'm going to rotate it like this so that it's a bit more straight. Just like that, and I'll hit S to scale it up a bit, just a little. And yeah, the next thing I'll do is hit EZ to move down for the leg area, just like that. And what we want to do is hit Control R to add a loop cut, move it up, then move it with GX to the side, and then GY to the back, just like that. And then we can also hit S to scale it up a bit, and that's kind of the, I forget what it's called. I think it's called like the gastrocnemius, but I'm like, I cannot, don't quote me on that. I think that's what it's called, but I might be very wrong. But yeah, kind of this area that's plump around the leg area, shin area, I should say. And now what we can do is go into sculpt mode, and you can kind of adjust your proportions a bit better. So if you want to make your character's hips area more out, you can do that. I like to kind of punch in right here along where the thigh meets the leg. And you can take this loop anytime you want if you want to move down the edge for the legs, or for the legs and thigh intersection. Now from a side view, the issue is we are kind of, for a character like this, supposed to have the back go like this, especially out over here in this part, and kind of in like that, if that makes sense. Now the issue is we have it really flat over here right now, which we don't want. So to fix that, all we have to do is kind of just bring it out. You can use the grab brush, or you can go into edit mode, select some vertex here, and just hit Alt S to kind of move everything out, just like that. Now next, I like to add in kind of a marker for the knee, so you'll notice this loop that we added over here. I'm just going to alt-click it, hit Control B to bevel. What that does is it kind of creates an area for the knee to exist, basically just like a separator between the thigh above it and then the legs below it, so that's why I like to do that. It also makes it easier to kind of move things around in this area if you want. So I'll do that. And you'll notice it kind of messes up the leg just a little bit, so we have to kind of compensate by moving it forward more. And yeah. Now what we can do, if you want to kind of like change her height, you can just alt-click this loop here and move where you want the thighs to start versus the legs. Now, by the way guys, I kind of ran into an issue where the vertex I had here clipped with the one over here. So while working on the legs, I highly recommend you just disable clipping and merge entirely. So for now, just disable it because it can make you run into some issues. And then what we can do is make the thigh area a little bit bigger, and now you're going to see it doesn't clip in the same way. It still kind of glitches a little bit, which is annoying. But yeah, just try your best to work around that. Also, you'll notice the edges we have up here for where the leg connects to the hips. You can move this in as well. Just be careful because if you do it too much, like if you move all the way here, it's going to clip. So just be careful about that. Alright, now I want to continue this arm area a bit and extend it. So we can hit E again to extrude outwards, just like that. I think a length of about this is good. Generally, you want it to sort of match up with the hips area, or the bottom of the hips, I should say. So around that area you can go to. You can also add another loop cut to the top over here and do S to scale it, because that's how the anatomy kind of naturally looks. For here, the bicep as well, when we added this, we can hit S to scale it to make it a little bit bigger. But you just don't want to do it too much, that's the important thing. So yeah. Also, looking at the knee area, you can add in another loop cut in the center of it if you want. Doing that will just give you more control so that later we can actually kind of bump out the center of it a little bit like this. You can see you can bump it out like that, just ever so slightly. So feel free to do that if you want. Alright, so with that done, now one other cool thing we can do is add in the area around her chest right here. So the way we can do that is quite simple. If you just select these faces here, we can hit I on our keyboard to inset, then right click, loop tools, circle, and from there you can kind of just rotate this, hit Alt S on your keyboard to push it out a little bit. And what we want to do is kind of take these edges and hit GG to edge slide them so that things are kind of in place a little bit better. And if you play around by sliding the vertices on each side, you can get something that looks a little bit better. They naturally sag down a little bit, so you should select this vertex here in the center and kind of bring it down like that, and that's going to make it look a little bit more realistic. So yeah, and then from there, take these vertices, try and slide them, and make it look a bit more proper. Now for the neck area, it's not looking completely correct. We want it to kind of be like this. It goes here for the clavicle, then comes down for this area. So just like that, what we can do is we can kind of push this back a little bit and then bring this area up maybe. And just like that, it's going to make things look a lot nicer. This is optional, but if you want, you can add another loop cut right here along the hips area, which is going to basically give you a little bit more control in this area, especially on the back. So that's optional, and it's something you could do if you want, but if you don't want to do that, don't worry, because it's not really anything super necessary. But yeah, that's just a nice little thing that you could do if you want. You'll notice down here there's a vertex kind of like sticking out a bit, so I'm just going to hit Alt S to kind of bring that edge in. And also guys, for our character, one thing that's going to be important is if you alt click this basically elbow area here that we have that separates the upper arm and the forearm, we want to do Control B to bevel it, scroll up once to get a loop cut in between. And the reason we want to do that is just because when you rig this eventually, it's going to be important to kind of have extra geometry in this area. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a really weird deformation around this area of the body. So yeah, that's why I recommend doing that. It's just a nice little detail to add. That's going to be important when you rig this. Alright guys, so now let's make the hands. This is not going to be as much as a nightmare as you might think that it's going to be, so don't worry. Let's hit Shift A, we're going to add a cube. Let's bring it over here with G Shift Z. I'm going to center on it, and let's just do SZ to scale this down a lot. Now the first thing we want to do is go into edit mode, and we're going to just do Control R and add 3 loops going across either side. So just 3 like that. And simply what we want to do is select these 4 faces. So just select them, and we're going to do I. Make sure that you hit I twice so that it does it only for each individual square. So just like this, we could go in, and then if we switch our pivot point to individual origins up here, we can do SY, just like this, to kind of make these even instead of being uneven, just like that. So then the next thing we want to do is just hit GX to move this out. Then we're going to hit EX, just like that. And you kind of want this to be the same length as the hand palm itself, so just like that. And we're going to take the pinky finger here. This is the pinky finger. Let's make it as small as possible, around that. This is the ring finger, this is the middle finger, and this is the index finger. Let's make the ring finger like that. And okay, that starts to be a good start. Now the next thing we want to do is go down here to the bottom part of the hand, which is the palm. Select these 3 faces, hit E to extrude out, just like that. We're going to take this edge, hit GG to slide it all the way down. Not all the way, but like almost all the way, if that makes sense. The next thing we're going to do is hit Control 1 on our keyboard to subdivide this. And as you can see, we're really starting to get that hand shape already. So I'm going to add in 2 cuts to each one of these fingers. So just do that. Very, very easy and simple, hopefully. And what we want to do then is focus on this thumb area here. First thing I'm going to do is select these edges. We're going to do Alt-S to kind of puff it out a bit, just like this. Let's puff it out like that. And then also I want to select this edge here. I'm going to hit G and kind of curve this thumb area, if that makes sense. We want to curve it because in a human hand it's more curved like that naturally, right? So yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm going to select these faces and just slightly scale them down a bit, maybe move them down as well. And with that done, the next thing I want to do actually is just do RY on this hand. We want to kind of position it at about a 45-degree angle. And basically what we're trying to do here is we're trying to have the thumb be like this, and then the fingers be like this, if it makes sense. So kind of, let's just say this is the arm, and we kind of want it to look like this. Sorry about my drawing, I'm using a mouse to do that, so obviously not very good, but this is the thumb right here, right? We want it to be hanging off, and then the fingers going this way. So the way we're going to do that is actually not as complicated as you think. We have these faces down here selected. We want to rotate them and make them angled downward like this. So angle them down, hit E to extrude out, scale this in, hit E to extrude again. And what this basically gives us is the thumb itself, right? Really quickly, we kind of just get that shape. You can add another loop cut here if you want, and then kind of make this the top. Scale it in like that. We can select these edges here and move them out so that we kind of get that side view shape of the thumb, which is something like this, right? And this is going to be the fingers. So we want to get that type of shape. And as you can see, hopefully this is not as much of a nightmare as you guys thought it was going to be. I'm trying to reduce the amount of nightmares happening. That's the goal with this channel. I want to educate in a way that is hopefully not too difficult, right? Alright, let's select this vertex here. I'm going to puff it out a bit with Alt-S. Now what we want to do is take this vertex here, and we're going to hit G and just drag everything around it up using proportional editing. The reason we do this is because naturally in the human hand, it kind of has this arch. Same on the bottom as well, in the palm area, it has this arch, so just make sure you kind of define that at least a little bit so that it doesn't look super unnatural or anything. And yeah, as you can see, very nicely, we've already kind of gotten something decent here. Now, if you want, you can select the tip of each finger, hit Control Numpad plus, and then select everything, and just do S, and then kind of scale it a bit, if that's what you want to do. You can do maybe like SY, make it bigger in that direction. Generally, the pinky is supposed to be a little bit more narrow, so I'm going to do SY, just shrink it slightly. Now, the next thing we want to do is select this edge going from here to here, and we want to curve it overall, because naturally the hand is curved in terms of its form. It's not really a super straight thing, as we were modeling before with the cube. So yeah, you just want to make it like that. Just like that. Hope this is making sense, guys. At this point, the hand is mostly done, and I'm just doing my usual kind of like OCD slight adjustments to things, but most of it is already there. Anyways, you can see this part here, it's a bit weirdly connected. So what we can do is just take this vertex and move it in a bit more. You can even select this whole edge actually and just move it in a bit more like that. It's gonna make it look a little bit nicer. Don't want to put it in too much though, otherwise we can get it looking weird. Sorry if you can hear the rain in the background, by the way. That is a rainstorm happening at the moment. Alright, now one thing we want to do is make the tips of the fingers look proper. So generally, it's supposed to look more like this than what we have right now, which is basically this. So the way we're going to do that is very easy. Just select the edge at the bottom, basically, of each and every one of these fingers, as I'm doing here. We're going to hit GG to edge slide them. And just like that, you can actually do it very quickly. If you want, what you can do is also select the edge coming after and edge slide that one as well. It's going to look even smoother if you do that. So yeah, just like that. You can get it looking nice. Don't do it too much though on this second edge, because if you plan to rig it in the future, we don't want it to be like this. We want it to be a little bit more straight in that area, so just something to keep in mind. Okay, so just like that, we have something that's looking good overall. I think we can curve it just a little bit more. Just push it a little further. Alright, so now we have to connect this guy up to our arm. So let's do that. We're just going to take it. Basically, all you want to do is position it where pretty much the hand should be, right? So about here, it's probably good. Make sure you look at it from a distance so you can see whether or not it is too big or too small. But I think something like about this size is probably going to be good. So I'll position it right here. Now what we want to do is go into edit mode, and you're going to see these three faces here that we have at the top. We're going to hit X faces to delete them. Then we're going to hit Alt click with whatever vertices are remaining in this loop over here. And let's do right click, loop tools, circle. And we can set this to like 90% honestly. Just like that is good. We're just going to hit S to scale it down quite a lot. Like that. Something like this maybe. You can also select some of these edges and kind of like bring them out a little bit, but it's actually not that big of a deal, because what we're going to do next is take this one, shift select this object, hit Ctrl J to join, and then from there we want to go into edit mode, alt click this edge loop, alt click this one, F3, and you can either type in bridge edge loops or bridge/loft. They kind of do a similar thing. I don't know exactly what the difference is, but just do that. Use one of them, and you're going to notice it kind of fills it very nicely. I'm going to take this edge here, kind of slide it back a bit so that I can then add another loop cut in the center here, just sort of for the sake of good measure. And yeah, what we have to do now is basically just fix up any of these proportions. So I'm going to go into sculpt mode, and I'm just going to kind of make this a little less pinched, because that is what happened. And you're going to see me now just kind of fixing things up a little bit, nothing too crazy. At this point, when you see the fingers in context with the body, you might realize that some of them need to be elongated. So don't worry, you can always just totally do that if you need to. That's what's good about modeling this way. Just adjust it so easily. Now, as you watch me kind of play around with it here and just kind of refine it a bit, you'll see I go into sculpt mode sometimes, and I also might use a different brush besides the gram brush called the draw brush, which you can hit V on your keyboard to go to. You'll see in a moment here, I hit V and then I go to that brush. Alright, here you can see I switched to it just now. And what it does is it lets you raise the vertices and wherever you draw with it. So it can be useful for like adding volume. Same with the inflate brush, which if you hit the I key, you can get that one. But yeah, those are just some useful keys to know. You can see I really didn't use it that much here, so you guys don't have to, but it's just a nice thing to know. And you can play around with it. Okay guys, so now what we're going to want to do is focus on the feet. Now I'm going to show you how you can make a foot that has toes and everything like that. I know some of you watching though don't want to add toes and all of that stuff, so for those of you who don't want to do that, obviously you can just like extrude down, maybe scale like this or scale on the y-axis, extrude down again, and you get the point I'm trying to make, right? Like you can make a basic sort of foot shape like this, move it forward, and so that's for those of you who don't want to make toes or anything like that. But I am going to show you my method for making a foot that is complete with toes and all of that good stuff. So let's get into it. What we're going to do is I'm just going to position my 3D cursor down here. I'll hit Shift A to add a cube. Let's just move this here, and I think just like right about here is good. We can take this face on the back here, just move it backwards a decent amount. Something like that is good. We'll take this edge, we'll hit GZ to move it down. So you kind of want to have this triangle shape on the side, if that makes sense. Something like that. And what I'm going to do is add in 4 loop cuts. So Control R, 1, 2, 3, 4, left click, right click. And now this one is going to be the big toe, right? So we want these squares to be a little bit smaller. So what I'm going to do is basically take each one of these edges and just move them back a little on the x-axis, as you can see I'm doing here. Just move them back ever so slightly. It doesn't have to be anything insane, but yeah, just like that. We kind of want this big toe area to have more room. So just get things into place like this. And similar to how we did the fingers, I'm going to select all these faces, hit I on my keyboard to do some insetting, just like that. And I'll set this all to individual origins, so you can easily adjust it by doing SX, SZ, SY, anything like that. And once you have this into place, just do GY to move it forward, and then E to extrude outwards. And what we want to do, since this is the toe, we want to extrude again, go down with GZ, and then extrude again once more. Then you can kind of scale off the ending, okay? And we can take this face here for the pinky toe, kind of move it back a little, and take this one for the big toe. I think it's called like the hallux. Is that like the anatomical term? I think it is. But yeah, the hallux. It's an interesting word. You know, I used to have to take anatomy classes and stuff like that, so I think that's what it's called, but I'm not exactly sure. Alright, so enough with the yapping. Let's do Control 1 to subdivide this. So just like that, we've subdivided it, and you can see this doesn't really look like toes. I mean, it's a good start, but it's not where we want to be at. You can see I kind of put these a bit too far out, so I'm just going to move them back with GY, just like that. And what you can do now is you can alt-click any of these edges and do S to kind of scale them. So especially for the big toe, you want to make this bigger, right? So I'm going to do alt-click S, alt-click S, alt-click S, alt-click S, just like that. Okay? And now you'll notice we don't have any kind of like supporting loops or anything for this part of our foot, so I'm going to do Control R and just add in like 4 cuts. That's probably going to be good enough. Or maybe even if we do Control R, 4, 5, it doesn't exactly matter, guys. I think adding in 5 is good, but it's not like mandatory or anything like that. And now the main goal is going to be kind of to adjust things into place. So if we take this edge here on the bottom right, we can do kind of like GZ to move it up. And that's going to kind of soften the edge of our foot. So just like that, you can do GZ. Same on this side, I'm going to do the same thing and do GZ to move it up a bit. And what I want to do now is go into a bottom view, and I'm going to try and create this type of a shape for the foot. So we kind of want it to be something like this, and then this is going to be the big toe, smaller toe, smaller toe, smaller toe. So we want to make a shape like that, right? So to do this, it's going to be pretty easy. Not like super easy, especially if it's your first time, but like trust me, it's not going to be anything too insane. At this point, of course, I highly recommend that you look at images on Google or Pinterest, whatever your favorite platform is, to kind of get some inspiration here. I think the toes, now that I'm looking at them, they're still a bit too not big enough, so I'm just going to keep on scaling them out. Let's do S to scale this. S to scale, S to scale, S to scale, S to scale. I can scale this part too. Really, it's just a visual thing at the end of the day, guys. The reason I like making this type of tutorial is because we're not really like trying to match exactly to some reference. We're kind of just like doing it artistically, which is fun, and you know, it builds your artistic skill, so to speak, faster than anything else. I want to kind of make a bit of an arch shape, so I'm going to kind of move this similar to how we did in the hands. It's interesting because like the feet and the hands have very similar looks. By the way, for feet, you'll kind of want to have the pinky pushed in a little bit, so that's why I'm doing this. It's just a thing anatomically. If you look at your foot, you'll notice that for some reason the pinky toe, it's kind of like pushed in. I don't know why that is. I was talking to my friend about it. He said he thought it was because we wear shoes, but I was like, I don't think that's why. It's because it's just like something in nature, some glitch, something like that. Who knows? Okay, I'm going to move this back a bit. I think it's still a little bit too, I guess you could say, thin, so I'll just increase the size. Alright, and what I'm going to do is go into edit mode, and this line that you have going on the foot, you kind of want to make it go up. So what we're going to do is select just like these faces here and do GZ to kind of move them up a bit. You can also take these ones and do GZ to move them up as well. Keep in mind, you don't have to get this perfect your first time. You just want to kind of like elevate the left side a little bit. That is the goal here. And you'll notice that makes it look a little more realistic. One other thing I want to do is select these faces at the back here, and we're actually just going to get rid of them because eventually this is going to be our connection to the leg. So I'm going to do X faces, and I'll select all of this, and I'm going to right click, go to loop tools, and hit circle. So that's going to circleize it very nicely for us. We can just rotate that, and you know, you can kind of move it up a bit. That's what you want to do. Now from a side view, we kind of want the big toe to make this type of a shape. We get to the back of the foot here. So to make that type of shape, it's not that hard. We just have to take our grab brush and move it like this. Maybe move it up here, down here. I'm going to kind of make this into a better shape for the big toe. So ultimately the goal here, of course, is not to make the most insane foot in the world. After all, we're not doing like a sculpt of the foot, which would be more detailed. We just want to kind of make something that works. Just like that. Now from a side view, you'll notice that it kind of just goes down like this in the back, which we don't want. We kind of to be more like this. So I'm just going to adjust that very quickly. Like this, I kind of want it to be a nice curve and then get into the bottom of the foot. For the bottom of the foot, we do want to make it a little smooth. So I'm just going to select these faces in the center here. And I'm just going to do GZ to move them down a bit so that we have that smoother bottom of the foot area. It's not so harsh. I'm also going to select these edges here and just move them back a bit because I want the start of the toes to be a little bit earlier. And yeah, you're going to see me just keep on adjusting slightly the shape. At this point, the goal, of course, is just to refine any parts that don't look properly by rotating around your foot, finding anything that doesn't look right, and just correcting it. You can also wait a little and come back to this later, and then your eyes will be fresh so you can see anything that's wrong. From a far away view, you do want to make sure that the back of the foot isn't like too in, so you can see if we look at it from far away, it's not bad, but it's just a little too in. So I'll take this and move it out a bit, just like that. And yeah, that's going to be a very good start for our feet. Now, if you guys want, you could also select these kind of faces at the top of each foot and do I to inset. And then what you could do then is do like SZ to kind of flatten out this whole area. It's optional. We really don't need to do that though, to be honest. So it's up to you whether you want to add that extra geometry to your model. But I think for now it's unnecessary. Chances are you're never going to be like that close to the foot. I mean, unless you're making something like super crazy. But yeah, it's just something to think about. It ultimately depends on what your goals are with what you're making. Alright guys, so now let's connect up this foot to the character. So what I'm going to do is just alt-click this loop that we made, or this opening, just hit S to scale it down a bit, just like that. I think something like that is good. And we'll do GZ to move it down, and just move it into place relatively. I will add a loop cut kind of going before this loop on the bottom, so just like that. Add in something, and just move it down a little with GG. And then what we can do is try our best to match this connection, so I'll just open this a little with S. Then I'm going to take this object, shift click this one, and do Control J to join them. And now what I'm going to do is go into edit mode, alt click this, F3, and then you can use bridge / loft. Now, if we turn off subdivision, you'll notice that is going to give us some triangles, but in my experience, it's not really that big of a deal in this area. And to minimize this, what we can actually do is just select all of the edges going around here, and then just move them down a bit like this. So just like that, something like that is going to be good. We can shade it smooth again. And as you can see, now we have our feet connected, just like that. Alright guys, so now there's one more thing we have to do, which is the ears. So let's go to our character over here. And so generally you want your ears to be, if this is going to be the side of the head, we want them to be roughly this area that I'm circling here. So let's select these faces. And what we're going to do is basically just hit I on our keyboard to inset here, just a bit like that. And we can hit E to extrude out. So EX, we're going to do that. Just a little bit, not like an insane amount. Something like that is good. And we can do RZ to rotate it, because naturally for the human ear, what it looks like from a front view is going to be something like this, right? And then we have a shape that goes something like this, right? So pretty much what I'm trying to say is if we simplify this, it kind of looks like basically rectangular prism that looks like this from a side view. Sorry for the big words, but I mean, it's basically just like a rotated cube. That's what it is. Right, so we have this rotated, now let's rotate it a bit more. Let's see how that looks from a front view. I think we could go a little more in. Keep in mind, generally you want the top of the ear to be in line to roughly where the eyebrow is, so we might have to raise this a bit later. But overall, not bad. And what I want to do is add 2 loop cuts here, so Control R twice. I'm going to select this one by alt-clicking and do S to scale in a lot, so just like that. We can even move it more close to the edge right here. I'll do S to scale in even more. And now what we want to do is take these faces here that we extruded out, hit I to inset, and then E to extrude backwards, just like that. If you go in too far, you can do Alt-S to kind of like undo that a little. We'll do S to scale in. And what you want to do is basically take these edges at the bottom here and make it so that it's not so pinched. You'll notice it kind of looks very pinched on this side. We don't want that, so we can take this and kind of move it in a bit, just like that. Don't worry, we're not going to do like the super detailed interior for the ear. I think that would be a bit unnecessary. So yeah. Now what I'm going to do is go to my grab brush and I'm going to kind of adjust the ear shape to be more realistic. So we kind of want it to go up here and then kind of pinch here. And then we'll move this part just like that. From a back view, what we want it to look like is something like this. If this is going to be the back of the head. Something like that, right? So let's make that shape. And generally what we want to do is we want these faces here to kind of be a lot smoother. So what I'm going to do is take this edge and hit GG to move it. GG. GG. We kind of want it to fuse with the rest of the head. So just like that, you'll notice I'm doing that. And anytime you can select any of these edge loops and scale them down even more if you think they're too big. So just like that. I'm going to select these edges here and just do GX with proportional editing to kind of totally move it in. I think that would be more realistic. Okay. The ear is a bit of a tricky area overall to get right the first time. It's kind of one of the more annoying areas. Save this for last because it is probably my least favorite part of the body to do. Ears are just kind of odd in that way. Now I feel like the ear is kind of going a bit out too much, at least the top, so I'm going to take my brush and just really try and bring it in, just like this. I think the ear looks a little bit too long horizontally here, so I'm going to kind of move it in by doing GX. Now from a side view, this looks kind of messed up. What we want it to look like is more like this from a side view, and then we'll have like the Y shape over here. Pretty much this is the type of shape that we want to make, right? Something like that. Sorry for the weird illustration. But we want to take this side and kind of like move it back a little. We want it to come down here. And we want it to sort of curve in this part. So you'll see here a lot, I'm alternating between sculpt mode with my grab brush as well as edit mode. And I highly recommend you guys do that. Just kind of use whichever one is easiest for you. Once again, it doesn't have to be perfect, especially for the ear. It's not the biggest detail ever, so don't be too hard on yourself. We really want the back here with the edges to be kind of like fused more close to the head. So what I'm going to do is just select them and do GX to kind of move them more close to fuse where the head is. Now examining from a side view, the issue is our ear is kind of low in comparison to where the eyes are. So generally the eyebrows will maybe be here. I might move the eyes down more later, but the point is it's just like way too high in comparison to where the top of the ear is. So what I'm going to do is just select some faces, do Control Numpad plus a bunch of times, and we can just take this and hit GZ to move it up, just like that. Nothing crazy, but something like that is good. And then I'm going to also select the eye area and Control Numpad plus a bit and just move this down like that. And I think something like that is going to be much better for us. And with that, our ear is done. We don't need to do anything more complex for this. In my masterclass, I generally go more in-depth to make a higher quality character, but this is great for what we're doing here. Now, one problem with our character is you'll notice that the head is a little bit small in comparison to the body, so don't worry, it's very easy to fix this. We'll go into edit mode, and you want to place your 3D cursor just at like the center of the top of the chest, so I'll do Shift S, cursor to selected. Now what we want to do is just select all of the vertices or faces that are in the head, right? And what we can do is switch our pivot point 3D cursor, and if you just hit S on your keyboard, you can very easily scale it up. So let's just do like this, scale it up, think something like that is probably good. We'll do GZ to move it down. And keep in mind, you can even do this for the rest of the body. So for example, if I Control I to invert, what we can do is scale down. So if you want to make like a very chibi type of character, you can kind of just scale this down super much. So just like that. But it's totally up to you and what type of character you're personally making. For me, I generally tend to like to use sort of realistic proportions, not like totally realistic, but mostly realistic. That's just like what I enjoy, but it's totally up to you and whatever you want. You can also do like SZ if you want to make it a bit longer in terms of the head, so I'll try that. Overall, I still think that the top of the head is a little bit too short, so I'm going to take my brush and just bring it up a bit in the back over there, just like that. And yeah, as you can see, now we have something that looks way better. I also thought that the waist area, or sorry, the hips area could be a little bit more out in terms of width, so I'm just going to work on that. I have this selected here, this edge loop, and I'm going to do SX, just like that, to kind of scale it out a bit. But overall, I think this is shaping up to be pretty good. At this point, we are pretty much done with our character, but there are some final proportional adjustments that I want to make, as well as another change to the head that we will do soon. But first, regarding proportional adjustments, I just thought that the head was still a little too small. So just as I showed you guys how to do earlier in this video, I'm going to make the head a little bit bigger. At this point, hopefully I don't need to say too much, as everything is made now and it's just these very, very small little proportion changes, such as maybe slightly increasing the size of the arm, or basic things like this just to get it to look a little bit nicer. But besides that, this is done, and now there's just one final change to the head that I want you guys to know about. Okay guys, so here we are, and this is one last thing that I want to do. So technically in the human head, the jaw kind of goes like this, and then cuts up here, and generally there's supposed to be a little bit of a depression in this area that you can see I'm kind of like highlighting. So we want to make that before we go to the next step. The reason why is because when we add an outline to our character especially, it's going to be kind of weird if we don't cut in here, right? Because if you look at it from a 3/4 view, you can see this jaw area kind of like collapses and goes directly into the back of the head, which is odd. So what we can do is actually very easily go into sculpt mode, and I'm going to go to what's called the draw sharp brush. So let's just find it here. You can see draw sharp down here. I'm going to use that, and what we can do is just cut in right here. You might have to try a few times before you get it good, so I'm just going to undo that. Just want to show you guys the process really is, you have to kind of try multiple times sometimes, so there's nothing wrong with that. But let me try one more time. I'm going to use a strength of like 0.6, just like that. And I think that was a good slice overall. Now you'll notice we kind of have this unnatural way where it goes depressed here, then it goes back up for the back of the head. So what we can do to very easily fix that is hit S to go to the smooth brush, and you can adjust your strength to be something low like 0.25. And now let's just kind of smooth out this area overall. I'm going to actually decrease this even more, and we just want to smooth out this entire area, just like this, and really just kind of make it so that this back side of the head isn't so out, right? So just like that. You're going to see now we kind of have a bit of a difference here between the jaw and the back of the head, which is going to be a lot more realistic. If you want, you could also hit Shift-C to go to the crease brush and crease this area as well. I'm just going to crease it a little more down here, maybe. I also recommend if you hit V to go to your draw brush, you can decrease the strength and even kind of like draw in this area just a little bit like that, just to inflate it slightly. And so now you're going to see we really have that nice definition between the jaw area and the back of the head. Now it's actually looking a lot more realistic and proper. And if you ever need to make it stronger, of course, you can just go back to your draw sharp brush over here, decrease the strength of it, and then just kind of like cut even more, if that's what you need to do. But besides that, that's just one other small change that I wanted to make. If anything looks rough, just go back to your smooth brush and just smooth around this area, just like that. I also recommend with the crease brush, what you can do is go down here, you see under the jaw area. We can just draw here and make it creased even more. You might have to try a few times, you can see. Just like that, you can crease it ever so slightly more, but don't be too hard on yourself with this once again. Just continue with the tutorial, it doesn't have to look perfect. Okay guys, so that is basically it. Of course, if you don't want to have this subdivision modifier, I'm just going to duplicate over another version of the character. You can actually get rid of the subdivision modifier, which you'll see. It makes everything very blocky, but that's easy to fix. We can just add in a smooth modifier, set it to something like 0.6 maybe, and then just repeat it twice. And then you can basically just tweak this as much as you want, but the point is you apply it once you're done. And now you can have a character that is lower poly, just like that. So yeah, the choice is yours, what you want to use, how you want to do it, but that is great. And now on to the next part. Hey guys, welcome to part 2 of this mini-series. In the previous video, we made the base model for our character, and now we will do the face. We're going to begin by UV unwrapping our character first so that we can actually start texturing it. And if you have no clue what UV unwrapping is, I recommend taking a look at this timestamp on my complete beginner's tutorial. I linked that video in the description of this one so that you can easily access it. But after unwrapping our character, we will then start texturing, and make sure you don't skip the part in this video where I do some explaining about how we're going to do the texturing beforehand, because that part is important as well. And let's get into it now. Alright guys, so now what we're going to do is UV unwrap this character. Of course, just a little recap as to why we need to do this. So basically, of course, we have all of these faces on our model, but the thing is, in order to do any texturing for them, we need to lay out all of these faces flat onto a plane. So think about it, we're going to take all of these faces, they get laid out flat onto a plane. In the end, it will look something like this. And of course, the reason why we do this is because then we can create a texture that goes under this, and basically anywhere we texture paint on this, it will correspond to those faces on the model. So, you know, for example, if I texture painted here, it would show up on the nose of the character over here, because that is how it is unwrapped, right? So that's why we have to do this. Once again, check my complete beginner's tutorial if you don't understand. So let's start out in just the center of the character to keep it nice and simple to start out with. I'm going to alt-click this edge loop here for where the hips are, and I'm going to select also by alt-clicking this loop here as well. And now if we go around to the back, you'll see now we've kind of encircled this hips area, so I'm going to do Control-E, mark seam, just like that. And the next place I want to unwrap is around the kind of arm pit area, so like around here, or I guess you could say the shoulder area. So I'm going to alt-click that, Control-E, mark seam. And after that, I want to kind of mark a seam going around the neck, so Control-E, mark seam once again. So you'll see right now we kind of have this torso area separated out, but I actually want to separate it even more, so that we can get even better resolution when we add our textures and stuff. So I'm going to click here, and I want to have a seam just going kind of like around the back as a whole. So I'm just hitting Control click to click and just get up to here, just like that. And I'm going to do Control-E, mark seam. Now I want to separate the upper chest from the lower chest, so I'm going to alt click here and just basically keep on alt clicking until we get this entire part separated out and do mark seam. Now if we go up to the face area, where I want to mark my seams is first I'm going to mark it by alt clicking here for the mouth and do Control-E, mark seam, just like that. And I'm going to mark a seam right over here for where the eye is, or kind of like the interior of the eye, so we can separate it out, so Control-E, mark seam. Next up, I'm going to mark a seam going around the ears. I think that this basically loop going around it is pretty good, so I'll do Control-E, mark seam. And then we want to kind of split the head in half, so I'm going to take this edge, do Control click up until where we meet this seam, Control-E, mark seam, and then I'll go up here and just continue that around, Control-E, mark seam. So you can see at this point we've kind of separated out the forms of the main part of the body pretty well. Then I also want to mark a seam kind of going underneath where the jaw is, if that makes sense, so going here to here. Keep in mind guys, there's a million different ways to unwrap a character, but this is just the way that I do it and that I've found to be best. But technically there's a lot of like different ways to do it and variations, but generally they'll follow a sort of pattern like this. Now actually I want to actually for the ear here just separate it out as a whole, so I'm just going to Control click and really just splice the ear in half over here. So Control-E, mark seam, just like that. We've now basically gotten the face done. So now what we have to do is the arms, legs, and hands and feet. So to start off with the arms, what I want to do is go underneath over here, select this edge at the bottom, do Control click, and just go all the way down to where the start of the hand is, and then alt click this edge over here. I'll do Control-E, mark seam, just like that. And now here's the thing for the hands. We didn't do this when we were modeling earlier, but I want to do it now. When it comes to unwrapping hands, it can be a little odd sometimes because of the way the shape of the fingers are. When Blender tries to unwrap it, it kind of gets like really stretched anytime you have these like circular shapes that just kind of like spiral, as is with the fingers and the thumb as well. So the way we can counteract this very easily is we can hit Control-R to kind of add a loop going through the fingers. However, the problem with this is if we try to do it, it's going to go all the way up to where the chest area is, right, and through the arm. We don't want that. So what we can do to prevent it is we're going to select the face here on the side of the finger and this side as well. And we can hit Control T on our keyboard to triangulate it, and then add the loop just like this. So now we've done that. And you're going to notice now we have this loop going around them, which is going to be very good, not just for unwrapping, but also when you want to rig your fingers later. Anyways, now I'm going to alt-click this loop, Control E, mark seam, and I want to basically just continue this throughout the thumb. So you're going to see me continuing throughout the thumb area just like that. And then eventually we can connect it back up to that seam there. So let's mark the seam. And I forgot to do it on this pinky side as well, so let's remember to do that. Control E, mark seam. So just like that, you kind of want to separate the top and bottom of the hand. Now let's do the legs and feet. So I'm going to do a similar thing. What I'm going to do is select this edge and do Control click to go down. Keep going down to where this part is right here. I'll alt click, alt click, alt click like that. Control E, mark seam. And I also want to separate out the top leg or thigh from the bottom leg. So I'm going to do Control E, mark seam here as well. And just like that, you'll notice we're almost done at this point. We just have to do the feet now. But the thing with the feet is, once again, you'll notice we don't really have any sort of line going in between the toes to splice them from top to bottom. So what I'm going to do is hit Control R here to add a loop going basically around the foot, and you want it to cut through the toes like that. So do it like this, right? Left click, right click, Control E, mark seam. And what that is going to do is it's going to split the top toes from the bottom toes. Now the only issue is, of course, you can see it kind of made this whole area a bit thicker. So what we're going to have to do now is kind of adjust the geometry a little bit. It's a bit annoying, but nothing hard to fix, of course. So let's just get that fixed up now. I'm going to kind of de-inflate this entire area by just selecting it, maybe doing like Alt-S. So let's try that. Of course, you can spend as much time as you want on the toes, but it's up to you. We can always work more on the toes later and get them refined more, but for now, I think what we have is good. If you want to get closer to the toes, you can always just work more on them. But yeah, so you'll notice now we have that done properly, and if you want, you can even mark a seam here, just going through the back like that, but it's actually optional. But anyways, the point is we've done the unwrap for our character now. So at this point, what I want to talk to you about is our mirror modifier and whether or not we should keep it. So since we have a mirror modifier on this character, that means if we select everything and try to unwrap it, it only unwraps one side of the character. And that can be a good thing or a bad thing depending on how you look at it. So the reason it could be a good thing is because since it only unwraps half of the character, that means we have a lot more space for our texture, right? Because if only one half of the character is getting unwrapped onto the map, that means there's less of these islands overall, which means there's more space for all of them. And for when we add an image texture for texture painting and all of that stuff, we're going to have higher resolution overall. Now, the downside is that since we only unwrap half the sides, that means everything we make is going to always be symmetrical. So for example here, you'll notice that the island for the face, this is the face, right? It only unwrapped half of it. And the issue with that can be if you want to have like asymmetry in your face, like for example, half of the face has like some slightly different details on it, you won't be able to do that because only half of the face is unwrapped and everything is just always going to be symmetrical. So let's say we wanted to apply the mirror modifier, right? So let's say we applied it, selected everything in edit mode and unwrapped again. Now you're going to notice we have way more islands, and that's because the unwrap actually unwrapped the entire character. So we can have it be asymmetrical if we want, right? Like you can have detail on this side that's different and detail on that side that's different. That's what the difference is. Now I'm going to undo this, so let me just go back to where we were before really quickly. Okay, back to there. Now it really depends what you're trying to make. Both methods can work very well. If you want something that's like very optimized, where you can use lower resolution textures and still get good quality, then having symmetry is good because you have way less islands overall. There's way less for Blender to kind of like pack, right? But I'm going to introduce you to an innovative solution that I like to use, which is we can basically have it be symmetrical in most areas, but then in areas like the face, we can keep that asymmetry. So you may be wondering like, how are we going to do this? Well, don't worry. Let's hit A to select everything first. Now, any area in the model that you don't want to have symmetry all the time, so for example, the face might be an area where you don't want to have symmetry all the time, let's do Shift L, and it's going to deselect that. Now, for this character, I haven't figured out the design completely yet, but I might have tattoos on the top over here, which I don't want them to be super symmetrical. So I'm going to just deselect this top area as well. And now with all that selected, let's do U, unwrap. And you'll notice since we have the mirror modifier selected, or enabled, not selected, sorry, you'll notice it's going to unwrap everything symmetrically, right? And it didn't unwrap the face or the top chest area because we didn't have it selected. So to say that one more time, everything we have selected here, it got unwrapped with symmetry enabled because we have the mirror modifier on it. So all of this that we've unwrapped here, you're going to see later on, there's going to be symmetry always on the arms, hands, legs, the hips area as well. But now what we can do is we can apply the mirror modifier, so let's apply it. And then what we can do is let's deselect everything. And now for those other places we do want to have asymmetry on when we texture paint, we can hit L, 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 just like that. So these are the areas, of course, that we want to have, you know, potentially some asymmetry on for whatever reason. Let's do U, unwrap, okay. And you're going to notice it packs that, just like that. But if we select everything, you'll see it's overlapping, which is weird. So let's hit Control Z. I'm going to select this. Let's move it out of the box. Now hit A to select everything again. And you'll notice what we have is we have everything that we unwrapped with the mirror modifier on being symmetrical, and then everything that we unwrapped with the modifier off, it has asymmetry. So we have like the full face now instead of just half the face. That's going to be very useful. Now what we have to do, this is the easy part where we just have to basically pack everything. So you'll notice it's hard to fit this into here. So what I'm going to do is just select everything and kind of just hit S on my keyboard to scale it down. Now a hotkey I'm going to be using a lot throughout this is I'm going to select something and I'll do Control L. So you'll see me do like select a patch of vertices and do Control L, and that's how you kind of like move an entire island at once. So just keep that in mind, okay? Scale this down. Let's make room for the face. Let's just take that, move it in. We want to have the face be big because bigger island means more resolution, and the face is an area where you want to have higher resolution, right? So just keep that in mind. This is the hand, so let's just bring it here. We want the hands to be relatively big overall, not like insane though. This is going to be the toes. Let's move that there. I think this is the hand again. So we just want to move things like this. We just want to pack everything well overall. That's the goal here. And there's like add-ons to help you with packing. I don't use any personally, but you know, you could look into that at some point if you want. It can be a bit of a jigsaw puzzle, so take your time. But yeah. So just try your best, doesn't have to be perfect, especially if it's your first time. Alright, so we could optimize this further, of course. You can go in as like deep, you can try to like make it perfect, but I of course want to save time. I don't want to go like too insane here, as after all this is one of the more boring parts of creating a character. But yeah, I'm just gonna see, I just want to make sure the face is big enough. That's the main thing, because the face is really an area where you want to have detail. Let's try and move this down a bit. Just make sure nothing is overlapping, by the way. You don't want your islands to ever overlap. By the way, really make sure that when you select stuff, do it like this, where you kind of drag, then do Control L. Otherwise, you might get some of this weird stretching. For the ones that are symmetrical that we unwrapped, they have kind of duplicates because it unwrapped it for both sides, so just keep that in mind. Okay, so I think that is going to be good enough overall for what we were trying to do. So let's go back. I'll save the file. And now guys, we're going to start texturing our character and making the face and the hair. Now we're going to use something called Stylized Asset Suite throughout this. You can download it for free on my channel. All the core features you need are totally free. This add-on basically lets you add awesome stylized effects to your models by just clicking a few buttons, and saves a ton of time in the texturing process since it sort of turns Blender into like a painting software, or something like that. You can actually watch the full demo video here if you want, but you don't have to, because for the next few minutes I'll show you how to use it for what we're doing for this character, and then we'll actually start. And for those of you more experienced, of course you don't have to use it, but I recommend doing so because it will just save you so much time. Alright guys, so here in a blank file, I just want to demonstrate to you how it works. If we hit Shift A, let's add a sphere just to use that as our kind of thing. And you can go into rendered view, hit N on your keyboard to go to your tab here. Just go to Stylized Asset Suite, and you'll notice what we can do is hit New to create a new material for it. And pretty much where it says base color, you can set it to whatever you want, of course, just like that. And for the sake of this tutorial, the only effects you really need to know are draw/paint with a single color and texture paint/draw all colors. We may use some of the other ones as well, but these are the two main ones that you need to know. So for draw/paint with a single color, the way that it works is you can add as many of these effects as you want. So I just did there. And you'll notice when you hit add effect, nothing happens, but that's because we need to create an image texture to actually use this. So you'll see over here, we have this tab here where we can create a new image texture. So I will hit new. And generally you can call this whatever you want. For example, I'll call it blacks if I want to texture paint with black. And for width and height, you usually want to use 1024, 2048, or 4096. Of course, the higher resolution, the higher quality you'll get. So if we use something like 2048, for example, we can do that and then hit new image to create just like that. And now if we go to texture paint mode over here, you'll see at the top, if we click on this, you can basically select any image texture that you've created. So we created blacks, that's why we have that here. And if we try to texture paint by clicking, you'll notice nothing happens. And that's because, for whatever reason, by default, Blender has black as the first color and white as the second color that it uses when you hold Control and click. And we don't want that. We want it to be white over here and then black down here. So think of it like a mask. Basically, white means color that we're currently drawing, and then black means no color. So if I texture paint now, you could see we get something going. And it's going to be whatever color you set here for the effect. So if we set it to black, for example, now you can draw with blacks. And if you ever want to erase, just hold Control, and then that's how you erase very easily. Of course, you can set it to any color that you want. You can change the blend mode as well to anything here. So like multiply, screen, subtract, blah, blah, blah. And so that's how that works. Now, there's another effect I want you guys to know. Let's go back to object mode. It's called the texture paint / draw all colors effect. This one is very, very similar to the one color effect, except it lets you use whatever colors you want. Now, this may sound counterintuitive to you who are new to art, but I generally don't like using this one because it doesn't give us as much control, whereas the one color effect, you can easily adjust the color on the fly, and you can have like extreme precise control with this one color effect. But let me demonstrate to you now how this works. So for the all colors effect, we hit new. It's the same process, you just want to type whatever you want to call it, so I'll call it like all colors, blah blah blah. The only thing you need to know is specifically when using the all colors effect, you have to set alpha to 0. So just remember to do that. Hit new image, and now if we go to texture paint mode, it's going to basically just paint with whatever we want. And whoops, it's doing black here because we have black selected up here, so let's click this, go to all colors, because that is the effect we want to draw on, and boom, you can see it'll draw with white, and we can switch this to any color that we want, like blue, and it's all going to be on this one texture that we use. You can adjust your strength and choose whatever brush you want. So those of you new to art, you may be thinking like, why don't you want to just use this? Because it lets you easily choose every color. As I said, guys, the reason why is because we don't have refined control with this. You can't easily adjust the hue saturation of any of the strokes you make. That's why I don't like to use it as much. You can see we can adjust the visibility, but that doesn't give us really that much control. Whereas with the one color effect, we just have complete control over this. It's one color that we can easily manipulate, and that's generally going to be a lot more useful from an artistic perspective. And of course, once we're done, we could always just bake this to a single image texture if you need to export it or something like that. Also, if you guys ever want to erase anything with the all colors effect, you don't hold Control to do it, because that's just going to draw black. You go here and go to erase alpha, and now if you draw with this, you can erase just like that. Just make sure you remember to set it back to mix once you're done. Now, one more effect I want you guys to know about is the hue saturation value effect, or HSL effect, hue saturation luminosity, whatever you want to call it. If you hit add effect, what it lets you do is, of course, adjust the hue saturation or the value of your model. But the way I like to use this usually is by using this mask feature here. So let me just make it first to show you guys what I mean. You actually don't need to have alpha set to 0 unless you're using the all colors effect. So, I mean, it doesn't matter, but I'm just going to set it back to 1 here. And I'll call this texture like HSL effect demo. And if we hit new image, we're going to slide enable mask and invert mask to 1. So if we go here, and let's make sure we're always going to want to be drawing with white and black, unless we're using that all colors effect. So just make sure you're always using white and black. It's only when you're using all colors that you can just choose whatever. But the point is, using this HSL effect demo, I'm going to paint with it, and you'll notice it does nothing. But what it lets you do actually is, if you slide the value, you can easily adjust the hue saturation or value wherever you texture paint with, okay? And that is going to be very, very powerful from an artistic perspective. Really, it's just going to give you so much refined control. So yeah, keep that in mind, and that's basically the gist of what you need to know. One other thing I'll say is there's something called the object outline effect. It's very intuitive. You just add it, and it gives you a nice outline that you can adjust the thickness of. But just keep in mind, if you want to adjust the outline, you go here for the outline material, and then you can go back to your main object material down here. So just keep that in mind. One last thing I want to say is, if you have something like a plane and you want to add an outline to it, you'll notice if we add it, it really doesn't work. And the reason why is because to add an outline to anything, what we need to do is give it some thickness first at least. So for example, if I add a solidify modifier to this plane, and then we add the outline after that, you'll notice now it works perfectly. Because for the outline to work, an object needs a little thickness. So just keep that in mind if you're trying to add an outline to something like a plane or something very thin like that. Lastly, let me explain to you how lighting works, because that's going to be important as well. If we hit Shift A and add a sun to our scene. Make sure you have a sun. Position of the sun doesn't matter. The only thing that matters and affects the lighting is the rotation of the sun. So just keep that in mind. But now that we have our object, in order to get any lighting on it, we need to add what's called a stylized 3D lighting effect. So let's click that and then hit add effect. And as you can see, it looks pretty horrible when we first add it in. If we go to solid view, you'll notice our object is flat shaded, which we don't want, so let's right click and shade smooth, and now that's going to look a little bit better. And if we open the effect here, you can adjust the steps, which is basically just how many steps you want for the shading. Generally, we're always going to use just one step, which means only one shadow color. So after you set it to 1, what you have to do is play around with the light slider / controller, just decrease it until you get a lighting that looks good on your model. Generally, I will always decrease it as much as possible until it breaks, so generally, like you can see, right about here is the max that I can pull it back, and that's what I will nearly always do for my models, but of course you can adjust it however you like. And from there you can play around with all of these settings. They're quite intuitive. You just have highlight value, shadow value, and all of that good stuff. And of course if you rotate your sun around, it will move the lighting. With that explained, we can now start our face. So I'm going to tell you guys it's going to be important to be looking at images of faces that inspire you and stuff like that. It's very, very important while I'm making my character. I'm always looking at, inspiration images and stuff like that. So I recommend at this point you kind of make like an inspiration board for your face and how you want to approach that. I actually have another video. It was about my goth character. And in that video I kind of talked about inspiration a bit more. And I go more in depth into how I kind of think about these things from an artistic perspective in my masterclass as well. So you guys can check that out too. But anyways, the point is, you want to be taking in new information and seeing things that inspire you while you create, so that you actually have some sort of direction in your head to go to. Alright guys, so now we are going to start texturing. To begin with, we're going to do the face. Now before I do this though, whoops, that is crazy. Before I do this, I just wanted to add another loop cut in here where the eye is, just to have some more edge loops around this area. It's not something you have to do, but for me, what makes me most comfortable is to kind of have a decent amount of edge loops going around the eye. Also, make sure if you applied your mirror modifier, remember we have to do it on both sides of the head now, so just make sure you do that. And just like that, I just wanted to add a couple more edge loops so that I can just have some more support around this area for the eye. But yeah, ultimately the point is doing this kind of just gives me a little bit more to work with in this area, especially if I want to, for example, pull down the eye, it's going to be a little easier. And from this point on, guys, you should know that generally going into sculpt mode and using the grab brush with symmetry enabled is going to be the best way to kind of edit your model, because for me at least, we no longer have that mirror modifier applied, right? So you'll notice even in edit mode you can enable symmetry, but just keep in mind it's kind of funky. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So you have to keep that in mind. What's more reliable is going to be that sculpt mode grab brush with symmetry. And also if you want, you can of course just select both sides whenever you do anything, and that's going to guarantee it works well. So yeah, just for me here, I wanted to kind of bring things down a bit for the eye. So you're just going to see me slightly work on this really quickly. And we are about to basically just start laying in the colors for the face, and that's going to be very awesome. So I hope you're excited. And you may be wondering why I'm doing this. Well, you have to remember that art is not an exact thing, right? So for me, I'm just kind of moving things down a bit because I have that sort of feeling it's going to look better later. So yeah. And keep in mind for the eye, the reason why I kind of pointed it so it's shorter here and taller here is because generally for the eye, you're kind of going to have it be a bit shorter on this side, then go here where the eyelash is. Then it kind of like goes off like that. Then we have the eyelashes coming off. Then we have another bit of makeup down here, and then the eye itself kind of exists in this area. So that's just why I'm doing that. But keep in mind that there are just like so many different types of eyes that you can make, so you don't have to follow what I'm doing exactly. I just do what works for me and the type of character that I want to create. Alright guys, so let's get started. Here is our character that I have selected currently. And what we're going to want to do first is add in a UV sphere for the eye. So it doesn't matter where you add this, but I like to kind of set my 3D cursor around where the mouth is, and then add in the UV sphere after that, which will position it nicely in the center of our character. I'm then going to do RX90 to rotate it on the X-axis, and we just want to shrink that down overall, and we're going to place it so that it fits inside of the eye pretty much. So you want to put it inside the eye cavity that we made. What you can then do is add in a mirror modifier, just like that, and just try and position this as forward as you can for the eye socket. What we'll then want to do is go into edit mode and do SY by selecting a vertex at the front of the eye, and the reason we do this is because for this style, we want the front of the eye to be overall flat. Of course, there's a lot of different ways of making eyes. Some people don't even use a sphere and they will just use a simple plane, so there's a lot of ways you can do it. I like to add in a sphere and just flatten the front of the eye personally, so that is exactly what I'm doing here. Now with that in place, we can start adding some colors to everything. So let's go into rendered view so that we can actually see any materials that we make. And using the Stylized Asset Suite add-on, I'm going to hit new to create a new material for the skin. And of course we don't want it to be blue, we want it to be a sort of beige color, or whatever color skin you want your character to be. And then I'm going to add in a material for the eyes as well, which we are going to of course set to white, just like this. And now we have a base color for the body as well as the eyes. The next thing we want to do is UV unwrap the eyes, because keep in mind we just created the eyes here. And while technically they're unwrapped by default by Blender, I just want to do some practice here. So you can alt click a loop going around the center of the eye, select an edge above that, and then control click to the back of the eye, hit Control E, mark seam, and then unwrap everything. Once again, you actually don't have to do this because Blender does unwrap UV spheres by default, so it's optional, you do not have to do that. But I just wanted to do that for some practice here. Okay, so that's unwrapped. Now what I want to do is add in an outline for the body, and this is going to make it easier for us to see the contours of the characters. So using Stylized Asset Suite, I just add in an outline like that. Very quick and instant, which is nice. And from there you might see in your model that there are some proportions you may want to adjust. Like for example here, I just wanted to adjust some of the contours of the face a little bit. You don't have to do this, but if you see there's anything off, of course you can mess around with it, go back into sculpt mode. And that's what's great about treating this from a very artistic perspective is, you know, sometimes you may adjust proportions later, even after you've already modeled the body, because naturally you might notice some things were wrong as you go forward. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is create the eyelash that goes above the eye, which is going to frame the eye nicely. So what you can do is just select a string of edges going above the eye, and then what we can do is hit Shift D, right click, and then P by selection, which is going to separate that as a new object. And if we delete the modifiers, we can then convert that to a curve, which basically a curve allows us to just add depth to all of those edges and easily adjust any point on it. So as you can see here, I go into edit mode on this curve, and you can hit Alt S to scale down or up any point very easily. And just like that, we can start to kind of position this into place. So I'm going to hit Alt S here and just increase it towards the side. That's generally what I like to do. I like to have it bigger on the side and kind of smaller towards the left side. You'll notice in a lot of characters like this, they generally have that kind of a look. We're going to add a mirror modifier to this now, so let's add that so we can get it on both sides of the head. And just like this, you're going to see we kind of start to have something going here. Not anywhere near complete yet, of course, but nonetheless, we have something going. And for these types of characters, you're going to want to have the bottom of the eye be kind of up, so I'm going to drag this up a bit more, and we really want to start to place the eyes a bit better. So keep in mind that bottom area, as you can see here, I'm taking my grab brush and just kind of flattening it a bit. Doesn't have to be super flat, hopefully you get the point there. Go into solid view so you can see this easier. We kind of want to tuck in the eye, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to get at. But yeah, just like this, I'm going to tuck in the eye a bit more. And then for the eye itself, if we go into edit mode on it, you can kind of alt-click a loop around the edge and kind of just scale it out like that. So you can see what I did there was I scaled it out. So now if we kind of look at it from a bottom view, you're going to see we still just see white everywhere. And, you know, there's not any sort of weirdness like that. I also decided I kind of want to make the head a little bit shorter in terms of its length from a side view. I think it could be a bit nicer, so I'm just going to work on that. Pull this out maybe. You'll notice from the outline that we added, we're getting kind of this clipping over here, as you can see, and we don't want that. So what we can do is alt click this area on both sides of the body. We can hit Control Numpad Plus to grow that selection, and we can add what's called a vertex group over here in the vertex tab and just rename that outline deleter. And then what we can then do is hit assign to assign it to those faces we have selected. If you go to the modifiers tab, then you'll see something called SB outline. That's the modifier that actually creates the outline. So for the vertex group, just set it to the group that you named and hit the invert button, and now it is going to be fixed. One thing I also noticed was that the mouth is a bit too wide, and for characters in this cute style, the mouth is supposed to be small overall. It shouldn't be super wide like I made it here, especially if you want to keep that cute style, as I said. So you can see here, I'm just going to shrink this a bit, just like that. Now back to our eye object. What we want to do is we want to start to actually lay in the actual colors for the eyeball itself. So what I'm going to do is actually just select this entire area right here with Control Numpad Plus. I'll add a new material slot, edit mode, and hit assign material, so that now we kind of have that entire area done. And then from there, you can basically just adjust the geometry of this. I'll do GG to edge slide it so it's smaller. You can add a loop cut here so that it doesn't get too messed up. And it just starts to be artistic from this point, really just kind of making something that you like, that feels true to you. So that's what I'm kind of going for here. I'll add a new material to the eyelash, and we'll set it to a black color. And yeah, quick tip, you can go to your object visibility settings and enable wireframe, which is going to make it a bit easier for you to see the overall wireframe of your character. A lot easier, actually. Now for the eyelash, I'm going to select the last point and hit E to extrude out, and then Alt S to kind of make this nice taper, which is going to look really cool for our character. Now for the skin, I want to add 2 image textures here, so we're going to add a draw/paint with a single color effect twice. Now one is going to be for blacks, and one is going to be for reds for our skin. So for the first one, I'll set it to a black color, we'll add a new image texture, and we can call it just blacks, honestly, that's going to be good enough. And I'm going to use 2048 for my resolution. And now I'm going to set the second effect that we added to be a red type of color. For blend mode, I'm going to switch it to color instead of mix, because I kind of just want this to shift the color to red wherever I draw with it. And of course also add in a new image texture for this one as well, call it reds. And just like that, if we go into texture paint mode now, you'll see at the top we can switch between blacks and reds. So if we go to blacks, what we can do is very easily draw in kind of a crease above the eye, and this is a very, very necessary feature, so definitely add that. Although I'd say in some characters they don't have it, so it really just depends on what you're making, and that's the great thing about approaching it from an artistic perspective. Now regarding the reds that we added, what we can do is go to texture print mode once again, go to reds, and what I want to do is kind of just add this around the mouth. But for anime style characters, they actually oftentimes don't have this, and if they do, it's very, very minimal. So honestly, just add like a very small amount. I'm going to go to my paint soft brush instead. Whoops, that is way too strong. And I'm just going to ever so slightly add in some around this area, just like that. And actually you can make it harsher in the center, just like that. And I think that's going to be enough. You can go to your fingertip brush and kind of spread it out like that. I'm just using Control Numpad Plus here to kind of like bring the entirety of this part of the face up a bit. I still think it's a bit too down, so that's why I'm doing that. Really important to know how to use just like basic modeling tools like that when you're making your character. It's going to make it a lot easier for you, a lot faster. Now I'm going to go back to our blacks image texture because I want to add something for the nose. There's a lot of different ways that you can make a nose, but I'm going to do a bit of a simple one just at the top of the nose, which is like right about here. I'll add in some blacks, just kind of like this maybe. Something that is small, not very big, kind of like that. Proportions wise, I think the eyes need to still be brought down, so I'm going to do that by just alt-clicking this area on either side, doing Control Numpad Plus a couple times. Then I'm going to do GZ to bring it down, just like that. Then I'll select the object for the eye and the eyelash, easy to bring it down. And now we're starting to get something that looks a lot better. Alright guys, so here what you're going to see me do now is add in a bit of makeup to the right side of the eye. So generally in characters like this, there's usually going to be some sort of makeup on the right like that. Basically being thicker on the right and then thinner as it goes to the left. So that's just what I was adding here. And as you can see, that does make a big difference. Now regarding the eye itself, or this cornea area, we can hit new to add a new material on it. Remember we had a separate material for this inner part of the eye, so I'll hit new. And for the base color, of course, you can just set it to a dark type of color, something like that is good. And we can add a texture paint / draw all colors effect, so I'll add one of those. Now all we have to do is just add a new image texture. I think 1024 is going to be enough for this definitely, and we'll call it eye coloration. For the all colors effect, we have to set alpha to 0, so just make sure you do that and hit new image. And now what we can do is I'm going to go to texture paint mode, and for this effect we can set our color to anything we want, so I'll use black for example. Maybe I want this inner part to be more black, so in texture paint mode I'll enable the paint only on faces selected mask, so just like that we can have that entire area black. Additionally, around the edge of the eye, you want to have it black, so I'm just going to, in this area, texture paint black as well. Whoops, that was like way too big. Let me undo that. I'll add a loop cut here, I guess, and then just on the sides, add in some black. So just like that, we can use this. Alright guys, so over here you can see I'm just making some slight proportional adjustments to the eye. You can see from a side view I'm kind of pushing it back a little bit on its side because naturally for the proportions of the eye, you want them to be kind of like a triangle shape from a side view, as you can see here that I'm sort of making. And you don't want it to be like super small, so just keep that in mind. Now, we don't have any eyebrows, so let's add that in. I'm going to add in a plane, which of course you can add it anywhere. I just like to add it in the center of the character. And we can place it where the eyebrow is, and from there, we can add a mirror modifier, go into edit mode after that, and start just extruding out. And it's just a very basic modeling task to make the eyebrows here, so you don't have to overcomplicate it or anything like that. And once you have it blocked out, you can add in a material for it and just give it a base color, whatever color you want. So you can use black or brown, or if you want like weird color eyebrows, you can of course do that as well. But yeah, you can also add a solidify modifier to this to give it some thickness, and then add in an object outline with the Stylized asset suite. Of course, remember guys, to even add in an outline on a flat object like this, it needs to have some thickness, which is why I gave it the solidify first. And from there, you can see we now have our face blocked out for all of the features pretty much. At this point, it's good to just see what your proportions are like, maybe make some adjustments. If you need to move any of the contours of the face or move the eyes up or down, now is a good time to do it, because you can actually see your face as a whole. And yeah. Okay, so now I want to draw in some blackness around the mouth area. So I'm going to disable the outline for our character, and we can go onto our blacks image texture and simply just draw in black around the mouth. We didn't have to do this before because we had the outline enabled, but honestly it's good practice to just kind of make sure your model looks good still without the outline, and it's still readable, so that's why I'm doing this here. Technically you don't have to, but it's just good practice. And you'll notice when we re-enable the outline, now it's kind of like way too black in that area, so we can go to our vertex group that we made earlier for removing the outline from certain places in the model, and you can just assign an influence around 0.5 for this mouth area, which is going to reduce the strength of the object outline in that area, so you can make it stronger or weaker, depending on whatever looks best for your character. So have fun playing with that if you want to, but you don't have to. Okay, so now what I want to do is add in some extra eyelashes. So I'm going to go to our main eyelash, go into edit mode, and you can just duplicate over some vertices, or points I should say, from the curve. And if you hit P with all of them selected, you can separate them out as a separate object. So now we kind of have like a smaller eyelash object that we can then position above the main eyelash. Of course, you're going to want to shrink it a lot by using Alt-S and selecting all of the points. And what this is going to do is it's going to make the eyes look significantly better, because now, of course, there's more detail, there's more eyelashes, that just makes it look more beautiful. So I'm just going to duplicate them around the main eyelash, and keep in mind you want there to be less on the left side and more on the right side. That's just kind of how it is generally, so make sure you pay attention to that, because if you have it all over the place, it's not going to look good or proper. Now for this model, when you rotate around your model, you might realize that you have to push the back of the head in a little bit because it's kind of conflicting with the jawline area, so that was something I had to work on a little bit at this point, but it wasn't too big of a deal. Actually, in the previous video, you guys might remember, I showed you how to do that so that you could avoid this issue. So if you need to, you can always go back to that part of the previous video and adjust it. But anyways, at this point you can see I'm just kind of messing with the proportions, adding in some small details like some black around the eye so that it looks crisp overall to the viewer. And at this point I'm going to move on over to the ears temporarily and just draw in some black outlines for the shape of what the ears is supposed to be. So I'll draw one going around the ear and then one for the Y shape that the ear naturally has. If you look at a human ear, that's just what it looks like. So draw a Y shape like this, and that's going to be the ears blocked out. Okay, so our model is looking good to this point, but one thing I always love to do with my models is draw in a shadow underneath the jaw, and this is just going to give it a lot of depth. So the way I do this is I'll add in a draw/paint single color effect, make a new image texture, you can call it like under jaw or something like that, and just set it to a dark red color. What we can then do is of course go into texture paint mode and just draw in underneath the jaw a shadow like this. So it's nothing too complicated, you just want to draw a shadow as I'm doing here. And you're going to notice immediately this just gives so much depth to the character, and that's why I like to do it. Obviously it's like really harsh here with the dark red, but we can just reduce the visibility of the layer and you know, it's going to make it look a lot better very quickly. As you can see, that didn't take much time at all, but now we have a nice underjaw area. And after that, once again, you can see I'm just kind of messing around with the proportions ever so slightly, making things smoother, but that's just kind of like my OCD brain. Technically, it's not even going to matter because the hair is going to block the back of the head, so don't worry too much about it, honestly. Back to focusing on the face, one detail I want to add is some marks on the face using black, so I'm going to go to our blacks image texture and just draw in some marks on the face. Obviously, you don't have to do this, but it can add in some nice detail. And I'm going to go to our reds layer after that, and generally around the side of the eye, there's going to be more redness than the left side. So you'll notice here what I'm doing is just adding in some redness to the eye overall on its side, and this is just a natural thing. In the eye, there's usually a bit of redness around it, so that's why I'm doing this. And you'll see here, I'm even trying to add in some blush for the cheeks, which you can do as well if you want. Now, not all characters have this, so once again, it's really up to you. But I like to add in some redness for the cheeks area because that just makes it look a bit nicer in my opinion. And yeah, that's going to add a lot of depth to the face in a very short amount of time. You'll notice here I also made a decision to kind of saturate the white of the eyes a little bit more. Generally the eyes aren't always like completely white, they have kind of like a beige tint, so that's why I was doing that. Okay guys, so at this point I did a proportion check and I noticed that the body was like way too big compared to the head. So we did this last video, so I'm going to go through it quickly here, but to fix the proportions of your character, you can of course just position your 3D cursor at the top of your character, select the body, and then scale it down. We did this last video, so if you need a refresher, you can always go and watch that part. But overall, we just want to scale things down, as I'm doing here, and from there the proportions are going to be a lot better for this character. Now with that done, something I want to do is add in some coloration for the eyes. So if you remember for the eyes, we had an image texture for all colors that we made, so you can go back to that one and set your drawing color to literally whatever you want. So you could use pink, like I'm going to do here. And what I like to do is select the faces in only the area that I want to paint in, and enable the Isolate Faces tool, which makes it so that you can only texture paint on the faces that you have selected. And I'm just going to draw in pink in those areas, just like that. And as you can see now, you can set the eyes to whatever color that you want. For me here, I wanted the bottom to be blue, kind of have like a gradient going, but of course it's your creativity and you can do whatever you want with the colors. But just generally keep in mind, the eyes are going to be brighter on the bottom and darker on the top. That's generally how it will be. Now our face is looking good at this point, but one thing I always like to do is have an image texture that allows me to darken any area. So we'll do this using something called a hue saturation value effect. It's called the HSL effect, so you can just add it in. And when you add this, you have to create what's called a mask, so I'll create a new image texture here. You just want to enable the mask and invert it. And pretty much, now anywhere you draw with that mask, you can adjust the hue saturation or value of it. So if we decrease the value by a lot, and then draw in with this image texture that we made, you're going to notice we can just darken any area and dynamically adjust it with the hue saturation value effect. So I generally like to just darken around the eye area, usually like where the makeup is overall. And you can see I didn't use it that much, but it's just a nice little extra detail to add. And now that I look at our eyes, one thing that's lacking is a shadow. So to create the eyeshadows, I like to actually use an entirely separate object so that when the eyes move, the shadow doesn't move. The way we're going to accomplish that is by duplicating the eyes with Shift-D, right-clicking, going into edit mode and hitting Alt-S to puff this out. So just hit Alt-S to puff it out. We can then remove the materials from that object and add in a new one, which will add a simple transparency effect to, which is going to make it transparent. And what we can do is create a mask for this, which allows us to make the object not transparent in certain areas. So if we set the base color of the object to black, and we can enable the mask and invert it, so now wherever we draw on it with that image texture that we made, it's just going to be black because we're basically setting areas where it's not going to be transparent. And if you adjust the transparency amount, you can make it less transparent. So now we have an eyeshadow, just like that, which we can dynamically adjust. And what's great about this is if we move the actual eye object, the shadow won't follow. So when I rig the eyes, there's not going to be any issues like the shadow following with the eyes moving, and that would look really weird. Anyways, for the eyes, I also want to add an eye highlight. This is super simple, it doesn't need much explanation, but you can add in a circle object, fillet, with the F key, and just set it to a white color. That's literally all you have to do for this, so not much to say there. That's a very simple type of addition that doesn't need much attention. So as you can see now, our eyes have leveled up in the way they look a pretty good amount. Getting into the details here, I also added in, using our Black's image texture, some eyelashes hanging off of the bottom. Now in a lot of my characters, I like to actually make them using curves, but I think for something simpler like this, it's going to be unnecessary. So I just drew it in using our Black's image texture. Alright guys, so over here I set the eyebrows to a brown color. Doesn't make much of a difference, but just like a small detail like that is nice to add. And also back to our eyes that we made, I wanted to just keep the bottom of it to be even brighter. So this is a little detail that is not totally necessary, but generally at the bottom of the eye, it's going to be brighter than the top, so I just wanted to make sure that I emphasized that. And afterwards, I noticed that our ear doesn't have any sort of actual shading, so I went to our final darks image texture, and I drew in some shadows basically, fake shadows I guess you could say, just going around the ear overall, so anywhere where it's naturally going to be darker in the ear, I just texture painted in some darkness there. Of course, it helps to actually look at an ear and see where the dark and bright areas are, of course. I also added in some redness to this, using our reds image texture, just basically going over where we painted in dark and then making it red. And that levels up the ears quite a lot, as you can see. And with that done, I then worked on some other small details for the face. Most of it is already set in at this point. At this point, it's just kind of making small changes and stuff like that. For the eyebrows, I wanted to make it black around its edges, which you could do using an outline, but I kind of wanted to just texture paint it in because the outline was sort of intersecting with the face a bit weirdly. So I just added in a draw/paint one color effect, and I unwrapped the eyebrows. If you want, of course, you could add it to the unwrap for the body, but really I just wanted to keep this simple and not overcomplicate it, so just unwrap it and then you can texture paint in black or whatever other color that you want on your eyebrow object. And that's going to be very easy to do. So with that done, I then just went and worked on some small details for the face. As I said a minute ago or so, we're mostly done with adding in all of the base for the face, and now really it's just those small details and whatever you think you can do to make it look even better. So you'll notice here, I'm just kind of drawing in some scratches, and I went down to the top of the chest and I actually drew in a clavicle for the character, as well as the sternocleidomastoid muscle, using blacks, and this is just something that will level up the top of your chest area quite a lot overall. So if you want that kind of detail for your character, I would recommend adding it. And after that, I went over to the eye area again and just drew in a little bit more black around the eye, as well as worked on some other small details like the eye highlights. I duplicated in another one so that I would have two, which it's optional, it just depends how your character's eyes are going to be and how you want them to look. Now while working, I sometimes will enable a sharpen filter in the compositing tab, so if you go over to the compositor in Blender and enable it, and whoops, by the way guys, remember in versions above 5.0, the compositor tab, you have to hit this new button first and then you'll get the nodes. You should also remember to go up here where it says shading, open this and set compositor to always, otherwise it won't work. So make sure to enable that. I like to add in first a soften node and then a diamond sharpen node after that, which you can see kind of adds a nice sharpen filter to the model. So that's something you guys can do if you want, but it's not necessary. I just kind of do it because it looks nice. Now one little issue we have with our character is that the mouth is totally white. We haven't darkened the interior of the mouth at all, so I'm going to add another draw/paint with a single color effect, set it to dark red, and what we want to do is try and get inside of the mouth. This can be a little bit tricky, but what I like to do is go into X-ray mode and try and select the mouth that we created. So I'm just going to select the face of the back and do Control Numpad Plus to grow the selection. And once we have it selected, you can go to texture paint mode and enable the texture paint only on faces selected feature at the top left. So first let me select the inner mouth image texture, and then after that we want to enable the only faces feature. And so you want to kind of get inside of the mouth and texture paint on it. This can take a few tries and be a little finicky, so if it's not working, what you want to do is go into edit mode and hit Shift N, which will recalculate the normals, and that should fix it. Honestly guys, anytime you're having issues with texture painting, it's really good to test doing Shift N. It's just a common fix for a lot of things, so you should always test it. But anyways, after that, what you can do is take your brush and nicely fill in the mouth area like I'm doing here with darkness. And what that's going to do is it's going to finally make our mouth dark, which is important. Okay, now for the interior of the mouth, since it's all dark now, I want to add in teeth, which we can do using just a simple icosphere object, so I will add that in. You can just scale it down in object mode quite a lot, and position it where the front of the mouth is. You don't have to overthink this at all. You could even use a cube for the front teeth, but the point is we just want to set it to a white color, so that when we look at the front of the mouth we see white instead of darkness. And that's going to make it a lot more realistic. Keep in mind you may need to adjust the mouth to be a little bit more open like I'm doing here for it to show up properly. And you can also adjust the thickness of the outline around the mouth if you need to. For the makeup under her eye, I also tested making it a little brighter. and have kind of like this glossy feel in certain areas, so that's just something you can try. Not really an important detail at all, but I felt may as well include it in this video so you guys can see me testing different things. And at this point, we really are just kind of refining everything. Refining is a big part of the process. After you have everything laid in, it generally does just become a game of refining and working on the overall look of everything. So yeah, just keep that in mind. The process is never completely linear. You'll always be adjusting some things back and forth. For example, here I went to my crease brush in sculpt mode with Shift C, and I was kind of just creasing the under jaw area because doing that made the outline look a little bit better. So yeah, as I was saying before about going back and forth, even like after I add in the clothes, I'll go back to the face at some points because now I see it like in context with the attire, and then I have to make changes. So, you know, that's just how the process is kind of. You'll make small tweaks sometimes, and yeah. And over here I just reduced the strength of the outline on the mouth. One important detail I want to tell you guys is from a side view, you do want the eye itself to be a little bit more visible than the way I had it previously, so you can see on the eye object I was just kind of moving the vertices back a little bit, so that from a side view we can see the eye overall a bit better. And with that, I'm going to call it here for the face and we can get onto the hair. Hey guys, welcome to part 3 of this mini-series. Today we're going to make the hair for our character. Before we start, just a couple of things I want to say. A, there's a million different ways hair can be done, so don't be afraid of experimenting while you're following this. And B, we will add more effects and details to the hair in the coming episodes, because naturally once we make the clothing and everything, you'll realize we can improve the hair even more and then, you know, add some extra details, so we'll do that in future episodes. But for now, we're going to make all of the essentials for it. So, for the hair, what we can do to start out is hit Shift A, go to Curve and add a Path Curve. We can then add in a circle in the curve section as well, and this circle is going to basically define the shape for our hair. What I like to do personally is go into edit mode, and I want to scale everything down on the y-axis so it becomes kind of a diamond shape. That's the goal here. Just in my experience, I've found that diamond shaped hair is oftentimes the type that looks the best, but you could really do any shape you want. It's up to you and you can be as creative as you want. Anyways, after that, we just want to set the path curve object to be that circle that we made, so just set it. And if you go into edit mode on the curve, it works just like any other curve. You can hit Alt-S to make it thinner or thicker. And now what we're going to do is position this around the head, of course. Before we do that though, guys, of course, I just want to kind of explain to you how we're going to be moving around the hair throughout this video, or how I generally do it. So for hair curves, obviously you can move around the points. I'm sure you already know that, but you may not know that you can hit Control T to rotate a curve. So Control T is how you rotate it. Generally, I'm going to have proportional editing enabled on this, so anytime I move things around, I kind of just like to have the sphere, so if I want to adjust all of it at once or multiple points at once, I can do that, or I can just shrink it down if I only want to adjust one point. So pretty much I will always have that enabled when moving around hair. Of course, you got Alt-S to shrink things down, and just like that, we're going to be able to make nice hair strands by using Control T, Alt-S, proportional editing. All of that is going to be very, very powerful for us. And you'll see me throughout this video also do things where I will like Shift D to duplicate the hair strand, maybe move it a bit, or maybe even keep it in place, and then I'll kind of go into edit mode on that, and then you can see now we have like 2 hair strands. So just wanted to say like duplicating is a thing that I'm going to do frequently as well, so just keep that in mind. Alright, back to our file. We can add in a mirror modifier so that it mirrors on both sides, but I want to say it's up to you guys whether you want to have symmetrical or asymmetrical hair. You can make whatever decision you want. I'll show you how to do it either way, so don't worry. But you can see here I'm just positioning my hair into place. Now for whatever hairstyle you guys do for your character, you basically just want to work from multiple angles. That's the most important thing. Make sure you're looking at it from a front view, side view, 3/4 view. You don't want to be only looking at this from a front view. When I was first starting out as a beginner artist, I used to always make that mistake. I would try and get it to look good from a front view while forgetting to make it look good from a side view and a back view. So really you just want to look at the type of hairstyle that you're making in reality so that you can understand the way that the hair goes. You can see me here adding in some front bangs because that was what I wanted to do with this hairstyle. I wanted to add in some front bangs and stuff like that. Now for me, I didn't want all of them to be symmetrical, so you'll see here, some of the strands that I duplicate out are not going to be symmetrical, while some are. So once again, that's just up to you. Do you want it to be symmetrical or not? For the front part of her hair, I didn't want it to be perfectly symmetrical, so that was just my decision. But of course, you can do it however you like. And for a little while here, you're just going to see me continue to place these hair shapes. Now, there's a lot to know about anime hair overall. In my masterclass, for example, I have a guide going over anime style hair for modeling it better, and not only that, but also shading and lighting and stuff like that. But for the sake of what we're making here, we don't have to go too crazy. We can just kind of use these curves, position them as we like. And really, I just want to emphasize for you guys to look at it from multiple angles. Don't just look at it from a front view. It's going to matter when you add in lighting later, the overall, shape and, all of that stuff. So it's just something to keep in mind. Another thing you can do if you want is add in smaller curves. Like you can see here, I added in a smaller curve to complement the big hair that goes off the side of her head. So that's just a nice little design tip. Having smaller hairs to complement the bigger ones is really, really good. You can see here I'm doing it as well in the front bangs. So just keep that in mind. It is definitely a pillar of good hair design for your characters. And for a little while here, I'm just going to keep on working on the hair, try and get it made for the back of the head as well, because I've mostly been working on the front up until this point. And keep in mind, guys, of course, it doesn't have to be perfect, especially if this is your first time making a character. You want to just make it exist first, and then you can make it good later. That's a really big part of art, is making it exist first, and then it becomes good later. Every piece of art you make will have an ugly phase, and you have to push through that, and then eventually it starts looking better and better. Okay, now regarding coloring, we can add in a material for one of the hair strands. I'll set it to a dark brown color, just like this. And once you're satisfied, just select all of your hair curves, shift select the one that you added the material to, and do Control L link materials. If it's not working, just tab into edit mode, select everything on all of your hair curves, and then just assign the new material that you made to them. So just be sure to do that for all of your hair curves, and now they will all have the same color. Another tip regarding hair is you can add in a draw/paint with a single color effect to your body, hit slash to go into local view, and you can create what's called a scalp hair's image texture, where you basically set the color to whatever your hair color was, and then you just kind of draw in a base scalp for your character like I'm doing here. And the reason why this helps is because it will make it so that when you look at your hair there aren't any like bald spots or anything like that. So it's optional, but I recommend doing it because it's just kind of a nice insurance against any sort of bald spots for your character. Alright, now we can add in some lighting for the hair. So I'm going to add in a stylized light dynamic effect, and I'll set steps to 1, which means we only want one shadow color. You'll notice the effect doesn't do anything, and that's because we don't have a sun in our scene. So let's add a sun and just move it around. You can play around with the light slider / controller feature to get it how you like, and you'll notice now our hair reacts to light. When first making my hair, I like to use a setup with multiple suns, so I kind of have like multiple suns pointing in different directions, and the reason I do this is because it just kind of gives a nice top-down lighting to all of the hair, and from there I can adjust my hair curves with the lighting displayed on it to see if I want to move anything around or if anything looks weird. So with this lighting setup, I'm now going to keep on working on the hair, and since I can see the shadows now and everything, I can make any changes as needed. Whether that be adding in more hair curves or moving around some. Really, we're at the detailing stage for the hair at this point, as we've placed them, and that is my goal here. Okay, so I think I'm satisfied at this point. What we want to do now is convert them to a mesh instead of a curve, but if we hit Shift-Z to go to wireframe view, you can see they are very, very dense for some reason. That's because the curves by default are very, very high resolution. To fix that, we can just reduce the resolution significantly in the Curves tab. You should also select the circle that we made originally and reduce its resolution as well. And doing this is going to make the hair a lot less high poly. We can just reduce it significantly. And to speed up this process, you can just select all of your curves. So let me just select all of them here first, and then you can alt-click the resolution, which when you alt-click something, it will basically do it for all objects that you have selected, and set it to a lower number. And just like that, your resolution will be a lot less. Now, to convert everything to a mesh, I first want to just remove any mirror modifiers. We'll add them back later, and then we'll convert it to a mesh after we're done doing that. So I'm just going to select all objects for our hair, and in the modifiers tab, I'll remove the mirror modifier for 1, hit Ctrl L, copy modifiers, so now nothing has a mirror on it. And after that's done, you can convert it to a mesh. After that, what you can do is re-add the mirror modifier, and then do Ctrl L, copy modifiers, so now all of them will have the mirror modifier once again, but now it's a mesh instead of a curve. So as you can see, we've done that. So I'm going to repeat that process for the front bangs. Some of them are not symmetrical, so for the ones that aren't symmetrical, obviously you don't have to do anything with the mirror modifier. You can just convert them to a mesh and do nothing else. So yeah, but the point is, we just want to get everything converted to a mesh instead of a curve. That's what's important here. So you can see here, finally, these are the asymmetric ones, so I'm just going to convert them to a mesh without doing anything with the mirror modifier. Now you'll notice the resolution on some of our hair curves is still high, and you can keep that if you want, but if you want to reduce the resolution further, you can Ctrl-Alt-click on an edge in your hair, then hit F3 and type in checker deselect, which will deselect some of the edges you have selected. And then if you do F3, select edge loops, it will then select some of the edge loops in your model, which you can then basically erase. So just pick whichever ones you want and then do X edge loops, which will delete those edge loops in your model. I'm going to repeat this process for the other hair curves. Keep in mind you don't have to do this, it's just for those of you who want a lower poly count for your model for whatever reason, if you plan on like exporting it for a game, this is how you do it, this is how you can easily reduce the resolution. So feel free to do that for as many hair curves as you want, or don't. For the sake of keeping this concise, let's now move on to UV unwrapping. So before we go into that though, I just want to kind of demonstrate to you how we're going to go about unwrapping each and every hair piece. So I usually always will use a strategy where I alt-click on one side of the hair curve. You can see that kind of makes a complete line going around one half of the curve. And then I do alt-shift-click and do it on the other side. So now we've gotten both selected. I'll do Ctrl-E, mark seam. And just to demonstrate to you guys, if we were to unwrap that, let's see how it looks. You can see it's not bad. And sometimes that will be enough, but especially for hair curves that kind of curve towards the bottom, you'll notice they get sort of stretched, like you can see here. Around the bottom, they get kind of like stretched, or shrinked, I should say. They get very shrinked and small, and it just makes the resolution in that area lower, which is annoying. So oftentimes what I'll also do is mark a seam, kind of just alt-clicking and adding a loop that goes around the bottom, so Ctrl-E, mark seam. If we unwrap that again now, you can see what it does is it's a lot better, there's a lot less shrinking overall. And for this top area here, it really doesn't matter that much because this will be around the scalp, but this is the general tactic that I'm going to use for each and every hair strand. So like, let's say for example, if I duplicate this and we have a bunch, what I'll do is I will go into edit mode on all of them and then unwrap all of them. So that's kind of like the simple unwrapping strategy I'll be using, and you'll see more as we do it. Okay, so now we need to UV unwrap the hair. So what we're going to do is mark a seam on either side, as well as a loop going around the bottom where the hair starts to curve. And doing this is of course just a fast way to get a good unwrap for our hair. So we're going to want to repeat this for all of the hair curves pretty much, just mark a seam on either side as well as a loop at the bottom. So you'll see here I'm going throughout the back hairs and adding it to all of them there. And once you're done, you can go to the front bangs, and for the front bangs you can just mark a seam on either side, and you don't have to do the thing where you mark one on the bottom as well, because that would be unnecessary for a smaller type of curve like that. Now as for these smaller hair curves, like you can see I'm working on here, you don't have to unwrap them if you don't plan on texture painting on them, so feel free to leave them out if that's what you want to do, but I thought I might as well unwrap them since there's not even that much hair in this character really, so why not just give ourselves the possibility of texture painting on them if we need to. Okay, anyways, now what we want to do is very simply just select every single hair curve that we have in our model. So you'll see here I am selecting all of them. And to make sure you have everything selected, it is good to just really rotate around your model. You can even try and move your hair to see if there's anything you missed. So for example here, there was one strand, and Now all we have to do with everything selected is go into edit mode and then hit U unwrap. And if we go to the UV editing tab, you'll see we got a decent unwrap by doing this, but it could be a little bit better. So what I tested was I hit U and I went to unwrap minimum stretch, which honestly most of the time using the regular unwrap is better, but I just found for hair for some reason using minimum stretch can be a bit good, as it was here. As you can see, it kind of packed everything a lot nicer. So I decided why not just keep this. This is a good unwrap, and we can get to texture painting very shortly. Also, I did just hit Control 1 to add a subdivision modifier, so you don't have to do that, but I just kind of instinctively like to add them on some of my models, because it smooths things out nicely. Alright, so that is our hair unwrapped. Hopefully that wasn't too crazy. At this point, what I do want to add is an ambient occlusion effect to our hair, because I had forgotten to do this earlier, but it's just a nice thing to test on your character, kind of add in some extra ambient occlusion, although it's not mandatory. It's up to you whether you want to add this or not. After that, I also added in an object outline to the hair, because I hadn't done so up until this point, and I just add it to one hair strand, and then you'll want to select the rest of them like I'm doing here. I like to do Control L link materials and then Control L copy modifiers, so I'll link the materials, copy the modifiers, and just make sure to assign everything to our hair material so it's not using the black outline material for everything. And I'm just going to keep on adding outlines here until everything has one. Keep in mind you don't want your outlines to be too big usually. They should just be a decent size, but nothing too crazy. And at this point, with the outlines added, you may need to make some changes to your geometry because, you know, you might have things that look ugly in certain areas. So just fix that up, and that's going to be good. To make life easier, you can also select a bunch of your hair curves and hit Ctrl J to put any of them that you have selected into a single object, so they're not all loose now. Just keep in mind when you use Ctrl J, they'll all have the same modifiers after. So just be careful about those mirror modifiers. Alright guys, so now I wanted to add a bit of a detail to the hair before we texture paint. So I actually wanted to add in a headband. The reason I did is because this is just kind of a nice accessory to have for our character. So I'm going to model it very basically. Hopefully, I mean, if you've done the modeling up until this point, you probably don't really need me to explain too much as to how I'm doing this, but I just added in a plane, used a mirror modifier, and now I'm just box modeling over the head with really just a few faces to get that headband made. And I'm going to give it a material, of course, a white color, and pretty soon you're also going to see me give it a solidify modifier and then an outline as well. So as you can see here, I just did that, and now we have an outline for it, which is cool. Okay guys, so at this point, let's start texture painting on our hair. I want to add in pink at the bottom, so I'm going to add in a draw/paint one color effect. Keep in mind we want this to come before the stylized light effect, because otherwise, when we draw the pink, it's going to kind of get rid of the shading and the lighting, and we don't want that, so we want it to come before the stylized light dynamic, so I'm just going to swap the effects, so the texture paint comes immediately after the base color, just like that. And now I'm going to set it to a pink color, and just like we did all of the other texture painting in this mini-series, I'm going to go to my brush and pretty much just will be able to texture paint on it. If you want to make your life easier, I highly recommend you select some of your curves and do Ctrl J to join them, which is going to join them into a single object. So as you can see here, I just combined all of these front bangs together, and now I don't have to hop between object to object when I am texture painting. Keep in mind though, the hotkey is Alt-Q to jump to a different object while painting. Now what I'm going to do is go to our bottom hair, and I'm going to texture paint in pink there as well, as you can see. Just adding in pink. You kind of want it to be a gradient, so of course harsher on the bottom, and then it gets lighter and lighter as you go up. It's really important to have that kind of gradient going, because without that it won't look as good, trust me. You don't want it to be like super harsh, you want it to be a nice gradient overall, and that's going to make it actually look good. So as you can see, I'm just placing it in here. If you're ever having any issues texture painting on anything, or your outlines aren't showing up properly, just go into edit mode and hit Shift-N with everything selected, and that usually will fix the issue, because I was having it here on this front bang for some reason. So just keep that hotkey in mind, it generally will fix things. Over here I added in some lighting to the headband, but that's not really an important detail at all. And at this point, I want to start adding in some highlights to our hair. So to do this, it's going to be very simple. We're just going to add in a draw/paint with a single color effect. But now we want to switch the blend mode to multiply, and you just want to set it to whatever color you want. and then make the image texture like I'm doing here. And now you can texture paint in highlights on your hair. So simply, I'm just going to draw these in. You can see it was kind of dark, so I had to increase the value even more. Sometimes it does have to go pretty high. As you can see here, I finally got some color that was working for me, and I'm just going to now add it. You actually don't have to use multiply, you could also use soft light or screen as the blend mode, but I mean, whatever works honestly. The point at the end of the day is to make something that looks good visually. It doesn't matter really what blend mode you actually use, so yeah. And as you can see here, I'm just laying in the highlights for the hair, kind of making it go in a ring around the top of the head. That's my goal here. And of course, I know to do this because as you look at images of anime style hair and stuff like that, you get the idea of what it looks like, and then you can translate that to your own character or whatever you're making, right? So that's what I'm doing here. You can see I even added in a highlight on the headband. You don't have to do this, but it was just kind of like an extra nice detail that I thought would make my art a little bit better. So yeah, you know, I'm always about those little small details. For the bottom of the hair and the pinks, you can see I also added in some streaks going up. This is not the most important detail, but I'd say it's a pretty good thing to add because what it does is it breaks up the monotony of just having a gradient, right? So now we kind of have like strands going up on the bottom hairs, and I think it makes it look a little bit better, so that's why I am doing this. You'll notice even on the top bangs for her hair, I'm doing that as well, kind of making it streaky where it goes up and down and up and down. But don't worry too much about it. The main thing is to get that gradient going from bottom to top. That's the most important thing at the end of the day. So you're seeing here, I'm going to kind of test in drawing some highlights, but on the side of the head now. And from there, we're really just refining the details. You can see I'm refining the details of the highlights as well as the pinks, and yeah. So that is our hair blocked out for now. What I want to do really quickly is actually take the eyelashes and convert them to a mesh as well, because up until this point we've had them as curves, and in the end we want everything to be a mesh for our character, not a curve, okay? So I'm just going to get rid of the modifiers for the eyelash object, and I'm going to reduce the resolution of the curve so it's not like super high poly or anything like that. And then I'll convert it to a mesh, then we can re-add the mirror modifier as well as the subdivision. And then I'm going to do the same exact thing for the top eyelashes here, just basically getting them converted into a mesh. And just like that, we now have the eyelashes as a mesh instead of a curve. So hypothetically, if you wanted, you could now unwrap them and texture paint on them. I did for my character. But to be honest, it was just such a minor detail that I don't even think it's really that necessary to talk about. But you can see on your screen here, I did do a little bit of just highlighting on them, although it's not super necessary. So I'm just going to kind of gloss over this step. You can do it if you want, but really you don't have to if you're not interested. And with that, we will start clothing in the next video. So yeah guys, of course in future episodes, the extra things we'll add is in Stylized Light Dynamic, you know, you can enable this rim light effect and play around with it, which is really cool. Also, we are going to be adding, let me find it here, where is it? Blacks. So you could see I have these black outlines that we will draw on the model later. And besides that, most of it is the same. I did add some extra highlights at the bottom using that highlights image texture that we made, as you can see. So yeah, we'll do that in future episodes. Stay tuned. Hey guys, welcome to part 4 of this mini-series. In this episode, we will block out all of the clothing for our character and start texturing it. Before we start though, I want to explain to you the process that we will be using throughout this video for the next 10 minutes or so. So that will be the first part of this video. Make sure you don't skip it if you're new, and then we'll start. Alright guys, so welcome to this demonstration video. So the first thing I want to talk about that we're going to be doing throughout this video quite frequently, and especially at the beginning, is duplicating out parts of our character for clothing. Now the way you can do this is quite easy, you just have to kind of get used to it. So for example, if I wanted to kind of make a shirt or something kind of like in this area for our character, what you could do is alt-click, kind of like an edge loop going around, and pretty much you can just select any faces in your model. I'll hit Control Numpad plus once to kind of get everything around it, but the point is, you can basically just select whatever you want, and once you're satisfied with a general area that you want to add a piece of clothing to, you can hit Shift D, then right click, and then P by selection. So what that's going to do is it's going to separate out what we had selected as a separate object. And what we can then do is on this new object, go into edit mode, select everything and do Alt S. And Alt S is basically going to puff this out. And so since it gets puffed out, you can see it kind of becomes its own piece of clothing. And then from there, you can of course adjust it however you want. You can turn on like proportional editing, and if there's any other areas you want to puff out, you can hit Alt S there as well, and just like very easily adjust this. So let's try that again, but this time kind of for on her arm maybe, for example. So maybe I'll select like these faces, hit Control Numpad plus, Shift D, right click, P by selection. Then we have to select this object, go into edit mode with tab, select everything, Alt S, and just like that, you can very easily get another piece out, kind of like some sort of arm wrap, which is something that we'll actually kind of make for this character. But yeah. Now another thing I want you to be aware of is for some of the pieces of clothing we make, I'll add a mirror modifier to them. Now this is not something that you have to do, and especially if you want to have like symmetry when you texture paint, you don't have to do this, or if you want to just keep things simple for yourself and not use any mirror modifiers. But one thing I might do sometimes in this video is hit numpad 1 on my keyboard, go into X-ray mode with Alt Z, and if we go to vertex select mode, we can just kind of select everything on the left side here, hit X vertices, and then we can add in what is a mirror modifier just like this, drag it above the subdivision, and just like that, we can have a object that is kind of like nicely reflected. And no matter what, it's always going to be symmetrical. So when we make the shirt for our character, I'm going to do that. And once again, if you want to keep like asymmetrical texture painting or something like that, then I recommend you actually don't do this. But it's a nice convenient thing to do, and that's why I'm telling you about it. And of course, for something like this that we have on the side, we can also add in a mirror modifier. Since it's not clipping at the center at all, you don't have to move this at the top, since it's not going to make a difference, but you can if you want to. So yeah. Now the next thing I want to tell you guys about is how to UV unwrap multiple pieces of clothing together. So technically, if you wanted, you could unwrap each piece separately and have like separate image textures for every object. That's one way of doing things, but another way that we'll do in this video series is that you can actually unwrap multiple objects together. So the step before doing this, of course, is to make sure your models are marked seams properly. So you can see on this chest piece that we made, it kind of inherited some of the seams that we duplicated out from the body. But let's just say, I don't know, maybe I want to add like an extra one here just for good measure. So I'll mark a seam there. And then maybe on this, well, I think it's already pretty good. We have the seam going down on the side here. And I don't know, maybe just for good measure, we'll add one here by alt-clicking Control E, mark seam. And the point is, once you have a group of objects that you want to unwrap together, and the reason you'd unwrap something together, by the way, is because then you can kind of reuse image textures between them, so you don't have to make a new one every single time. But the point is, you would then select both objects, go into edit mode, and with both of them in edit mode, we can then hit A, U, and then unwrap. So as you can see here, whoops, we've now unwrapped everything together. So if I go into edit mode on here, you can see this is unwrapped, and then this is unwrapped as well in a separate place. Now, one last thing I want to say, which might happen when you're modeling stuff, is maybe you decide to add like another piece of clothing or another object. So like, let's say for example, I don't know, I just Shift D, right click, P by selection, and I wanted to add like another wrap on her arm up here. And then I realized like, oh shoot, I want to actually unwrap this with the unwrap that we already made for these two objects. Well, that's absolutely no problem, because now I'm going to show you how you can unwrap this object and put it into the one that you made for these two. So once again, the process is the same. You just want to make sure you have your seams marked, which we already do. Maybe I'll mark one up here for good measure, but yeah. We'll select everything, hit U, unwrap, and if we go to UV editing tab, you just want to select the faces and move them off to the side, right? And I think we did this in the previous video actually, but it's really good to get that repetition anyways. So now what we'll do is we'll select all three of the objects. So these are the three that we wanted to have unwrapped together, of course. We'll hit tab to go into edit mode, select everything, or you don't have to select everything if you don't want to. The point is now we want to take the new object that we just unwrapped over here, and we can just, whoops, let me turn this into connected only. We can just scale this down a lot, and then of course you can pack it however you need to. Of course you can also kind of like take some of these other islands for the other models and like scale them down if you want. The option is like totally up to you, honestly, so you can do it however, but the point is, this is just like the general process for how you can add a new object to the unwrap if that's something you need to do. So yeah, just for a demonstration purpose. Now one other thing I want to talk about is adding materials to objects. So if we go to rendered view, of course, using Stylized Asset Suite, I like to hit new to create a new material, and that can give us a base color to whatever we want. And let's say I did the same for, I don't know, this piece of clothing down here, hit new, give it a color of whatever we want. I don't know, let's do like green, and this one we'll set to red or something, just like that. Now let's say we wanted to texture paint maybe like black or any color on this object. So if I go here, and of course add in a draw/paint single color effect, so let's add that in. We can go here, create a new image texture, we'll call it like test, and let's just hit new image. We'll set this to a black color, and then go into texture paint mode. So you'll see here, let's make sure we're painting with white and black like that. Okay, so you'll see here, of course we can easily just texture paint in like this. But now the benefit of UV unwrapping multiple objects together is that we can actually reuse this test image texture that we made on these other materials as well, since they're all unwrapped together. And in the unwrap, none of them are going to overlap or anything like that. So for example here, I can add in another draw/paint with a single color for this material specifically. And of course you can create another new image texture here, but since these are all unwrapped together, once again, you can actually just go here and just type in the name of the texture you made. And you'll notice there's no texture painting on this model whatsoever because, as I said, none of these are overlapping in the map. So when we texture paint on one, it's not going to overlap on another. So that's great because now we can set this to whatever color we want and then go on to the test image texture. So let's try that. And you can see we can just do it very easily like this. And of course, set that to whatever color we want. And you can do the same exact thing here with this one, but I don't think it needs any more demonstration than that. Okay, now another thing I want to talk about regarding clothing is oftentimes, since we duplicate out these objects from the skin, you might notice they don't have any thickness to them whatsoever, and that is a bit of an issue, especially if you want to add in like an object outline. So you'll always see me add in a solidify modifier to these clothing pieces. Now it actually doesn't technically matter whether you put it above or below the subdivision modifier. Both can work well, honestly, it really just depends on your taste. But either are perfectly good solutions. So sometimes you might see me use solidify and then subdivision. Other times you might see me subdivide then solidify. But either way works, and the point is after you're done with that, you'll have no trouble if you want to add in like an object outline, for example. And just like that you can do it. You might have some intersections, so you may need to like reduce the solidify a bit, like this. Or even go into edit mode and hit Alt S to puff some areas out more. So that's the only issue you might face, but it's not a harmful issue whatsoever. So don't worry too much. Another thing I want to say is since we duplicated out these clothing pieces from the body, you may notice if we hit S or R to like rotate or scale them, you'll notice the origin is all at the center up here of the head. And that's because we duplicated these from the body, so it kind of inherited the location of the origin. To fix that, it's very easy though. All you have to do is just select your object, go to Object, Set Origin, Origin to Geometry. And if it messes with your mirror modifier at all, don't worry. You just have to put the mirror objects to be the skin mesh, so just like that. And so yeah, that's much better. Here too, for the arms, if you do Object, Set Origin, Origin to Geometry, it will go in the center of this as well, then we can mirror across the body once again. And now it's going to be a lot nicer, so keep that in mind too. Last thing I want to say is something about gradients. So throughout this video, you might see me add gradients to clothing sometimes, and it's a very repetitive and easy to understand process overall, but I just wanted to show you it now, so you could understand it now and I don't have to like explain it every time in the future. Basically, there is a gradient effect. Let me find it here. Gradient rectangular, that's the one that everybody has. And you can add this in and create a gradient like that, but throughout this video, to add gradients to objects, what I'm going to do is go to the shader editor. And if we go to the base color node group over here, each object will have a base color node group. Just hit tab to go into it. And where you have this color node, we just want to select all of this, move it to the side of it, hit Shift A, and search for a gradient texture. You can hit Control T to get what is called mapping and texture coordinate nodes. And if we shift Control click on the gradient texture, we can play around with the rotation. Usually it's going to be on the y-axis. You want to rotate it 90 degrees, so it goes from top to bottom. And we can basically use this as a mask, where we're going to drag out a mix node here, and then plug this into the FAC, into the FAC to use it as a mask. And then what you can do is have the color just go into both the A and B outputs, and then use a hue saturation value node and plug it in both slots. Now I'm going to hit tab to go out of this and shift control click on the last node in the chain, so we have what we had before. But now if we go into the base color node group, we can increase the value in those areas of the gradient that are black and white. So this first one corresponds to the dark areas in the gradient, which is the bottom. If you remember, the darker is on the bottom, brighter is on the top. So that's what this one corresponds to, and then this one on the bottom is for controlling the bright areas in the gradient, which were at the top. So just like that, you can adjust it. And that's something you're going to see me do a few times throughout this video. But besides that, there is nothing else I need to explain. Okay guys, so let's get into this now. The first thing I'm going to do is go into edit mode, and I'll alt click a loop going around the chest. Pretty much at this point what we want to do is just select the chest area that we're going to duplicate out to be the body. So as you can see here, it actually doesn't completely matter which faces you select exactly, because once we extract it, we're going to be able to adjust it very easily. So feel free to be very loose here. But once you're done, you can do Shift D, right click, and P by selection. And I'm just going to remove this material for it, just like that. And if you go into edit mode, you can hit Alt S to kind of puff it out a bit. And that's going to kind of make this extraction finish. So now we have an actual clothing piece that we extracted from the model. And just like that, you want to move the faces around, scale them, do whatever to make it look better. Now I want to have this object mirrored, so what I'm going to do is go into X-ray mode and just delete all of the vertices on the left, and then I'll add in a mirror modifier, make sure I drag it up so that it's the first modifier in the stack, and then from there, as you can see now, anything we do on the right side will reflect over to the left side, which is nice. Also guys, remember, since we duplicated this from the body, the wireframe view thing that we enabled is still on, so you can just disable that now if you want to. I'm going to do that here so it's easier to see the faces. And you're going to see here, I'm kind of hitting Alt S on my keyboard on some of the faces on the model because they're intersecting with the skin. So just do that as much as you need to. It's really not a super exact process, guys. That's why I have it a little bit more sped up here, is because these are things you kind of do as it relates to your model. You guys might have a slightly different model than me, so of course you won't be selecting the exact same faces and edges at this point. So yeah, it's not like a super precise thing, don't worry. I'm also going to disable the subdivision modifier because things are actually like very wonky looking right now. You can see out here this face is kind of like way too off, so I'm going to extrude out and then fill in a new face just like that with the F key. And I just want to kind of smooth things out a little bit with the subdivision turned off. This can be a little bit weird to do because it is very crazy, but before that though, I'll add in a loop cut kind of going around the center of the model because I realized that area was just a bit too low poly for me. There weren't really enough faces in that area. But anyways, what you can do now is just select everything in edit mode and do F3 and type in smooth vertices, and from there, you can easily just smooth out everything in one kind of operation just like that. And you can see this looks way better already. So once you're done with that, of course, you can re-enable the subdivision if that's what you want to do. If you're going for something more low poly, of course, you can actually totally get rid of the subdivision and just kind of use like a smooth modifier, but yeah. At this point, you can see I kind of just added in some more loops to the model so that I could have more control over the geometry. It's not a necessary thing, but I just wanted to do it to give myself a little bit more possibility for control. Really guys, at this point, it's just kind of like thinking about it as a modeler and thinking how much you really need in terms of like faces and all that stuff, but yeah. It's too short right now, so I'm going to alt-click the edge at the bottom and hit EZ to extrude down. And just like that, now it's a little bit longer, and I'm going to have to adjust things a bit. At this point, there still might be some faces or vertices that you have to kind of fix up in terms of their position. Like over here, it was kind of looking a little weird. So I was just trying to fix that, of course. And this is the main shape made. Now for my model, what I want to do is make it have a little bit of like a rim at the bottom. So I'm just going to add in a few loop cuts at the bottom like I'm doing here. And you can edge slide them if you need to move them at all. And what I can do is then alt click the loop of faces in the center and then do Alt S to kind of push it out a bit. I did it a little bit too much here, so I'm going to undo that, maybe do it a little bit less. And you can use like S and Z as well to just kind of make it out a bit more, but yeah, I think that was just a nice kind of addition. And from there, you can do whatever else that you want. I kind of moved up the top area a bit here. Over here, the top area wasn't out enough, I felt like, so I just used Alt-S with proportional editing enabled to kind of puff it out a bit more. You can see from a side view, it does make it look better, so that's why I was doing that. You kind of want the top of the tank top to be more out and then the bottom more in, of course, so that it naturally follows the shape of the upper chest. Now you may notice that this object has the outline modifier on it from when we duplicated it from the skin, but the reason it's not working is because this object is completely flat, there's no thickness to it, so we need to first add in a solidify modifier before that, and now you're going to see the outline works just as it did before. which is pretty cool. I also want to add some straps to this, so I'll select the edge at the top, hit E to extrude, and just kind of extrude all the way to the back. And once you're at the back, you can of course use the F key to fill. Funny enough, I actually forgot to do that here, so you'll see me come back to it later soon, but that's what I'm going to do eventually. Alright guys, so now I want to make the shorts. The process is actually going to be very similar to the upper body. So what I'm going to do is select the faces, hit Shift D, right click, and P by selection, same exact thing. We're going to have to do a little bit of moving though with the faces on this model, so if you alt click at the top and the bottom, you can kind of push it up or down depending how you want it. And you'll notice from a side view it looks kind of weird, so you kind of have to fix the back part of it by moving around the edges. But anyways, I'm going to remove the material for this object like we did with the tank top. And to be honest guys, it can be hard to really see what the shape actually looks like in context with the body until you actually add in colors, so don't be too hard on yourself here. But anyways, for these pants, I want to add a rim at the bottom, so I'm going to add a loop cut down there. But you'll notice, of course, it doesn't reflect to the other side. So what I want to do, just like we did with the tank top, is delete the left side and mirror it, so that we only have to work on one side. You can see here it can be a little bit tricky, so just be careful. Make sure you're really only getting everything that's on the left side of the x-axis. So you can see here I'm being very cautious, and that's how you have to be. Make sure nothing is going to clip when you add the mirror modifier, so really everything should be to the right of the x-axis. Just be sure of that. And of course, if you do make a mistake, you can always undo and redo. Don't worry, it's not that big of a deal, especially if you're new to this. Alright, so once you're done with that, what you can do is add in the mirror modifier, just like this, reflect it over the body, of course. And I like to have it as the first modifier in the stack. So just like that, you can add in some extra loop cuts if you want to have more control over your model. Anytime I add in loop cuts, it's kind of just to give myself more control. So anytime I do that, that's the reason. You can see at the bottom here, I added in a couple, and that's going to allow me to alt-click this loop of faces in the center and do S to scale. And so just like that, you want to work on the shape. This is where those artistic principles will come in. So make sure you're looking at the type of clothing that you actually want to make, and that's going to actually be what makes it look good in your art, right? But anyways, you can see I re-enabled the subdivision modifier here, so it looks nice and smooth. And now I want to move on to the shoes. We're going to do a very similar thing. Of course, the toes are here though, so you don't want to extract the toes, just kind of like the top part of the feet is good. And of course, after that's done, I'm going to add in the mirror modifier. And after that, I'll hit Ctrl 1 to add a subdivision modifier, and then remove the material. We can alt-click the edge loop at the front, hit E to extrude out, and pretty much you just want to encapsulate the toes, nothing too crazy. Just extrude out as many times as you need. You can see I did it another time there. And you want to then move around your edges so that they actually can encapsulate the toes themselves. And this can be a little tricky, of course, because the toes might naturally be big in the model that you made, like mine were here. Of course, if you didn't make toes, this will be a lot easier. So that's one of the pros of not having feet on your model. But anyways, once you're done encapsulating, you just want to basically fill the center of it, as I am doing here. And just get it filled up like this. And don't worry guys if you have any like triangles or n-gons for this part, because the front of the feet doesn't really matter that much. It's not something you have to be like super precise about. So just get it done, make it exist first, and then you can make it perfect later. Or you don't even have to make it perfect. It's not a necessary thing. It's not going to have any negative effect on your rigging or texturing, so just don't worry. Anyways, I want to of course now encapsulate the back of this, so I'm just extruding backwards now. And I'm going to have to fill this up just like we did for the front of the feet. So I'm going to move my edges around, and eventually in this back part I'm just going to fill it and connect everything up like I'm doing here. You may have to add in some loop cuts to kind of make everything match a bit better, but and once you're done, just encapsulate the foot. That's the main thing we're trying to do here. And as you can see, I'm almost done. Just really trying to make sure nothing's poking out too much in terms of the skin. Either way though guys, we'll be able to add something called a mask modifier later. Now you'll see the bottom of the foot is kind of just like bumpy, and that's not how it's supposed to be in reality for a shoe. So I'm going to select all the faces on the bottom and do SZ to flatten them, just like that. And that's going to make for a much more realistic bottom of the foot. You may have to hit GZ to move it down a little bit, but the point is you want to make them flat overall, and that's what's important. And once they're flat, I'm going to turn off proportional editing, and I'm going to do ES to extrude and scale out, and then EZZ to extrude downwards. So now, as you can see, we kind of have like an actual sole for our shoe, which looks, of course, a lot nicer than it did without it, in my opinion. You'll notice it does look very, very too smooth, and that's because of our subdivision modifier. If you want to fix that, you can add in a loop cut at the top and bottom, which is going to make it look a lot sharper. So just do that if you need to. Add in those loop cuts, and then from there you just want to refine the proportions. Once again, guys, you don't have to use the subdivision modifier. It just depends really on what you're going for. If you want it to be lower poly, obviously you don't have to use it, but that's your choice, of course. I also want to make sure I add in a solidify modifier for the shoe model, because we don't have one, and you know, without that the outline isn't going to work when we add it. Really, with clothing, it's just important to always make sure it has some thickness to it, because otherwise that's not realistic. And yeah. Okay, so for the top of the shoe, I'm just going to extrude up a bit and make that look a little bit nicer. Alright guys, anyways, so at this point what I want to do is delete out the top part of the shoe. I don't know what this is called exactly, but I'm sure if you've ever put on shoes before, you know what it is. Kind of the thing between where the laces go. So I'm just going to delete that area, and you can see here I'm just kind of trying to straighten out the edges a bit. Of course, once again, it doesn't have to be perfect, and it's something you can always adjust later. Over here I was kind of indecisive about how big I wanted to make it, so you could see it was kind of just a small opening and nothing more than that. Most of the shoe is made at this point. We're really just doing those small refining things, small polishes. Okay guys, so the problem with these shoes is there's no laces, so let's add them in. We can do this by hitting Shift A and adding in a path curve. And I'm going to just reduce the resolution from the start so we don't have to do it later. And we can of course increase the depth on this path curve. Of course, you should be familiar with path curves at this point if you have done any of the previous parts of this character series, so not much to really explain here. We're just putting them into place. And you can see using curves is just kind of like a very, very nice way to do this. Though keep in mind, guys, of course, there's many ways you can do things. You could also add in a cylinder and kind of like extrude out if you don't want to use curves at all. Or you could even use like a cube, subdivide it, and extrude out. So really, there's just a million different ways you can do this. But the point is you want to actually make some shoelaces using path curves. And while you're doing this, you may need to start adjusting the edges of your model, or faces, vertices, whatever, to kind of make it bigger and have more space for those laces to come in. So do that if you need to. Of course, you should look at pictures of shoes and laces of the type that you want to make, so that you actually know how it's structured and how it's supposed to look like. But, you know, once you have that done, of course, you can see here I'm just duplicating in some more curves, moving them around maybe in edit mode if I need to. But nothing more than that at this point. Once again, we're working on the overall shape. We don't have to focus on perfection or details right now. We'll do that later once we actually have things set into place. But yeah. And okay guys, so with the shoelaces now put into place, I want to actually make the piece of the shoes that is kind of underneath it. So there's a lot of ways you can do this. You can add in a plane and just model it manually, but what I want to do is go into edit mode on the shoe, alt click the edge going around this area, shift D, right click P by selection, as we've been doing many times. And I'm going to kind of just fill in the edges in that area using the F key. And just like this, we now have a plane in this area, which if we re-enable the subdivision and solidify on, we can give it some thickness very easily. Once again guys, there's just a lot of ways that you can model this. Like as I said, you could just add in an entirely new plane and extrude out, but it's up to you what you think is going to be easiest or what you're most comfortable with. And of course, as you can see at this point, we now need to kind of move around the faces on the shoe so that it goes above this piece. So that's what I was just trying to struggle with here. And I'm going to move up the shoelaces as well, just like that. But yeah. Anyways, at this point, it's kind of early, but I decided to just add in a base color for the shoes, so I give it a white color, as you can see here. And I'm going to do the same for the centerpiece for the shoe, just like that. I'll also add in an object outline. And just like that, we have some base coloring for our shoes now. Anyways, at this point I realized I'd forgotten to add the socks, so I'm going to just do the same thing we did for all the other clothing pieces by duplicating with Shift D, right click P by selection, removing the materials, adding in that mirror modifier, and at this point the process should be familiar for that for you guys. Just kind of same exact thing as we always do there, and of course you can move around any of the faces or edges as you need to. Of course, remember also that it should have that solidify modifier and subdivision if you want it. Regarding visibility, for some reason the edges and faces on my model were quite hard to see here, so I tried turning off wireframe view in the object display settings, but overall it was just kind of hard to see anything when I was working on this sock. So you may have to also turn off solidify modifier or subdivision to make it easier to see, but yeah. Anyways, now what I want to do is work on the hand wraps, or I guess you could say wrist wraps. This is going to be the easiest one by far. We're just going to duplicate out, separate, and then, you know, same process as usual. This one doesn't need any explanation really, because it's just like so simple. But yeah, same thing, you want to make sure you have that mirror modifier, that solidify, all of that good stuff. And one thing I forgot was on the pants here, I never added in a proper solidify modifier, so do that if you didn't. And you can see now the pants also have that outline going. I also forgot to connect up this back part here on the tank top, so I'm going to do that by hitting the F key between two edges, and now that's going to be connected as well. And from here we have our clothing blocked out, which is very nice. Alright guys, so now for the top of the pants, I wanted to add a belt. Now of course you could add this as a separate object, but that's going to make it a little bit weird when it comes to rigging. And trust me, it's less of a headache if you just kind of model it into the pants itself. So the way we're going to do that is by adding in a loop cut at the top and the bottom of this kind of loop in the center. And what we could do from there, just like we did with the rim on the bottom of the pants, you can select the loop in between and hit Alt S. Now this looks horrible right now, so of course you want to take those edges and smooth them out. You can see at the back here, it really is just like way too down, so you want to kind of adjust this by moving the edges, and you can add a loop cut underneath any of this if you need to, but the point is it's good to work without subdivision on here for a little while and just kind of get the shape fixed up. You can also add another loop cut kind of underneath the belt if you want, and then move it upwards, which is going to kind of crease it very nicely, although it's not super necessary, but it is definitely a nice thing to sort of add. At the top as well, I'm going to add in a loop cut, and then do Alt S to move it down, which is going to crease it a bit nicely. And just like that, we kind of have a belt that is manufactured on the pants. It's not perfect, and of course if you model the belt on its own, it will look a little better, but for the sake of when you rig this, it's just going to be a lot easier if you model it on instead of as a separate object. So yeah, just like that, we have a very simple belt made for our pants at the top. So for a little while here, you're going to see me just kind of refine this belt. Of course, as I always say, it doesn't have to be perfect, but you just want to kind of make a thing that is at the top of the pants that is basically pushed out. That's what the point of this is. You don't have to do anything more than that, really. I also realized we have no belly button for our character, so I added it in here, kind of random. Could have done this later, but it was just something that was really bugging me, so I went on my blacks layer for the skin and texture painted in a belly button just like that. So yeah. One other piece of clothing I didn't add up to this point was I wanted to add kind of like a bit of a bracelet around her neck. So I just duplicated out a piece, really simple here. Hope it doesn't need much explanation, because it's very similar to everything else we did at this point. But I just duplicated it out and kind of moved around the edges a bit so that it would be a lot more thin. On the knees, I also wanted to add in some black, so the way I did that was by going to our blacks image texture and just drawing in a couple of lines on either side of the knee area. So just like that, it kind of makes it a little bit more realistic looking and just better overall because there's a bit more detail in that area, kind of describing the form a bit nicer. So that's why I wanted to add this. On the pants, I wanted to add an actual piece for the front of the belt, so I went and put my 3D cursor there, added in a plane, and really simple thing to model. I'm just going to inset and delete the face in the center. And I'll then just add in a solidify modifier, a subdivision, and using loop cuts you can just crease all of the sides of it, which is going to give us a shape that we want very, very quickly and easily. Of course, after you're done you can just position it however you want on your belt, and that's going to add some nice detail to that area. I also wanted to add kind of some of the loops that the belt actually goes through on the pants. So if you ever looked at any sort of pants like this, you'll know they have these loops that are kind of on the sides where the belt will technically go through. So I'm just going to model that in here, as you can see on your screen. It's kind of an illusion because of course we modeled the belt onto the pants, it's not an actual object even. But, you know, as an art, the point is to make something that looks good, right? You can also see here I added in a good old solidify modifier, and I'll add in subdivision and mirror too. And I'll duplicate more of them around the rest of the belt later. For now, this is going to be good, though. I wanted to also go back to her tank top because I felt like it could be made to be a little bit better. I added in a loop cut on the bottom, and really also just played around with some of the faces a bit, or vertices, to make it look a little bit more realistic. Kind of have that nice shadow going on the bottom of the upper area, and I think what we have at this point is going to be good enough. So I want to start adding in some more colors and all of that good stuff now, but to do that of course we need to unwrap everything. If we go into edit mode on any of our objects, you'll notice they already have some seams, and that's because of how they were duplicated from the skin. Now for unwrapping this, I'm just going to mark a seam in the center, and I'm going to mark a seam going around the side as well. Of course this is something you'll have to test. I rarely ever get it right the first time when UV unwrapping. I kind of unwrap and then see how it went, and then maybe I have to add more seams if the unwrap was not good enough, so don't be too hard on yourself here. For this arm wrap piece, I'm just going to clear all the seams, and I'll add in one, kind of just going across the center of the back of it, and I think that's going to be enough. For the pants, the seams it already has from when we duplicated it are good already. For these objects that we have on top of the belt, they're completely flat, so we're not really going to have to add in any seams or anything like that, so that's good. Now for the socks, what we have here is actually going to be enough. Now for the shoes, we're going to have to do some marking here, so I'm just going to clear all the seams. And what I'll do is I'll alt-click and mark a seam at the bottom of the shoe, kind of separating the top part from the sole. I'm just going to disable the modifiers here so that it's easier to see for you guys. And you can see here, for some reason, the loop didn't go around fully. So just make sure that your seams are connected always. You don't want them to be kind of like randomly placed. So just like that, we have a seam going there. I'll also mark one to separate out the bottom of the shoe, just like this. I'll mark a seam going along the back of the foot to kind of splice it in half, which is going to be nice. And then I'm also going to just mark some seams kind of cutting the front of the shoe from the back, so I'll mark a seam over here as well on either side, just like that. And you can see now this nicely separates out each part of the shoe pretty much. That's what the goal is here. And as for this object we have in the center here, it's just completely flat with a solidify modifier, so we don't have to worry about it. Alright guys, so now for these little loops that we added for the belt, I'm just going to duplicate a couple more of them so that we can have them on the back as well and the sides. So that's what I'm going to do right here. Very, very small detail, but definitely one that matters nonetheless. And with that, you can see it makes it look a lot nicer. Hey guys, before we get into unwrapping clothes, this is me from the future. I just wanted to clarify something, and by the way, if anything looks different here, don't worry, there's obviously some extra changes we're going to add to the clothes later. Like for example, I added in kind of like extra part on this wrist wrap. But anyways, the point I want to say is we're going to unwrap the top and the bottom of the character separately for the clothing. So what you're going to see happen next is pretty much I'm going to have the pants, the accessories for the pants, the tank top, the neck piece as well, the wrist wraps. And if we go into edit mode, you'll notice all of these are unwrapped together. So that's what I'm going to do in the next few minutes. And then also for the socks and shoes, these are going to be unwrapped separately, but also together. So just like that. That's all I wanted to clarify for you guys. Just to tell you in advance that the bottom and the top for clothing will unwrap them separately. And now what I want to do is unwrap all of the clothing for the top part of the body. And also, by the way guys, I added another seam on the side of the pants here, just for good measure, so it doesn't stretch towards the bottom. Also guys, I forgot to do it here to show you, but please apply the mirror modifier on your pants and any other objects that you plan to have asymmetry on. I didn't realize at this point to apply the mirror on the pants, so I had to kind of redo it later. But just save yourself some headache and apply it on the pants, and if you want on the tank top as well, but I didn't apply it on the tank top. But yeah, I recommend at least doing it on the pants. But anyways, with that, I'm going to select everything. The pants, the accessories, the tank top, the wrist wraps, and also, of course, if you want, you could even take the neck piece that we made. So just like that, with everything selected, we can go into edit mode and hit U unwrap. And just like that, if you want to move anything around and make it larger, you can. So you can see this part here. We kind of have some extra space. So any of the faces that are like too small, you can kind of scale them up a bit. I'm just going to move around any part that I think has to be a little larger, or that we have space for, so just like this. And of course, there are many ways you can refine this further, but you can add more seams, you can kind of like try and move things around so that it's perfectly fit, but it won't be super necessary for what we're doing here. And I want to move on to the socks and shoes unwrap very soon. Before we do that though, I felt like it would be a good idea to add some folds to the socks so that they look a little more realistic. I know it's a little random, but I guess while I was working on this character, it was just something I did. This isn't necessary, but it's just for some nice extra detail. I'm going to add in some extra loop cuts so we have more geometry to work with. And so as to not confuse you guys, I just want to show you a quick demonstration of how I make basic wrinkles on the socks. So I'll usually select 2 edges, or 3, however many, it doesn't really matter. But I'll hit Control B to bevel and scroll up once to get one cut in between. And the issue that this creates is we have n-gons on either side over here. You can see they have 5 vertices instead of 4, which generally I don't really like to have n-gons. So I'll just select this vertice at the end, shift click the one next to it, and do M at last. Same here. M at last, and then from there I select these 2 edges and do Alt S, and just like that you can kind of get like a wrinkle in your model. If I subdivide, you can see that kind of looks like a nice bump, and that's how I add them in. So I'll do that on the socks now. You can actually select any of these edges, hit Control B to bevel them, and with the vertice at the back of any bevel, you can select it and shift select the one after it, and do M at last. What that does is it gets rid of any n-gons. So yeah, I don't want to confuse you too much, but pretty much if you want to add more detail to any area, you can just bevel it and kind of select the edge that's in the center and do Alt S. And so you're going to see me here just kind of move things around a bit. Really, I'm just adding in some variation and variety to the model so that we could have a little bit more realism and not have it be super complex. So yeah, it's an optional thing that you can do. If it's too complicated for you guys, you don't have to do it, honestly. You can skip that, but your socks will still look good either way without these folds, but it's just a little extra thing that I wanted to add to my socks just because it makes it a little bit nicer to look at visually. You'll notice that the skin is kind of intersecting with the socks, so to just fix this problem once and for all, what we can do is add in a mask modifier to our body, and you can just create a new vertex group, call it whatever you want, and just select any faces that you want to hide, hit assign, and then if you go to the mask modifier, you can set it to that vertex group, which is going to just hide them completely, and now any issues we had with intersecting are going to be gone completely. Okay, anyways, with that little intermission, with adding folds to the socks done, you can remark the seam going down the left side because it kind of got messed up. That's going to be good. And now you can select the socks as well as the shoes and the piece in the center of the shoe. You don't have to unwrap the laces because they're just going to be a simple white object with no texturing, so don't worry about that. But anyways, let's unwrap, and we can see that's pretty decent overall. To make things a little bit more even, I just wanted to mark another seam going down the side of the socks, so I added another seam there and tried re-unwrapping. And if we look back at our unwrap, there's also this really long piece on the left side here, which I realized was coming from the sole of the shoe. So to improve that a little, I just want to add some more seams to that area, so we don't have that like super long line that's packed weirdly. So I'll mark a seam there as well. And once again, we can do the unwrap, and you can see now everything is kind of nice and even overall. So yeah. Okay, so now I want to start assigning some materials to things. So for our tank top, we're going to assign in a base color of white. For the pants, I'm going to set it to blue. Of course, later on, I'll convert this to a red and white gradient, but for now, I was thinking I wanted to have blue pants. So, you know, things change as you go. Everything isn't completely decided from the start, so yeah. I actually just copied the shoe material to use it for the socks. So you can do that if you want, or you don't have to. Either way is fine. And now what I want to do is start to add in some lighting. So of course for this to work, you should have a sun in your scene, and if you remember when we made the hair, we added a couple suns into the scene. But anyways, we want to add in that stylized light dynamic effect, which is going to give our model the lighting. And of course I'm going to set steps to 1 like I always do. Decrease the light slider / controller by quite a lot. And then from there, I'm going to adjust the shadow value and make it brighter. Generally, I told you guys I do like to just decrease the light slider / controller as much as I possibly can, because generally lighting will look best when you do that. However, here it just doesn't really look that good. Obviously, this also depends on where your sunlight is, but for me here, I decided to just go into edit mode on the tank top and kind of move out some of the edges a little bit to make the lighting look a bit nicer, at least in this kind of lighting that I have currently in my scene. So if anything looks ugly for your guys' models, you can do that as well. This is generally something I like to do, is correct any like weird looking lighting areas in the model. So yeah, now I'm going to add another one to the pants, and we're going to do literally the same exact thing by setting steps to 1, decreasing the light slider / controller as much as I can. I'll increase the shadow value, and as you can see, I feel like the part kind of in the center of the pants isn't looking that good, so I'm just going to kind of take that vertex, or vertices in those areas, and kind of bring them together a bit. Just really try to make it look nicer. That's the main thing you want to do when you add in that lighting, because, you know, we have the suns in a sort of top-down lighting position, and from this top-down position, you usually want things to look as nice as possible. So yeah, now we're going to do the same thing for the socks. For me, of course, I added in folds for my socks, so naturally they're going to be a little bit weirder than for you guys who maybe didn't add in those folds. But here I decided everything was looking fine overall. There wasn't really much geometry we had to fix, so I decided to just move on to the shoes after that. And for the outline for the shoes, I realized it actually already had one on it. I think I might have added that before. So either way though, the point is you just add the outline to your shoes if you need to. And here there's some clipping with the legs for the outline of the socks, which it's never going to be an issue when you rig or anything like that, so don't worry, fixing it is more like a visual thing. So I'm just going to kind of scale up the top to make it look a little bit better, and maybe decrease the solidify modifier as well, so it's no longer so thick. Now lastly, I'm going to go to the wrist wraps, and very simply just give it a kind of dark blue color, something like that is good, and really there's not much that we have to do for that. Alright guys, so now what I want to do is add in the belt color for our pants. So we're going to do this by adding in a draw / paint with a single color effect. And if we just set the color to be brown, that will allow us to paint with the color brown in certain areas. So I'm going to create a new image texture and call it like brown belt or something like that. Really, the name doesn't matter. Just make it something that's easy to recognize. And once that's done, I am going to select the faces for the belt only and turn on the paint only on faces feature, so that we can then just texture paint on those faces only for the belt. The next thing I want to do is add in another draw / paint with a single color effect, but this time for blacks, so you can call it like bottom blacks or something like that. And what I want to do is draw in the kind of part that is at the center of shorts usually, so that's what I'm doing here. You may have to adjust the geometry a little after you do this, because now you're naturally going to start to see how it looks in context with everything else, like the lighting is on it and all of that good stuff. So feel free to adjust any proportions if you need to. But you can see at this point we now have that part on it. And I'm also going to add this to the rim of the pants by just selecting those faces and isolating them, so that I can just draw it at the top, just like you can see I'm doing on my screen right now. I'll also do it on the left side of the pants. You can also try using symmetry with the texture paint, although it might be a little broken. Sometimes it kind of is a little broken, so just be careful of that, of course. And yeah, so you can see now this kind of nicely outlines the certain areas of our pants that we want to outline. I also want to add some blacks going along the belt, so I'm going to just isolate those faces and draw in black at the bottom, and I think I'll add it at the top as well. So overall, outlining just kind of allows us to make things a little bit more nicely defined overall. So that's why I like to do it. It's a simple thing, but it goes a very long way, especially in this style. I'm also going to draw in some pockets on her side, just like this, and that's going to add a lot of nice detail to it, especially when we look at it from sort of a side view. I'll also start drawing in some folds, which you can indicate kind of coming off of the center, because generally if you look at pants like this, they have some fold lines coming off of the center, and so that's why I'm adding that over there. You really do want to make sure you're looking at images of the type of clothing you want to make, because that's what's going to give you the right information. Also guys, remember for the texture paint effects, we want to have them come before the light effect, so I'm just going to swap their position here so that they go on top, and that's going to make it so that the texture painting we do doesn't block any of the lighting. Okay? Anyways, now I'm going to go onto the tank top, and we're going to do a similar thing by adding in blacks. For the image texture, you can actually just use the blacks underscore top image texture that we made previously, because remember, we unwrapped the tank top and pants together. They're in the same unwrap, so we can reuse that image texture, and it's not going to affect the pants at all because, you know, we're working on the tank top now, which is unwrapped in a separate place in the map. And now, just like this, very, very similar process to what we did before with the pants, I'm going to draw in an outline at the top. And feel free to use the isolate faces feature if you need to. I'm also going to draw in kind of an outline halfway through to kind of indicate the anatomy a little bit better. And just for some nice design, I added in black at the top, kind of going along the edges of the model. It just looks nice from a design perspective. It's not an actual like functional thing, but it was just something I thought looked cool, so I wanted to add that in. I also drew in some black at the top here to indicate folds. You'll see me do that a lot. Drawing in black to indicate folds is a common thing because it kind of looks like a crease. I'll do it on the back as well, just like that. And I think that looks pretty good. Now I want to go over to the shoes, and I'm going to add in a draw/paint single color effect. And I'm going to set it to a pink color. I'll create a new image texture called the bottom pinks and give it 2048 resolution. And remember, of course, to move it before the stylized light dynamic so that we're not blocking any of the lighting. And now what I can do is texture paint pink on my socks or my shoes, because actually guys, I have the shoes and socks sharing the same material right now. So I'm going to go to that bottom pinks image texture, and I'm going to just texture paint some pink on it. You can see I used isolate faces so that I can kind of just do it very, very horizontally and get it smooth. And I'm going to add in another kind of layer of it beneath that, so that now we have two stripes. I added a third stripe later on, as you'll see, but for now I was thinking two stripes would look good, so yeah. Now for this material, I also want to add in blacks so that we can paint black on the shoes. So I'm going to add in another draw/paint one color effect and create a new image texture. So we'll call it bottom blacks and just create that. So now we can texture paint black in any area. And so using that image texture, I'm just going to draw in some black kind of in the areas where the shoe is creased the most. So of course, where the bottom of the shoe is, I'm going to draw it in there. You might have some areas that kind of show up poorly in texture painting, so you might have to disable the subdivision modifier to fix up any of that, because naturally when you texture paint on something that's subdivided, there's some areas that are a little weird. You can see here on the back, this area was getting very, very stretched because of the way the geometry was for some reason. So I tried disabling subdivision to see what was going on, and I could tell it had something to do with the edges in this area being too high. So I just selected them and then brought them down a bit, or at least tried to. I tried adding in another loop cut kind of going around this edge area to fix that, which you can see kind of did the trick. So sometimes with texture painting, once in a while, you'll get issues like this. Just kind of try moving things around or adding in loop cuts to fix it. I know that's kind of vague, but I want to include this in here so that you guys can see, like, sometimes there are things that go wrong and you have to just be a little creative sometimes in fixing it. But most of the time you won't encounter issues like this. Anyways, with that being done, I'm going to just texture paint using black some holes for the shoelaces. I didn't want to do this using an object because that will just kind of make it a little bit annoying to have them all modeled separately. So I just drew them in using our black image texture here, and I think that's going to definitely be enough for a similar type of thing. So yeah. I also want to draw in kind of like a separation from the front and the back of the shoe. You can see this part here. I was kind of trying to see how I wanted to approach it. It looked a little bit weird, of course, at first, but I decided to instead switch it so that it kind of has that signature look that shoes have sometimes, where it kind of goes back like this. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but if you look at shoes, a lot of them have this sort of shape, so I made that. Now, the next thing I wanted to do was add in some pink to the shoe, so I went to our pinks image texture that we made, and literally I just texture painted in this entire area pink. Nothing too crazy. I did also remove the pink from areas where the shoelace holes are, so you can do that as well. You may see here I sort of tested a darker pink color a little bit. This is going to be a common theme throughout this video, where I'll sort of test different colors sometimes just to see how it looks. It's always worth testing. And so yeah, here you can see I'm just trying to get everything filled up. I removed the pink from areas like the holes for the shoelaces because I want them to be white. So I'm just holding control while I draw in those areas, but yeah. On the side, I wanted to have a sort of design with a star, so what I did was just hold control and draw in that area so that we remove the pink and it goes back to white. After that, I went to our blacks and tried drawing in a star just like this. Kind of doing it with the mouse is a bit interesting, so obviously it's not going to be completely perfect. If you want to use a tablet or something like that, you can of course, but I think it's not really necessary because generally you're not going to ever be that close to the shoe, and even if you are, it's not that big of a deal to have like a thing that's slightly off. But of course it's up to you. And yeah, you can see, I think that just makes the shoe have a lot more character overall, which is nice. Over here on the pants, I wanted to make the belt buckle have some lighting on it. So I first gave it a base color, set it to a white color, and then added in Stylized Light Dynamic. And I'm going to give it an outline as well by adding in an object outline. So that's going to make it a little bit nicer. Back to the tank top up here, I added in another image texture. Now this is going to be interesting. What we're going to do is add something called a drawn in shadow. You can think of it kind of like ambient occlusion in a way, but what it is it's a fake shadow that we add only for the purpose of detail and making it look better. So I'm going to set the blend mode to multiply for this draw/paint one color effect. I'll set it to blue, create a new image texture, call it like, I don't know, top darks, so that we can reuse this image texture later for the pants or something like that. But the point is, when you draw with this, you'll see we get a very dark color. Of course, you can adjust it however you need, but I'm going to draw in a shadow underneath the top of the tank top, so you can see it kind of nicely outlines the contour of this area of the body. And what this does is it kind of just gives more depth. So before, of course, we didn't have any of this, and it looked kind of bland in that area, but now, no matter the way the lighting is on the model, we're always going to have a kind of fake shadow in that area that we can easily adjust by changing the visibility of it, or, you know, the darkness of the color in that effect. It's just a really nice thing to add. You can see I added some here underneath the folds as well. So it's just a really common thing in this style. You add in this drawn in shadow, and that's going to make it look a lot better. Now, one thing you'll see me do throughout this video is sometimes change the background color randomly, so I'm going to do it here. You may be wondering, why do I do this? Well, the reason is because when you change the background color, you can kind of see your model in a new way, so your eyes kind of get fresh to it, and you can see any issues or anything that looks weird a lot more quickly, because naturally we've been looking at this for so long that it becomes hard to spot issues sometimes. So I just like to do this as a test, and that's why I did that. But it's not something you have to worry about too much. Anyways, now for the pants, we'll do the same thing by just adding in a draw/paint one color effect. We will use the top darks image texture. We're going to set the blend mode to multiply and just set it to kind of like a dark color. From there, on the pants, we can draw in shadows. So you'll see me here drawing in shadows, and you can see that's way too dark, so let me just play around with the visibility a bit, and just like that, you can draw in some shadows on your pants that aren't real. And these fake shadows, as I said before, are just going to add another level of quality to your model, so that no matter what the lighting is, you're always going to have some sort of sense of depth, because that's what these drawn-in shadows do. They basically give depth to the model, and that's why I like to add them. So you'll see me just do that a little bit more here. Of course, now is the time to look at what inspires you in terms of inspiration images, and that's how you're going to know kind of like where to place your shadows and all of that good stuff. Okay, so here for the belt, I want to add in some holes. So I'll do that using black and just kind of go along the side. Nothing too crazy, hopefully. We're just adding in black like that. Now, one thing at this point you guys can do if you want is you can try kind of moving around the sun. I hit RR with the sun selected, which allows me to just kind of like rotate it very easily. And you can kind of see how the shadows form on your model. Right now I only have one sun in the scene. I just hid all of the other ones so that I could test the lighting, but that's totally something you can do if you want to kind of put the sun to be in a more appealing sort of look at this point. It's not necessary, of course, and I know this is a little abstract, but at the end of the day, it's just to kind of test how the shadows are going to look later. Nothing too crazy. Alright, anyways, now regarding drawn in shadows that we were just doing before, I want to add them in to the socks as well, so I'm going to add it in with a draw/paint one color effect, set it to multiply, and I'll create a new image texture called bottom darks, and I'm just going to draw in some basically fake shadows for the socks, as you can see I'm doing here. Really just under any area that I made a fold, I want to draw these in. To be honest though, for socks, oftentimes if you guys, for example, made like very slim socks that don't have many folds on them, you don't really need to even do this, because doing this with these extra folds is only for socks that have more kind of volume to them and kind of like clunkiness, I guess you could say. So, of course, don't like blindly add these, only add them if you think it's going to make it look better. But if not, if you made like very slim socks, you don't have to even do this at all. But anyways guys, that's it for this part, and we're going to continue next video. Alright guys, welcome back. We're going to make a lot of progress in this video, so let's just continue right where we were before. Now what I'm going to do is go to our bottom blacks image texture and draw in some blacks above those creases, or sorry, shadows I should say. And I'll also draw them along the stripes that we made, just to kind of make it more nice looking. Just adding in these outlines really helps to keep it in that 2D feeling style, I guess you could say. So yeah. I'll also draw in kind of these black lines on it, which is just a stylistic detail, not really something that's necessary at all, but that's why I did that. Afterwards, I went to our shoelaces and I added in just a white material for them. As I said before, we never had to unwrap these or anything, so I'm just going to give them a white material. I'm also going to convert all of them to a mesh instead of a curve now, which will be important once we start rigging things, so I just had them converted to a mesh now. And you'll notice the mirror modifier has gotten removed, so I'll just go into edit mode, delete all of the ones on the left, and I'll then re-add a mirror modifier and do Ctrl-L copy modifiers, so that now all of these shoelace objects, which are meshes now, have that mirror modifier on them. From there, I'm going to add in an object outline to 1, and I'll do Ctrl-L link materials, make sure everything's assigned properly, and then Ctrl-L copy modifiers. So now all of them have an outline too. So of course that just kind of levels up the look of these things a lot more. Okay guys, so the next thing I want to do is for the tank top, and I want to kind of add in some design on it using pink. So this is going to be very simple. We'll just add in another draw/paint with a single color effect, and I'll set it to a pink color. For the image texture, I think I just called it top pinks or something like that. And an easy way to kind of just move this so that it comes before the lighting effect so we don't have to do the swapping is if you go to your shader editor, you can actually just go to the end of it, hit Ctrl-C to copy, and then do Ctrl-X to delete it. And then if we go to the front here, just paste it in with Ctrl-V and place it after the base color node. And just like that, you'll see in the add-on, now it kind of switches position. So it comes immediately after base color, which is what we want. Alright, anyways, it's going to be very similar to everything else we've done before with texture painting, so I'm just going to draw in a design. Kind of like a cat. I don't know what I was really doing here, but I just kind of thought of it on the fly and drew it in using my mouse, of course. So you could see it is a little bit weird, but I didn't want to do anything like super crazy, so I thought something simple like this would be good. And just like that, you can add in any other details you want for your tank top. Over here, I'm just going to add in some more lines and stuff like that to kind of keep it in this 2D feeling style, which is pretty nice. And for a little while here, you're just going to see me refine some things slightly, whether that be the proportions of the model or some of the texturing that we did with the shadows and stuff like that. I just want to make sure that things are nice overall. I also decided at the bottom for the tank top, I wanted to just select the faces, and I'll go into texture paint mode and actually just set it to pink at the bottom. So you can see here, I kind of just filled that area with pink. And that's going to be most of the tank top done. Now back to our pants. It doesn't look bad overall, but there's something we could do that's going to level it up a lot, which is to add in sort of fake highlights. So the way we're going to do this is by adding yet again a draw/paint one color effect. I'll switch the blend mode to multiply, and basically it's the same thing we did with the fake shadows, except this time it's going to be fake highlights. So we're going to want to use a bright color instead of a dark one. We will create a new image texture and call it top brights. And after that is done, we can now draw in fake highlights on the model. So over here, you're going to see on the rim, I'm going to draw in some highlights over there. You may have to increase the value of the color a lot for it to actually be a nice highlight, but doing this is just going to create something that kind of looks a lot more 3D without actually feeling like it's super CG, if that makes sense. But the point is, adding this just gives more depth to it. It kind of embosses certain areas. I'm going to do it at the top of the belt here too, because it just sort of indicates that there's some lighting at the top hitting it, and it makes it look more realistic. So that's why I'm going to do this here. And yeah. I decided at the bottom of these holes too, it would make sense to add in some highlighting, so you'll see here I'm just doing that as well, and it really just makes it feel a lot more 3D and realistic when we do this. With that detail added, I then went in and just kind of refined some more small details on the pants, like the blacks on the side. You'll notice frequently I always like zoom out. I do this so much throughout this entire video. The reason I always zoom out like that is because naturally, when you're up close painting on something, it doesn't really matter how it looks up close that much. What matters is how it actually looks when you zoom out a bit. And that's what, you know, the viewer is actually going to see with the model. So that's just something to keep in mind. And yeah. So over here for a little, you'll just see me add some little small details. Interestingly, over here, you can see I added kind of like brightness on the top of the buttons and darkness on the bottom. That's just a common tactic that I use to make like a fake sort of detail on the model, or a fake sort of emboss, I guess you could say. So you can do that for anything that you draw on your model like this. Alright guys, so I want to now add in some drawn in shadows, just like we did on the tank top and the pants and the socks, but for the body this time. So I'm going to add in another draw/paint one color effect just to the body, but I'll set it to a red color this time for the multiply, because red on the skin kind of just looks nice when you multiply it. So using that color, I can draw in kind of a fake shadow underneath the pants here. You could also actually use the final darks image texture that we made as well as the reds one, so you can definitely use that if you need to. But it's up to you completely. If you want to kind of like save yourself on effects and not add this many, you can of course do that instead of adding in a whole new one like I did here, but it's just a nice thing. I like to add these extra image textures to kind of have like as much control as possible. So yeah. Okay, so I also wanted to add in some tattoos on her body. So to be honest guys, you can just do this using the blacks image texture that we made for the skin. I did add a separate one for tattoos and kind of gave it like a green tint, but to be honest, it really doesn't matter whatsoever because you can't tell the difference. So I recommend, just to save yourself on space, you can kind of just use your blacks image texture to draw in these tattoos for your character. So I'm going to draw them in for mine. Or you don't even have to add any tattoos if you don't want to. Of course, it's once again just dependent on like what your taste is, what you want to make your character look like, but I wanted to add some to mine. So you'll see here, I'm just trying to add them in, making a cool design. Once again, doing it all with my mouse and just refining it, but yeah, I think that just makes it look a little nicer. Now over here, I went onto the knees and I added in some redness using the reds image texture that we made previously. Naturally on the knees, sometimes it can just be a little bit red. You want to make sure that you don't overdo this though, because it's not supposed to be like super red, of course. But yeah. I'll also use our fake shadows image texture that we made and draw in a shadow underneath the knee, which is going to make it look a little bit more 3D overall, give it a nice kind of detail perception. But with that done, I then went and kind of just made some miscellaneous small changes throughout the model. So here I kind of expanded the pocket to be a little bit bigger so that it's easier to see from a front view. It's kind of a random detail, but just something I wanted to include here so you guys could see everything. And I also extended some of the folds. As you can see on your screen here, I worked more on the tattoos. Really, you'll see that I'm just jumping around a lot, and the reason for that is because that's how the process is, especially when you're designing your own characters. You're kind of looking at it as a whole, and you're adding detail as needed. Like, you don't completely do the pants and then move on to the tank top. It's not like that in reality. You kind of work on everything a little bit as you go, because that's going to allow you to see the design of your character come to life. And yeah. At the top of the tank top, I actually decided to switch it to black instead of white. So with our black image texture that we had for the tank top, I just kind of like filled that entire area, as you can see here. So that's another fun little detail. Okay, so gradients. Just like we talked about in the beginning of this video, I like to add gradients sometimes to my models, and we can do this using nodes. So if we go into the base color node group, I'm going to do exactly as I showed you guys in the beginning of this video by adding in a gradient texture, hitting Ctrl-T to get the mapping and texture coordinate nodes. You'll have to play around with the rotation. Generally, it's going to be on the y-axis, so rotate it like 90 or -90, see which works. And we can then connect that up just like this, which is going to give us a lot of refined control over the overall color of the pants, so we can have it like brighter at the top, darker at the bottom. Of course, in the end, I'm going to make it red, where it's kind of like red at the top, then it gets desaturated as it goes down. But, you know, at this point in the design, I was thinking to just keep it blue. So that's why you'll see, like, I didn't really make any change to the color of the pants just yet. Okay, so now I wanted to add in some coloration for the fingernails, because it's not realistic if they're just completely blank like that. So I'll draw them in, just as you can see here on your screen, in a very, very simple kind of way, by making the shape. And I'm going to fill this with black later, but of course you can use whatever color that you actually want. But I just like to use black, so I'm just going to keep on filling it, as you can see here. I think those black fingernails look really nice, so just wanted to do that for my character, but feel free to use whatever color that you want. On the top of her shoulder, you'll see I added in some redness using our reds image texture. Naturally in that area, sometimes it's a little bit red. Once again, don't overdo it, but it's a nice little thing that you can add if you want. I also played around a little bit with the shape around the waist area here. I kind of wanted to make it a little bit thinner at the top, so you'll notice I was struggling with that a bit, just kind of moving things around. Really just like small proportional changes sometimes you have to make, but that can be important, of course. Alright guys, so the next thing I want to do is add in another draw/paint one color for the pants, but this time the point of it is to add in some coloration at the bottom for the rims. So as I did earlier, I want to just move this effect so that it goes before the lighting or anything like that, so it's at the top of the stack. And I'm going to add in the color by just, of course, selecting the faces and then using texture painting to use that top pinks image texture that I made previously. And of course, I'm going to switch this to white actually for this pant model, but initially I was thinking to test pink. Sometimes with art it's just like that, a lot of testing is involved. Testing is actually like one of the biggest pillars of art, and it was something I talk about in my masterclass as well, about how testing is like super important. But yeah, I just want you guys to understand that as well. Testing is a really great thing to do. Oftentimes you'll have to just see if you can make multiple versions of things very quickly, and that can give you some sort of kind of like inspiration as to how it should go. So yeah. And of course you can see here I added some details at the back of our character. Although for this tutorial I just wanted to kind of focus on the front so that we don't end up being too long. And anyways, you're going to see me here just go back to the tattoos a little bit. So as you can see, I'm just adding in a little bit more of them. Kind of one of the challenges with the tattoos was not like overdoing it, I guess you could say. I didn't want to make it like way too insane with detail all over the place, because then it kind of creates a contrast where, you know, like the top of the arms have these super detailed tattoos and then the legs have nothing. So in art, that can just be a thing you have to watch out for sometimes. Don't like overdo details, especially if there's areas with less of them. Over here on the elbow, I added in a couple black lines, and doing that is just a nice thing to do to indicate the elbows, so that's why I did that. And for the rest of this video, you're going to see me just add in some slight various details throughout the model. Nothing big or really that changing. So yeah, you can watch me do this for a little while, and then we're going to continue with more details. One interesting thing I did over here was I felt like we could add some sort of band around the legs as well. So what I did was the same thing that we always do by Shift D, right click P by selection, apart on kind of like the thigh area, and I just basically made it smaller. You're going to see here I also just set it to a black material. So that was one last kind of change that I made for this video. And I did that on the other side as well by sort of mirroring it and then, you know, just putting it into place. Hopefully not much of that needs to be explained. And right now I'm just going to kind of fix up some parts that we forgot to fill in and little things like that. Alright guys, so now I want to add in some kind of arm wraps for our character. Throughout this tutorial, I'm going to kind of like hide them and unhide them randomly because I actually didn't know whether or not I wanted to include this in the final version of the model, but I did, so of course I'll show you how to do it. Now I'm just going to duplicate out a mesh from this part of her basically forearm area. That should be very simple for you guys at this point, hopefully. And I'm going to go into the shader editor. We'll use nodes instead of Stylized Asset Suite because remember to check out the shaders section of my complete beginner's tutorial. I think it's only like 5 minutes long or 5-10 minutes, something like that. But if you don't know anything about how nodes work, then you should watch that first really quickly. This is more of a complex pattern. We'll delete Principled BSDF, add in a wave texture, and you can see that's what it looks like. It has kind of this loop going around it, which is okay, but what I want to do is, since we just duplicated out this object, I want to unwrap it, so I'm going to go into edit mode, select everything, unwrap, and if we hit Ctrl T on the noise texture to get the mapping and texture coordinate nodes, we can switch it to UV, just like that. So now the wave texture is going to exist based on the UV coordinates of the model, and what I will do is add in a color ramp after that, switch it to constant, and then basically just have it as big as I want, as you can see on your screen there. What I'll do then is select everything and hit Shift D to duplicate these nodes, and on the second one what we want to do is change the rotation by 90 degrees or so, so just change it a bit. And the point is to kind of get these two to be going in opposite directions so that they crisscross. What we can do after that is drag out a maximum node, which is basically just going to take the maximum in any area of these two masks, and then you can see it basically just unites them together, and you can easily adjust the look after that. So what we want to do then is add in a mixed shader node. We'll use this as the FAC, and then pretty much in the second slot you just want to have a color node, so add in a color node. And then in the first slot you want it to be transparent, so just like that. Also remember to switch the blend mode from dithered to blended. It's pretty important, because otherwise the transparency will look a little bit weird. But anyways, after that I'm just going to mirror it. But anyways, you can rename that object to whatever you want, just like I did here. And I did the same thing for the thigh area, but to be honest, I actually didn't use this in the end, so we can just skip over that, as it's not even going to be part of the final character. So yeah. What I decided to do after that was I took the wrist wrap that we made and I duplicated it up so that it would go on top of this kind of checker pattern that we made. So you can see here I have it at the top going nicely. And that's going to just kind of like make it look a bit more interesting, which is nice, of course. Now the next thing I want to do is give her a necklace. So the way I'm going to do this is add in a circle object. And I'm going to reduce the vertices by quite a lot. Just bring it down a bit. And then if you position it around where her upper chest is, I'm just going to select everything and hit ES to scale in. And then I'll just select an edge on the side, hit E to extrude out. What we can then do is just delete the left half of this so we can add in that mirror modifier and only have to work on one side, and hopefully at this point I can just speed things up a little bit for you guys because this is very similar to all of the other modeling that we did in this tutorial up to this point. So yeah, you can see my point here is just to kind of get it extruded along her neck area, kind of just have it going back as a necklace would be. What you can then do is add in more loop cuts in between, just as I did here. And you can actually select those extra loop cuts that you add and just hit S to scale them out a lot. Make sure you have individual origins as your pivot point when you do this, otherwise it'll be weird. And you can see just like that, it kind of has this nice chain pattern now, even though it's not real at all. But doing something like this is just good and nice. With that done, I'm going to add in a solidify modifier to just give it some thickness, and we can add in a material as well to give it a base color. I'll also give it an object outline, and just like that we have a nice necklace going. Of course, I'm going to kind of switch this up a bit. You'll see later. I kind of switch it to something like a sort of cross instead of a circle at the bottom, but that was just a design choice that I made later. As usual, you want to make something exist first, then you can refine it, change it, make it perfect later. Over here I drew in, pretty randomly, a sort of tattoo on her side, because I just wanted to kind of make it look a little bit cooler from a side view, so that's why I did that. But of course that's just like a funny kind of little detail, nothing too important. Anyways, so at this point what I want to do is actually add in some lighting for our body. We've added in the lighting to all of the clothing items, but not to the body. So I'm just going to add that in, and you'll notice immediately it looks horrible, so let's just set steps to 1. Let's play around with the light slider / controller until we can't push it back anymore. So just like that. And then for the shadow value, I'm going to switch it to multiply instead of mix, so that we can multiply the shadow by a color. So I'll use red, and I like to kind of just increase that a lot. And if you increase the colorized shadow influence, you can set the shadow color to be more colorized to red, or multiplied by red I should say, which makes things look a lot nicer. Now you'll notice the face might look a little bit weird, which is normal. So I generally like to use something called custom face lighting in my cinematics, which is for the face of my character, I'll generally manually refine the lighting on the face as the scene progresses, and I can make changes as I need to, but to make things easy for ourselves for now, what we can do is we can actually just remove the lighting from the face temporarily so that that area won't look strange at all. And of course you can always adjust it later if you want. So I'm going to go down to this mask settings area, and in the add light mask, what it basically does is we can create a mask that's going to allow us to remove shadows in any area, or add light I guess you could say. So I'll just create that new image texture, enable it, and if you go to that image texture, just select it at the top. You can then basically just texture paint in your shadow to be custom, and just like that, I'm going to kind of just remove it from the face area for now. Of course, when I actually make an animation with this character or want to use like a different lighting scenario, that's when I'll, turn this off, I'll actually use the lighting. And if I need to refine any area because it looks weird, I'll just manually kind of paint in for that specific frame or so. That's how I kind of do it personally. But of course there's a lot of ways that you can do it. I'm very, very artistic, so I just like to always have that refined control and be able to adjust the lighting however I want all the time. And so yeah, if you move around your sun now, you still might have some weird shadow areas on your face, because there may be certain areas that you forgot to fix with the add light image texture that we made. So you can see here, I'm just going to kind of just remove it from the face area totally, and that's just going to make our lives a bit easier for now. Alright, so at this point we've been using a blue background all this time, but I want to add kind of like a nice gradient background just to set the stage a little bit. So I'm going to add in a plane, and we can just scale this up quite a lot. And to be very honest, you could have used Stylized Asset Suite to make this gradient that I'm going to make here, but I did it using nodes for some reason, so we'll just do it this way. You can see I added in a color node first, and then after that, I just scaled up the plane even more. And what I want to do is add in a gradient texture. We can hit Ctrl T to get the mapping texture coordinate. Hopefully at this point I don't need to explain how to use a gradient texture, because we've done it many times throughout this mini-series already. But basically you can see here I'm just connecting it up, and if you use the gradient as the FAC, you can have a different color in the white areas, and then in the black areas it can just be the color node that you have set. So just like that, I created a gradient going from kind of yellow to pink, which I think is nice and pleasing. Now, one detail I added, but ultimately removed at the end, was I added in kind of like a bow tie at the top. So I'm just going to go through this quickly, because ultimately it's a detail that I did not end up keeping. But you can see here, I kind of did make a bow tie like this and try testing putting it at the top of her headband, but it's not necessary. Okay, so for her neck bracelet, or whatever you want to call it, I wanted to add some kind of white holes in it, or white dots, and so in order to do that, I'm just going to add in a draw switch paint one color effect, and since we unwrapped this with the rest of her top clothing, we can just use that top pink's image texture that we made previously. And of course it's not going to be pink, we're going to set the color to white, but the point is we can reuse that image texture, because since this object was unwrapped with all those other objects, there's not going to be any overlapping when we try to texture paint on this one, and so we can give it its own custom color or whatever, because Stylized Asset Suite lets us do that. So you can see here I'm just drawing in white dots, and from there I'm just going to refine some small details throughout the model. So for the tank top, I realized it might be cool to test having a gradient from top to bottom, like we did for some of the other clothing in this character. So I'm going to go into the base color node group, and of course I already explained this process at the beginning of one of the episodes of this series, but of course we're just adding in that gradient texture node, kind of rotating it so that we have it going from top to bottom. And then we're going to connect it up, of course, with the mix node, put the gradient texture into the FAC, and then we can use the hue saturation value node to dictate the bright and dark areas. The top is for the black areas and the bottom is for the white areas. So let's reconnect that up. And now we're going to be able to control the brightness and darkness very, very easily, just like this. To be honest, I didn't find it to be that powerful, so I didn't really play with it that much. But either way, it's a nice detail to test because, testing is all about the process in design. Anyways, I actually took this bow tie that I made earlier and just set it to a sort of dark red color and used it above the socks. It's a very simple thing to model and it's not really a big detail at all, so this is optional, but it was something that I added and kind of tested, so yeah. And anyways, after that, I kind of just worked on the tattoos a little bit more, as you can see here. You'll see here I'm kind of working on outlining the kitten design that I kind of made in the center. I also added in these kind of arm wraps on her side, which ultimately I didn't think looked good, so I'm going to remove them, and so you guys can just totally ignore that. Pretend it's not there, because it was just something I was testing, but yeah. You're going to see here I just keep on trying to refine the design here on the tank top a little bit, really because since it's something in the center of the character, you want to be careful and make sure it kind of looks nice. Oftentimes our eyes are kind of drawn to the center of things, so just keep that in mind. It's pretty important. You don't want like everywhere in your character to be super detailed and then, the center just looks flat, so that is an important thing to remember. Okay, now one cool thing we can add to make our scene look nicer is we can go to our Compositing tab and add in a lens distortion node, and just like this you can adjust the settings so that we get a little bit of nice lens distortion now for our scene, which is going to kind of give that nice look. But anyways, after that, the point is going to be to just kind of look at your character and do what you can to improve the design, and of course that's going to involve looking at images of characters you're inspired by, and from there, since basically all of our shaders and stuff are built at this point, it's just about refining the design. That's really what the main thing is at this point, getting it to look better, and that's why I always preach how like those observational abilities are so important. Now for the jeans, I decreased the saturation in the bottom part of the gradient, so that's just something I did here. And of course later I'm going to switch the pant color to red, but for now still blue, but that will not last forever. For our hair, I actually also added a gradient going from bottom to top, but I mean, it was honestly so trivial and like barely had any effect, to the point where I was thinking to not even include this part in the video, but just so you guys know, I did add a gradient so that the hair is a little bit brighter on the bottom than at the top. Once again though, it's just like, because our hair is mostly black, the gradient is hard to see kind of, and doesn't really affect anything that much. Either way though, it's something you can add if you want. For the hair as well, I actually added in another Draw Stitch Paint one color effect, because I wanted to add in blacks for the hair to outline certain areas. So just like we've done with all other objects adding in blacks, I'm just doing it for the hair now. The reason I didn't do this earlier or in the hair episode is because naturally these are things that you just kind of realize as you go in the character. It's like once you make the design for the clothing, you kind of see, okay, maybe I can make the hair better by doing this. So really guys, it's just an experimental process. That's why it's good to have confidence when using these tools and stuff like that in Blender, because once you have confidence with the tools, you can kind of be more loose and experimental and whatnot. So yeah. And once again, you're going to see me kind of just going randomly throughout the model, adding in small changes and details to really see how far I can push it. That's another thing, is like sometimes you can see how much you can get away with when it comes to adding in black outlines and stuff like that before it starts to look a bit weird. So that's another principle of design that I always kind of live by. Now, for the jeans, we can do something cool by adding in something called the Stylized Grunge effect. So, of course, this is in the free version as well, guys. You can add in Stylized Grunge, just like that, and you're going to see basically what it does is it gives us a kind of instant texture for our jeans, and you can adjust the dark areas. There's all these settings here. It's very intuitive to use, so there's not much I have to explain on that front, but if you guys have the pro version though, I like to use something also called the metallic slash glossy effect, which I added recently. And if you add this, what it kind of does is gives you a kind of reflective type of texture. So it's kind of similar to Stylized Grunge, honestly, but there's just more effects, and it's actually made from metal. That's the purpose for it, but it can honestly work surprisingly well for any object. So honestly, either one is good. You can use Stylized Grunge or metallic slash glossy. It doesn't really matter. Now, back to her headband. At this point, what I wanted to do was add in bunny ears instead of having the bow tie. So this was obviously a change that I decided to keep in the end. The modeling is going to be extremely simple, so hopefully I don't have to explain much. It's just a plane adding in a solidify modifier. I'll inset and hit Alt S to kind of bring it back a bit. I'll give it a base color of white, and I'll do more on that later, but the base shape is there now, which is good. Okay guys, so what I want to talk about now is something interesting called rim light effects that we can add onto all the objects. So with Stylized Asset Suite, it's actually very easy to do this. If you just go to the Stylized Light Dynamic effect, you can go to the rim light setting and just enable it and play around with it very, very easily. So I did that on the skin and then also on the shoes and socks. You'll notice I enabled it as well. So the process is the same, it's just in the Stylized Light Dynamic effect, you can enable the rim light setting, which is going to make it have a nice lighting on the side, or basically wherever the shadows are, and you can play around with that. So I don't know if I got it on camera exactly, but the point is, for pretty much any object that you have, you can enable this rim light on it. So I have it on the hair, for example. You'll notice I have it on the tank top. So even though I maybe at some points didn't show it on screen that I enabled it, just keep that in mind, guys, that I did enable it for the objects and on the skin as well. And for the shoe area, I also forgot to add any sort of proper shoelaces at the top, so I'm just going to add in a plane and model that very quickly. To model something like this, I'm just going to scale down the plane quite a lot. I'll add a loop cut in the center and just kind of start extruding out, pretty much just making a loop shape. That's really the only point. You don't have to make it that realistic, honestly, since it's not going to be super close to the camera, and even if it is, it's not like the hugest detail in the world, of course. So you can just keep that in mind. I'm also going to add in a mirror modifier so that I can reflect this, and I'm just going to delete the edge that is on the left side so that we can actually have it mirrored perfectly. And with that done, I'm just going to apply the mirror modifier, and then I wanted to add some more laces kind of going off of this, so I just duplicated out a face. Hit E to extrude a few times, did Shift D and Control MX to duplicate that. Don't overthink this though, guys, it's not really a big detail that much. Just try and model a looping shape. You don't even need to use mirror modifiers if you don't want to for modeling that, but yeah. Anyways, once it's done, I'll just reflect it to the other side. I'll add in an object outline as well, and now we have some nice kind of shoelaces going. With that being done, it's just going to be some more slight detailing, like on the tank top here, I might add in some more black outlines to things, just kind of pushing things a little bit further, but nothing too crazy. I like to really just look at things from a distance and kind of see how it looks, and then zoom in and try and refine things a bit, so I'm sure at this point you guys can kind of see me doing that a lot, but it's just very, very habitual for me. You'll see here for the sock, I think I mentioned this previously, but I added kind of like another stripe randomly to the bottom of this sock, which wasn't necessary, but I don't know, I kind of just felt like adding another one would be cool, and would maybe balance the colors a little bit better, so that's why I did that. You'll see here I was still being indecisive with how I wanted the pants to be. Right now I had the base color at a bright blue. Really, like, a big part of making this character was deciding the pants color. So you'll notice sometimes I have the gradient muted, sometimes I have it unmuted, because I was just kind of like struggling to decide between either one. And anyways, I went back to the shoe holes here and added some black in between them because I realized that's how it's supposed to look realistically. having it just like fully white there was not as realistic, so yeah, I just wanted to refine that detail a little bit. On the pants, I decided to add another nice detail, which is kind of like a white star, using that image texture that we have for, you know, when we drew the rim of the pants to be white, I'm just using the same image texture there. I also added in kind of a fake chain going on the pants. This is something you can model as well, but it can get a little bit annoying sometimes when it comes to rigging, so oftentimes, if you can just texture paint something in, it can be better than modeling it. But of course, modeling will always give you the highest quality of detail. So really, it's just a choice that you can make on your own, and yeah. For the hair, what I also did was I glossed over the highlights a bit, so I went back to our hair highlights image texture, and just very lightly tapped over the highlight areas to kind of make it a little bit more glossy. So it's hard to notice, but if you look closely, you'll see what it does is kind of just makes them a little bit nicer and more glossy, or reflective, I guess you could say. I'll also add in some extra blacks around these bottom areas for the pink at the bottom. So that's another little detail I'll work on. And from there, once again guys, it's just kind of like more details at this point. Working throughout the model, anything that kind of looks uncooked, I guess you could say, I just try to kind of make it look a bit nicer. For her ears, I wanted to also add earrings because that's kind of a nice part for characters, is adding in earrings. So I'm just going to add in a bit of a circle and just go into edit mode, hit ES, give it a white material. No need to make it too complicated unless you want to. And I'll just reflect it to the other side of the character, just like that. Over here, I went back to the face briefly because I wanted to make it look a bit nicer. I kind of felt like from a distance, the face could be improved, so I made the eyelashes a bit thicker so that they'd show up better from a distance and feel more beautiful. So that was just a small change, but definitely useful. Now you'll notice here, the colors of the character kind of changed a bit, and that's because I was testing using a darker pink color on the tank top. That's the main change that I made here. And also on the shoes, instead of using a bright pink, I kind of switched it to a darker pink. So once again guys, just all about testing. There's actually nothing really different here in terms of the design, even though it looks different. It's just that I kind of changed the pink colors to be darker. And I was also testing using a darker jeans color. So that's really the only change here. I really like to include things like this because I just always want to show that like it's an iterative process and it's not supposed to be like super linear and you know, you do like one thing and you're totally done. It's a little bit of a back and forth. So yeah. You can see here I even added a stylized grunge to the socks, which I thought was kind of cool. Earlier I talked about the lens distortion node in the compositor tab. I kind of removed it for a little while, but I added it back here because it does kind of make things look a bit nicer, I think. So whether you want to have that or not is up to you, but I think it's cool to add. And I highly recommend it, honestly. So for a little while here, it's just going to be more small details that I do throughout the model. Like for example here, for the tattoo, I kind of tested adding in some more darkness in between them, just kind of seeing how it's going to look. The main thing with the tattoos was just kind of like trying to make sure I didn't do too much. For the belt, I realized I never added any proper kind of like metal thing or hook, I think that's what it's called. So I just added that in over here. As you can see, just a very simple model. And then for the pants, I also drew in more design by adding in another white star on the right side this time. On the hair over here, you'll notice that I added in some more highlights at the bottom. I unfortunately didn't get that on camera completely, but I mean, we did the hair highlights for the top and the sides, so it was literally the same exact process as what we did in the hair video. So yeah. On the bands that she has on her arm, I decided it would be a good idea to draw in some whiteness kind of going around it, or white dots I should say, so I just added in a texture paint / draw one color effect, and I reused the top pinks image texture since remember we unwrapped this with the other top parts of the body, and we only need to do this on the bottom one because the top one was duplicated from this. So of course it actually has the same exact material, same everything. There's not really anything to care too much about with that. I'm going to once again re-enable the gradient on the pants. Still at this point I was kind of deciding whether I wanted to have it or not, so you'll still see me kind of messing around with that a bit. Over here you'll see I kind of played around a little bit more with the tank top and the gradient going from top to bottom. So I finally kind of conceded here and made it so that it's darker on the bottom and brighter on the top a little bit, because I realized that makes it look a little bit nicer. For the arm wraps here, you'll see I kind of just randomly selected an edge at the bottom and hit E to extrude out. The reason I did this was because it kind of makes the silhouette a bit more recognizable and interesting. Otherwise the arms just kind of are like default and don't have anything coming off of them. So that's why I made that design choice. For the pants here, you'll see I finally kind of started to decide how I wanted it to look here by just desaturating the bottom. That was really the main thing. And from there you can see everything is looking a lot nicer now than it did 10 minutes ago. I realized for the socks too, I never added a gradient from top to bottom for them, so I'm just going to do that now here as well. Once again, hopefully don't need to really explain this because we've already done it so many times, but yeah, I just added in that gradient. You can see I overdid it a little bit here at first. The bottom is like a little too dark, so just don't overdo it. Back to her face briefly, I added in kind of a highlight on the lips by just basically removing red in a certain area on the lips on the right. So that's a tiny detail, but just kind of a nice thing to add. You'll notice for the necklace, I didn't have this on camera, but I switched it to a black color overall and kind of changed the design at the bottom a little bit. I also recommend for black objects, it's good to give it a white outline instead of a black one, so you can change the color for that. One thing I highly recommend you guys do also for the hair is if you go into local view, you can go onto your black image texture and kind of just paint it black in the interior part of the hair, which is going to make it look a lot nicer in terms of there being like a nice depth for your hair in the center of it, or kind of like behind her face, I should say. So highly recommend doing that if you haven't, but that's just going to make it look a lot nicer overall. And from here I'm just going to refine the hair a little bit more. I was thinking I could kind of push the streaks to make them a little bit longer, so that's why you'll see me here just using the fingertip brush and messing with it a bit, but not really anything too substantial in terms of changes at this point. With the design looking decent at this point, I wanted to now kind of switch the background color a little bit to just refresh our eyes so we could see it in a new setting. And I was satisfied at this point, but still wanted to kind of refine some things before finishing. Regarding the background, if you want, you can actually hit Shift A to add in a grease pencil stroke. And if you switch the color to white, or honestly any color that you want, you can just draw in some nice really patterns that just go behind her. So I want to draw in hearts like this. And if you go back into object mode, you can duplicate them around, which is pretty cool. I want to also add in kind of my signature. So you'll see I just kind of did that there. Really not like a big detail or any important thing, but if you want to kind of like display your character for purposes of social media, this can be a nice thing to add in the background, just a nice touch. Now one other thing is for these bracelets I have on her thigh, I wanted to give them the white dots in the center like we did for her neck bracelet and for the arms as well, for those armbands. But the issue is they are not unwrapped, so what we can actually do is just unwrap them, and then at this point hopefully you guys know how to kind of add something to an unwrap. I explained that at the beginning of one of these tutorials in the series, but after they're unwrapped, what you can do is add them to the unwrap that we made for the bottom part of our character. So I'm just going to select the socks and shoes and these thigh bracelets, just go into edit mode on them, and then we can pack in the unwrap that we just did for either of them, like that. And now we can actually reuse that bottom pinks image texture that we made. So let's just use that, and then we can add in the dots just by texture painting like that, and that's going to look nice. Now over here on the belt, I kind of wanted it to pop a bit more from a distance, so this doesn't make any sense up close, but I mean, it does make the design look better. So what I did was I removed brown from areas around the holes in the belt. It kind of gives it like a nice metallic feel from a distance and adds more shine to that area. It just makes it stand out more, so that's why I did this. Really, it doesn't make sense up close, but just from my distance it's nice, so that's why I did that. You'll also notice there's some other small details, like for example, I kind of added like an extra tattoo on the legs at the bottom as well as the top. But it was just like a very, very simple type of star design, so nothing too crazy or new there whatsoever. You can of course knock back the opacity of your tattoos if you need to. Okay guys, so now we're going to make a change that's really quick, but it goes a long way, which is shifting the hue and saturation and value and also adding some contrast. So I'm going to show you how to do it in the shader editor first, because we have a lot of effects on our stylized asset suite, and in the free version I think it breaks after like 10 effects. So let me just show you how to do this in the shader editor for your skin, and then I'll continue after that. So if you go inside where your nodes are, at the end of the chain where the material output is, you can just hit Shift A and type in hue, saturation, value. So let's add that. And then for this, it's really just totally up to you how you want to adjust it. I shifted the hue down a little and used like 0.48 and saturated it a little bit more, so I hit 1.17 for saturation. And value, I just increased the brightness a little bit, so I set this to like 1.12. And then from there, I actually kind of like decreased the factor a little bit as well. This is kind of like the percent of how strong it is, so that's something I did too. And you can also add in a Shift A and type in RGB curves. Let's find that. And if you add this in, you can basically just create contrast by doing this. Drag down the bottom point here and the top up here. And from there, you can basically just adjust the factor of this, which is how strong it's going to be. So generally, I like to use, once again, just like a lower value, like 0.55 maybe. And with this, it's going to add extra contrast. And you know, you can shift the hue, saturation, and value as well for your model. So yeah, that's important to know. So yeah, just do that for your model. You can see here I did it using the Stylized Asset Suite by adding a hue, saturation, value effect, and I'll also add in a contrast effect. Once again, it's literally the same thing as what we did with the nodes, but just kind of like the add-on version, so use whatever way works for you. And doing this, the reason we do it, of course, is as you can see, it adds a lot of nice contrast to the model. At first it looks a little bit overcooked, but when you kind of reduce the strength of the effect a little bit, or the visibility, it starts to actually look nice overall. And anyways, with that done, one other little detail that I added was a kind of bag on the side of our character's shorts pretty much. So you can see here I just used a basic cube to do this and kind of just really simple type of modeling. So not much to say here really. I just felt it might help the silhouette a bit for the pants to make it more recognizable and cool looking. So that's why I added it. And initially I just gave it a sort of gray base color and added in some lighting to it, just like we've done before with all the other clothing accessories, and I thought it looked a little bit nice, so I decided to keep it. Now, unfortunately, this was off camera, but I did model it a bit more by just kind of like deleting the top and then extruding out a sort of, I guess you could call this, what's it called? The thing at the top of the bag. I hope you guys can understand what I mean. I unwrapped it as well, and for the material or shader, you can see here I just kind of drew in some white color throughout it, and also for the Stylized Light Dynamic effect, I enabled the rim light feature, so that's also important. But besides that, nothing much. Really just a basic object overall. For modifiers, we have a solidify, subdivision, and outline. I then went down to the shoes and added a little bit more detail on it, so just some more black lines to kind of improve the detail a little bit. Of course, it's not the most important part of the character, but still good to have attention to detail. Now, one change that you guys are going to see that I did not end up keeping, but kind of left there for a while, was that I added in a little bit of blue above the pink on the hair. So I want you guys to just completely ignore this, pretend it's not there, because ultimately in the end for the design in this character, I decided it was just like a little too much, so I removed it. But yeah, just keep that in mind, wanted to let you guys know. Anyways, I wanted to improve the face a little bit more, so the way I did that was just kind of by increasing the size of the eyebrows at least a little bit. The thing is, when you look at it from a distance, the size of the eyebrows kind of looks smaller than it does up close a little. So that's the reason why I do that. And from there, there's not really anything else to do. You might see here, I still was tweaking colors, like trying to set the pants to blue, but I didn't like it that much in the end. And so eventually I switched the pants color to be red, kind of just like a regular sort of red color. I could even saturate it more, kind of looks cool. But besides that, nothing else is different here. I turned off the blue for the hair. For the arm wraps, I re-enabled them, and As you can see here, I added in some pink at the top and bottom, but hopefully at this point of the mini-series, you guys know how to do something like that. So as you can see here, it was just another draw/paint one color effect. Also around here, for the thigh area, I did add in kind of a buckle sort of thing, so that was just one little extra change that I added. But besides that, we are done with this pretty much. And now we can move on to the rigging part. Just one notice though guys, when we rig, you might see the pants are still blue and the hair has blue, and that was because I hadn't decided at that point the color I wanted it, so just ignore all of that. Hey guys, welcome to this rigging part of the mini-series. Now for rigging, of course, there's a lot that can be said. As for this video, I included for the next 5 to 10 minutes or so, kind of like an introduction to how rigging exactly works in Blender, and then after that we'll get into actually rigging the character. If this is your first time ever rigging, don't worry if you mess stuff up the first time, because I did when I was a beginner with rigging, so feel free to repeat any part if you need to. Let's get into it. Okay guys, to give you a basic understanding of how rigging works, I'm going to use this plane that I made really quickly. It's just a very simple plane with a bunch of faces on it. So if we hit Shift A, we go to Armature, and if we add a single bone, what we get is something called a bone. And a bone is something, if you hit Control Tab on, you can go into what's called pose mode, select the bone, and you can rotate it, you can move it, you can scale it, and bones are the things that actually will deform your model, okay? So I'm gonna hit Tab to go into edit mode, and Tab to go into edit mode is basically how we edit the bone and position it in the first place. So for this plane, for example, if I just, I don't know, select the bottom, hit GY to go all the way back, and maybe bring this down, let's see, like this. Maybe I can bring it all the way to the end over here. I'm just going to select this bone and right click subdivide, and you can actually set the number of cuts right here very easily. So let's try increasing this. And now you can see we have 5 bones kind of going along this plane, which is pretty cool. So what I want to do is to basically make it so that we can deform the plane with these bones in pose mode. Now the way we do this is we take the plane, we shift click the armature object, okay? And if you do Control P, you can get something called with automatic weights. What automatic weights does is it will assign influence of each bone onto the object that you have selected. So let's try this and see what it does. Automatic weights. If we go into tab now to go to pose mode, you can see we can now actually basically adjust the plane based on these bones. And the way that this actually works is if you see each bone up here on the top left, you can see each bone has a name, right? So we have bone, bone.001, bone.002, bone.003, and so on and so forth. Of course, you can rename a bone with F2. But the point I want to make is the reason this works is because if we select the object, go into edit mode, we can go into the vertex groups tab here, and you'll see we actually have each bone as a vertex group. So each bone has assigned influence, and the way Blender does it is it kind of just like creates a vertex group for each bone and assigns what vertices should be for that one. So to explain this in a more visual way, what you can actually do is go into something called a weight paint mode, and now this is going to allow you to see the weight of each bone. So as you can see, if I scroll through this, like bone here, this corresponds to bone 01, this is the second bone, third bone, fourth bone, fifth bone, and so on and so forth. And pretty much that is how it works. I want to talk to you about something called weight painting now. So if we select our armature, shift select the plane, and we go back into weight paint mode, you can actually alt click on each bone and use your brush to kind of paint influence wherever you want. And this is something that can be useful sometimes. We'll do it towards the end of the rigging chapter, but it's just something I want you guys to be aware of, is that you can alt click any bone and you can actually adjust the influence. And in edit mode on this plane, another way to adjust things instead of using weight paint mode is if you go up here, you can actually check on vertex group weights, which is going to show you any vertex group weights in edit mode. So now you can actually adjust it, like if I want to select the first bone, I can just select any faces and remove influence just like that. So just like that, you can kind of change the influence of each of these vertex group that are assigned to each bone. So I hope that made sense. You can watch that like a couple times if you need to. But that's the basics of how rigging works. One other thing I want to tell you guys is for each bone, let's go into pose mode. If you go down here to the bones tab, you'll see something called deform. This is basically just whether or not the bone is enabled or disabled to affect the model. So for example, all of these bones have deform enabled, but if I disable deform on this, so let's disable it, you'll see now it doesn't do anything. But if we re-enable it, now it does something. So that's just important to keep in mind. Alright guys, now the last thing I want to talk about is something called parenting with empty groups instead of automatic weights. So generally I just told you that for bones What we usually do is we select an object, shift select an armature, and do Control P with automatic weights. But you can also use something called empty groups, and what that's going to do is it's going to parent it, but it won't assign any influence automatically. Instead, what you have to do is you have to go into edit mode on your object, and in the vertex groups tab it's going to create the groups, but you can actually assign whatever influence you want. So if I want to assign all of this to 1, I'll assign it like that. And you can see the vertex group is called bone, which corresponds to this bone that we have here. See, same name. And now you're going to see it affects it. So that's just the last thing I wanted to say, and now we can get into rigging. Make sure you install the Rigify add-on. It's free and comes with Blender. You just have to go to Edit, Preferences, and then go to Add-ons, type in Rigify, and it will be there, but that's what we're going to use, so just make sure you have that installed. Alright guys, so to begin, I generally like to turn off the wireframe view on the objects that I have in my model, so I'm just going to do that really quickly, as you can see here. Doing this just kind of makes things a little bit easier to see overall. I'm also going to hide the background so that we can just focus on our character. Now I'm going to hit Shift A, go to Armature, go to Rigify Meta Rig, and find Human. Then what you can do is you can take this and just scale it up quite a lot. I'm going to position it into place, just kind of like around the same height as the character. You can move it down if you need to do that. But the point is we want to now just put all of these bones into place. Generally, it's actually quite intuitive for what each bone should be. So you can see here, these are like the feet that I'm working on first. Also, you guys should remember to enable symmetry at the top. So when you move a bone on one side, it'll do it on the other side as well. So just make sure you do that if you need to. And then over here, you can see there's this thing at the back of the foot. And that one you just want to kind of position a little bit behind the back of the foot. Next, I'm going to move up to the knee area, and of course for that you just want to kind of position the bones around the knee, and then the top ones should be back a little bit more, but near the hips. And don't worry about getting everything perfect. You're going to see here, by default it's actually already pretty good in terms of the position of each bone, so you can see I'm working on the spine bones here. And now over here is the breastbone, so you can just position that kind of like at the front of it, as I did there. Now I'm going to take the shoulder bones and move them into place as well, so as you can see here, I'm just moving them in, kind of positioning them so that they go horizontally, but like a little bit diagonally as well. And now over here, I'm going to start positioning in the elbow and the arm bones as well as a whole, so just put them into place. Specifically for the arm bones, you want them to kind of be aligned properly. So you can see here, I'm just trying to align them so that they kind of have like a square shape from a side view rather than a diamond shape. So just keep that in mind. That is important. But overall here, I mean, it's just what I'm doing on my screen here, guys, and you guys can follow along. Nothing too crazy to say, really. So over here you can see I'm doing the palm bones. For a lot of these bones that are connected, you want to make sure that you kind of select everything. So don't like select the head of one bone and make things like disconnected. If things are connected, it's usually for a reason, so you want to make sure you keep them connected. So yeah, because otherwise you might get some issues when you do the actual generating of the rig. Now regarding the fingers, there's a lot that can be said about like finger topology and how you should rig the fingers. But what I'm going to do here is so that things are easy to see, I'm just going to disable the outline modifier. And the problem with our fingers is that for each knuckle there's not really enough geometry for it to deform well. So what I'm going to do is just this process you're going to see on my screen where I select the top edge of each knuckle and do Control B to bevel and have one cut in between, so just like that. And then I'm going to just merge the vertices at either end of them. So just like this here, it's hard to explain exactly, but I'm keeping it in a good pace so that you guys can see on your screen what I'm doing. And then at the edge at the bottom, you want to bevel again, but don't put a cut in between it this time, so scroll down to 0. And then once again, you can kind of just merge the vertices at the end. So I'm going to do that for every single finger here. Doing this, the reason why it's good is because it kind of just adds extra topology to the area and makes it easier for the fingers to actually bend properly. Because otherwise, if you don't do this, you might get some weird bending for your fingers that doesn't really look realistic. So yeah, I'm just going to do this for a while. Hopefully it makes sense and you guys can see on your screen, but that's what I'm going to do. Now for the thumb, what I ended up doing was just kind of adding loop cuts at the top and bottom of it instead of beveling, so that's another method that can work sometimes. I just wanted to make sure there was enough geometry in that area for the top of the thumb to bend properly, so yeah. Now the thing is, since we did this beveling and looping and all of that business, we now need to do it on the right side of our character as well. There's another way you can do it, which is you can select your hand, type in F3 symmetrize, and do +X to -X. And I'm just going to keep the one on the right selected, and do GX -1 to move it back, because there's an issue, which is that for some reason keeps the old hand here, so I'm just going to select all of it and delete it. Then move this one in. And to connect that up with the upper arm, we can just select these two edge loops and do M by distance, which is going to merge those vertices together, just like that. And now we've reflected it properly, which is good. So anyways, besides that, we can now just make some final tweaks to our rig and positioning, see if there's anything that you want to change anymore. But once again, if it's your first time, don't worry too much about getting it perfect. Okay, now I want to go up here to the face, so we're actually going to delete these face bones. So just select all of them, and the reason why is because we'll make our own face rig. So just select all of them. The way I like to do this is just by selecting with box select, and then I do like Control L, so that it will select anything connected to it too. So we really just want to get all of those face bones selected. And I'm going to do Control L again on those ear bones. So we're just going to hit X and then delete bones. So just like that, we don't have any more face bones. Now there's one other face bone we have to delete, which is if you go to the head over here, you'll see there's this bone inside of a bone, and you'll see it's called face up here. Let's just hit X and delete that as well. So now we don't have any more face bones, which is good, because we can just add our own ones later. It's going to be easier. So I'll take this head bone, I'm just going to move it to the top of the head. We'll go into side view. You can see we have wireframe on these hair pieces here, so it's hard to see, so I'll just disable that. Honestly, guys, what we can do is just select our model, and then select our rig and do slash to go into local view on it. And if we go into edit mode, we can just kind of do this without having to see anything else. So you'll notice here, the neck is a little bit too forward, so just like this. I'm going to position it like that. Move it down here maybe. And put this like that maybe. Let's see. So something like that I think is great overall. And so just like that, I think we are mostly done here. We can take one final look at it. I always recommend you guys do that. Just kind of like take a final look, see that everything is into place properly. So for example here, I think maybe we could bring this down a little bit like that. Take the hand bone, put it down a little. Overall though, you'll find Rigify is like very forgiving generally, so you won't have to be perfect with this. So do keep that in mind as well. And okay, so let's go out of local view now. And we can just select our rig that we have like this. I'll hit Alt-Z to go into X-ray mode. Now one issue that I just want to fix before we create the actual rig itself is you'll notice we don't really have a bend in the elbow, which is a problem. So we have to go into side view. Let's just go into side view like this, or near side view I should say. And we'll do GY to just kind of move this back a little. The reason you want a bend in the arm is because when the add-on calculates the inverse kinematics, you want it to be slightly bent like this shape. Whoops, like this shape for the arm. So we want to kind of do something like that here. Sorry, it's hard to see. Once again, I think I'll just go into local view so it's easier. But the point is, you can see here, we now have at least like a slight bend in the arm, which is going to be important. Maybe let's move this back even more just for good measure. But I think overall at this point, we have something that's definitely going to work. Yeah, that should definitely be good. And okay, so once again, out of local view, I'm just going to select our model for the rig. Let's do Control A, apply all transforms. It's important you do this before you generate the rig, because it will just kind of like apply all the transforms and make everything scaled evenly. Now if we go into the armature tab here, we can just hit generate rig under the rigify section, which is going to generate it. Now all we have to do when we have this rig, which you'll see the name up here is rig, we just need to take our body and then shift click the rig that was generated, and we'll do Control P with automatic weights. And what this will do is it will basically assign automatic weight to all of the bones corresponding to the skin mesh itself. So let's try doing that and seeing what it does. So if we select our rig now and do Control Tab to go into pose mode, you can see we can move some stuff around. And now you have yourself a basic rig. You might have some slight issues, like usually the square for the palm of the hand isn't going like horizontal like this, it's usually going more like this when I make my characters. Although it's not really a big deal, of course. Slightly annoying, but sometimes Rigify just acts a little bit weird. Besides that though, you'll notice if we move around like the torso for example, you can move around anything you want. You can do the legs as well. And if you move around your inverse kinematics for your arm, let's hit N to go to the N panel, go up here to where it says item. So if we hit the toggle pull button, what you're going to see that does is it gives us down here, it's kind of hard to see, but you'll see going from the elbow, we get this thing that's called the pull, and if we move it around, it will basically adjust the position of the elbow, right? So if we put it back here, and then we take our hand bone, and we bring it up, you can see now the elbow is going to just follow wherever this is. So we can do that on this hand here on the right side as well, toggle pull. Let's see what that does. Same exact thing, and you can just move it wherever you want, and move like that. Now, if you want to reset any of the bones in your character, just select pretty much whatever you want. So just like, if we want to reset the arm, let's just select everything for the arm. Let's do Alt-R, Alt-G, and Alt-S. What that does is it clears the rotation, location, and scale of everything we have selected, respectively. So that's what that does. Now, what we want to do now is we want to parent the socks, the shoe, the pants, all of that good stuff to the rig. So of course, I modeled this character to be simple, meaning there's not that much clothing, simpler type of clothing for this character. So we don't have to do like a crazier type of rigging. Now, I want to focus on the pants first. So for the pants, you can just take them, shift click the armature, Control P with automatic weights, just like that, and that's going to allow us to deform it. Now, I did this off camera. Unfortunately, my recording software crashed when I first did this, but basically what you're going to want to do is with these pieces here, we want to vertex parent them to the belt. So the way you can do that is just select your object. You can see I applied the mirror modifier on all of them and separated them as their own objects, but you just select this, shift select your pant, tab to go into edit mode, and you want to just select 3 vertices. So I selected these 3 over here. So with those 3 vertices selected on the belt, we can just do Control P. And that's going to basically just parent it to that area, right? And you might notice your belt kind of like jumps a little bit after you parent and you go back into object mode, but that's easy to fix. You can just kind of like move it back to where it was very, very simply, just like that. So just keep that in mind. And if you guys added a bag as well, I recommend vertex parenting this to the shorts. The way we can do that is shift clicking and doing the same exact thing. So I'm just going to select this vertice, and this one maybe, or maybe this one, this one, this one. Sometimes you have to test multiple, but I'll do Control P, and just like that, it's going to be parented now. So I did that with this iron piece here as well. Shift click, select 3 vertices, and then Control P, just like that. Same thing with these ones. I did the same exact thing over and over again. You just want to select the 3 nearest vertices, basically. So let's see how that looks. You can see just like that, it now deforms properly and very, very nicely. Now for this tank top that we have, we just want to select it, shift click the armature, and do Control P with automatic weights, and that's going to work out very nicely. Let's see how that goes. Just like that, very good. For this necklace, I'm going to do the same thing. Shift click, Control P, automatic weights. Let's see how that went. Okay. Very, very nice. We can do the same thing with this neck bracelet, so let's do Control P, automatic weights. Let's see how that goes. Yeah, pretty good. With the socks and this little piece here, I'm going to shift select both of them, shift select the armature, Control P with automatic weights. Let's see how that goes. Okay, and you can see guys off camera I actually already parented this with automatic weights, but basically, of course, you just want to select this, shift select all of these as well, these laces, and then shift click the armature and do Control P with automatic weights. Let's see how that went. Alright, pretty awesome. Now for these laces, I realized when I tried doing this at first, if I do Control P with automatic weights, it doesn't look that good for some reason. And the reason why is because of this kind of lace that we have going. So I'm just going to hit Control Z a bunch of times to undo this. Now, so the reason why this is happening, guys, is because this object is kind of disjoint. What I mean by that is these laces we have on the bottom, if I do Control L, you'll notice they're not attached to the main lace, right? And as a result, that's going to cause some issues when we rig. So the way we can fix this is if we go into Alt-Z X-ray mode, what we can do is first connect these two up together. So I'm going to select basically what is the top edge of either of these laces that are going on the bottom here. We can hit F to fill, which is going to fill them together. And now if we do Control L, you'll see these are all one linked type of mesh. But the issue is we still have this, if we do Control L, as one piece and this as another piece. So to fix that, what we can do is just kind of combine them up. I know it's a bit hard to see, so I do apologize, but what I can do is I'll take this and I'll hit GY just so it's easier for you guys to see. I'm going to do GY negative 0.1 or something like that. And we can basically just take the top of this and we want to shift select an edge on the main kind of loop and do F to fill, and I'll do the same thing here, F to fill. And then I'm just going to select everything and move it back into place. So let me select this. GY negative 0.1. Okay, so now if we take this and shift click the armature and do Control P with automatic weights, you're going to see it works nicely now, and the reason why is because nothing is disjoint anymore. It's all one mesh, right? And that's going to just make it a lot easier to work with. Now you'll notice for some reason when we try and move this around, this lace on the right side is moving for some reason. So what we're going to do is just select this, go into edit mode, select everything. In Vertex Group tab, we just want to search for foot, and we can select def foot.r and hit remove, and that should fix it. Let's see. Yep, it's fixed. There's still a little bit of movement here. I wonder why that is. Let me just check really quickly. Once again, guys, I know rigging can be a big sort of subject, so I don't want to make this crazier than it has to be. Okay, it looks like based on the items tab here, it says shin.r, so let's remove that. I'm just going to take this, remove. Alright, everything seems to be working now, so just do that, remove the influence from the shin and the foot on the right side if you're getting any such issues. Now the last thing for the foot, of course, is we have this piece here that we haven't done anything with, so let's shift click and do with automatic weights, praying for no issues here. Alright. Yep, looks good. The only issue we might have is it goes kind of down for some reason, but that's why I recommend adding in a mask modifier to mask out the foot like I did, so now you're never going to have that issue. Or you can of course just delete the foot entirely. Now if we take these two pieces that we have around the thigh and we parent it with automatic weights, it seems like there should be no issues whatsoever, but for some reason there are issues. It's just not like reacting properly for some reason. So this is just what happens with rigging sometimes, and it comes with experience, knowing just like the different ways to rig things so you can deal with any sort of issue like this that comes up. For this character, what we can do to fix that is we're going to basically just take both of these and let's parent it to this armature, but instead of automatic weights, let's use empty groups, which is going to parent it to the armature, but it's not going to assign any influence to anything. So let's do automatic groups, and you'll notice what happens is nothing is moving whatsoever. What we can do then is we can go into edit mode on this object, hit A to select everything, and we can manually parent it to the thigh bone. So go to the Vertex Groups tab, type in thigh here, and you can see thigh.r, which thigh.r is just kind of like the top bone that sort of exists right here that we placed, if you guys remember in the meta rig. That's what this thigh.r vertex group corresponds to. It corresponds to that bone. So essentially when we hit assign here, what we're telling Blender is we're saying, okay, we want you to assign the influence of that thigh.r bone to all of these faces that we have selected, and it's going to influence that completely. So let's hit assign on thigh.r, and let's go to this one, select everything, and let's assign on thigh.l. Now let's go into pose mode, let's see how that went. And just like that, you'll notice we've completely fixed it. And so yeah, now that issue is going to be solved, which is very nice. You might have to adjust the geometry a little bit of your thigh pieces as you move your character. That's the good thing about shape keys, if you don't know what shape keys are. But that's something we can talk about later. For now, we're doing great, so let's just continue this. Alright, so now we want to focus on the face and hair. So, since we deleted the bones for the face, if you guys remember when we were first making the meta rig, what we can do is go into edit mode on the rig. So just select the rig, hit tab to go into edit mode. And now if we hit Alt-Z, you'll notice we have like all of these bones in the character, which is a bit crazy. What you have to keep in mind is that all of these bones you're seeing when you go into edit mode are just kind of functional bones that Rigify generates that don't actually deform the character. And if we open this tab here, I'll just open it a lot. If we scroll down to where it says def, let's unhide this by clicking this button, and then let's star it so that it's the only thing we see. You'll notice what we have here is what the meta rig was originally that we placed, pretty much, and on this def layer, these are the bones that actually drive the deformation of the character. So think of it like when you enable the def layer, what you're seeing is the actual bones that are kind of like rigged to the mesh itself. And then all of these other bones that you see are just kind of like mechanical bones that move these around in interesting ways. That's how it creates like the inverse kinematic setup and all of that good stuff. Pretty much none of these bones up here that we're using, that the add-on generates, they don't actually deform the mesh. They just kind of like do operations on this deformation layer. And these deformation bones are the ones that actually drive the sort of skin to the mesh, if that makes sense. So what we can do is we're going to place some new bones for the face and the hair. Trust me, this is not going to be anything too crazy, so don't worry too much. What I want to do is I'm going to just position my 3D cursor somewhere on the face, so you can do shift right click like this. Let's hit shift A to add a new bone. And I want to shift click the head bone and do control P, keep offset, so that's going to parent this face bone that we're using here to the head bone. And from there we can just do RX 90, and from there we can just do like RX negative 90, and we want to start off by just parenting it to the eye area. So literally I'm just going to take this bone and I want to move it around to the eye area. So just like that, you place it and then you do shift D, and we can hit F2 and rename this to like defi.l. Let's enable symmetry as well over here, and we can just basically start placing these around the eye just like this. So you can use as many as you want, it's completely up to you. Don't worry about using too much because you can always like reduce it later. But just like that, I'm going to put multiple bones like this. Make sure you're not selecting anything like underneath it by accident. So yeah, let's do shift D, duplicate this up here. Now we can duplicate a bone down to where the mouth is, just like this. So let's move it into place. And we can do F2 and rename this to like defmouth.l or something like that. Let's do shift D and just duplicate this into place. If you want, you can even duplicate out a bone for the cheek just like this and just increase its size a bit. Let's call it defcheek.l. We can also make some bones for the eyebrows, so let's take this and put it up here. If you want, you can even make a bone for the nose just like this. And we can just call it def nose. We don't need a .l or .r because there's no right or left. And just like that, you can take any of the bones that you want to symmetrize. So I'm just going to select these. I'm going to select everything that we made for the eyes and the eyebrow. We can do F3 and type in symmetrize. Whoops. And let's see how that goes. Just like that, it's now going to be done. And we have basically a rig for the face now pretty quickly. One last thing you can do if you want is you can take one of these bones. So I'll just select like the nose one, do shift D. We can rotate it, scale it up a bit. Let's make it back here. We want to kind of rig the jaw as well, so I'm going to put it back just like this. Trust me guys, it doesn't have to be anything too crazy. Just generally put it to where the jaw is, which is going to kind of be like this for your character. The jaw will be somewhere here, then we go up, then we have the ear. Okay. So just like that, this is going to be the jawbone, and we want to take these mouth bones down here and parent them to the jawbone, so just do Control P, keep offset. Make sure you only have selected the bottom mouth bones, that's important, so just like that, it's going to be rigged up. And what I want to do now is reparent the skin to the armature, so I'm going to take the skin, shift select to the armature. And by the way guys, it doesn't matter what bones you have visible or invisible when you parent, don't worry about that at all. So let's just do Control P with automatic weights. And let's see if this worked. Yes, you can see now we can adjust very quickly the area for the mesh here. You'll notice some of the bones kind of might be finicky. You can always correct it with weight painting, so don't worry too much is what I'd say. Before we parent the eyebrows, I just want to say in terms of its geometry, it's kind of sparse. So what you can do if you want is add a loop cut going through it, which is going to give it a little bit more geometry. Even here as well, I think we can add a loop cut perfectly okay. And you'll notice having more vertices is going to make it easier to parent it to the mesh. So let's take that, shift click the armature, and then automatic weights. And just like that, you'll notice now we can adjust even this as well, the eyebrows. Okay, so now we want to do the hair. I don't want to go super crazy with hair rigging here. I want to keep it concise. So we won't have to place like a hair bone for literally every single strand. I think that would be a little bit excessive, and honestly, it would decrease performance by a lot, and the rig actually wouldn't even work as good. So what we're going to do is take a bone from the face to start out with. I'll just take the cheekbone, hit Shift D. We can rename this to like def hair.l, and just like that, I'm going to do exactly what we did with the face, but for the hair this time. So I'm going to move this up here. Let's do scaling up. Let's scale it up a little bit. Put it here. And now what I'm going to do is just kind of place some bones going down through the hair. Once again, you don't want to use too many, especially for if you're trying to go for something simpler. So I'm just going to put a handful of bones going down throughout this chain. You can duplicate out another bone once you're done with one strand. And don't worry guys, it's generally forgiving overall, just don't place like a million bones is what I'd say. Just try your best with this, as I'm doing here. For the front bangs, you'll notice they're not completely symmetrical, so honestly we don't need to use the .l suffix for these. We can just call it like def hair center. And then from there we can duplicate these around. Okay, so with everything placed, we want to now just select the ones that we want to symmetrize, which are these that we put on kind of like the side and back of the hair. So I'm going to do Control L and then F3, symmetrize, and that should have them placed nicely. So now we want to take the hair and parent it to the armature with automatic weights like we did with everything else. However, there's one issue, which is if you look here, we have these bones for the eyebrows that are like very close to the hair. Now this is going to confuse Blender because it's trying to assign weight from basically everything, right? So it's going to try to assign weight from these eyebrow bones and these hair bones as well, so some of the eyebrow bones are going to have influence on the hair. And that's just an issue we want to avoid, so we can very easily avoid this actually by just hitting tab to go into edit mode, and I'm going to select all of these face bones. So let me just select all of them real quick. And with all of my face bones selected, what we can do is do Shift W and hit deform. If we go down here to this box, we can set this to disable. Now what that does is it's going to tell Blender that we no longer want to use these bones as deforming bones. They're basically going to be turned off entirely. So if we were to go into pose mode, for example, and try to move them around, you'll notice now they do absolutely nothing because they're pretty much turned off. And since they're turned off, when we parent the hair to the armature, with automatic weights, it's not going to assign any influence whatsoever from these face bones. So yeah. Also guys, so that we don't have to keep on selecting them over and over again, what we can do is go up here to where it says face, and we can just hit assign, and that's going to assign all of these bones to the face collection. So if we ever want to in the future, we can just select this face collection, hit select. It's going to select all of them automatically. And so that's going to be awesome. And actually, before we do this, I want to just add a few more bones down here. So I'm just going to take these really quickly, duplicate them over like this. And then with that, I'm going to take this and symmetrize it, I think, just really quickly. Okay, so I think that's nice overall. And one last thing we have to do before we do this, we want to just apply the mirror modifiers on the bangs, just to make sure there's not going to be any issues. The reason I apply it is because when I animate eventually, I like to be able to adjust either side in edit mode if I need to, so it's not necessary, but I recommend it. So let's apply it like this, apply, and from there we can just select everything. Let's select everything like this, shift select the armature, and then Control P with automatic weights. Let's see how that goes. And so if you move things around, you'll notice overall, pretty good. If we select any bones, you can see overall this works quite nicely. For the hair, guys, by the way, it does not have to ever be perfect with the rig, because naturally, with jiggle physics, it's not something that moves so much, right? It's something that will move like this, but it's never going to be like this with jiggle physics, right? It's always going to be kind of like just a slight motion for the hair. So you don't have to be like super precise with it. If there's any area that you're unsatisfied with though, that you want to have like more bones, for example, like down here, for some reason this part isn't moving, there's multiple ways you can fix that. One is with what's called weight painting. So if we select our mesh, so if we select our armature, shift select the mesh, and go into weight paint mode, you can alt click on any of these bones and you're going to be able to actually just use your brush like this and increase weight in any area. And you can see now if we move this, it's going to work a lot better overall. That's an easy fix. You could also, of course, go back into edit mode, add more bones here, and then reparent with automatic weights, but honestly, I think that's a little unnecessary. So weight painting is a good solution for that overall. Once again, remember the hair bones, they're never going to move more than like this. They're just going to kind of wiggle. That's the point. You'll notice I also forgot about these little strands here, so if you have any little strands in your model, like I know I have this one here, let's just remember to parent that with automatic weights as well. And just like that, very nice, we're going to have the hair rigged overall. If you guys want with the ears, you can rig it if you want, or to be honest, you don't have to. You could just parent it directly to the head bone, but if you want to rig them as well, you can just take a bone from the hair. Let's just Shift D to duplicate it. Let's call this like def bunny ears.l, and literally we can just use like 3 bones for this. I think anything more than that would be excessive. So let's position this going to the top, like that. And we can just right click and do subdivide and increase the cuts to 3, just like this. So let's move that into place a bit better. And once we're done, of course, we can take this. I'll just move it so that it's nicely. We can just take this, select everything, F3, symmetrize once again. And then, of course, just parent with automatic weights like this. And now in the future, if you ever want to add jiggle physics for your bone, for the bunny ears, you can easily do. Alright guys, so now we should do some work on the eye area. What I'm going to do first is take care of these eyelashes. Now technically you don't have to apply the mirror modifier, but I'm going to do it here, because in the future I like to kind of make an eye closing and opening rig, and with that I can't have the mirror modifier on it, so I'm just going to apply these here. And what I'm going to do now is just select both of these objects, shift click the armature, and parent with automatic weights. And whoops, that's not going to do anything because we forgot to enable deform on our face rig. So let's go here, select it because we put it into a group, and let's do Shift W, deform, and enable. So now let's try that again. Let's select these two, shift select the armature, Control P with automatic weights, and let's see how that is going to go. Alright, very nice. So now you can basically just move this around as you like, very simply and easily. Now, one thing is, if we go back to, let's just say, our regular rig with the regular controls, the thing is, when we move around the head, you'll notice that the eyeballs don't follow at all, and that's a bit of an issue. So what we can do is, I'm going to go into render view here so it's easier to see. With this eye shadow globe object, honestly, we can just shift select the armature and do Control P with automatic weights, just like that, and now you can see it's going to affect the eyeshadow as well when we move it with the bones. And now for the eyeball itself, that you can see I have selected here, we don't want to parent it with automatic weights because it would just be kind of weird, right? We don't want these bones to actually affect the eye itself. That would just be a bit strange. So what we can do is shift select the armature, Control P with empty groups, okay? And now you'll notice that did not do anything. You can see it still doesn't move. So what we can do is go into edit mode, select everything, and let's type in spine.006. So in Rigify, spine.006 means the head bone, okay? So we can just select that and hit assign, and that's going to assign it full influence from the head bone. So just like that, you can see now it moves very nicely. And you'll notice these eye highlights are not following. So what we're going to want to do is vertex parent them to the cornea itself. However, the thing is, if we try to vertex parent to an object that has a mirror modifier on it, it's going to be weird. So let's just apply the mirror modifier like this, so it's now applied. And honestly, you can select everything with A and do P by loose parts, so now the eyes are separate objects, which is just going to make things more secure and safe for us when we do the vertex parenting. So I'm going to select this part here, shift select the eye, 1, 2, 3 maybe. These are closest. Let's select again and do the same exact thing with this one. Control P. And just like that, you'll see that's nice and parented now. Now, there's a lot of different ways that you can rig the eyes. You can use bones or you can use shape keys. In my masterclass, I go into both methods because knowing how to do the bones way can be important for exporting. But for here, we'll make something that's just like a simple shape key setup that's going to work for us. So selecting our eye, we can go to the vertex groups tab down here. I'm going to add in a new shape key like this. You'll see we have basis at first, which is just the original pose of the eye. And I want to add 4 shape keys. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And keep in mind, guys, basis is just the model without any shape keys applied to it, okay? And you'll see they're all set to 1 right now. I'm just going to select all of them by clicking and dragging down, setting it to 0. We want one to be called left, another to be called right, another to be called up, and another to be called down. So just like that. So for left, we can set it to 1, go into edit mode. We'll select a vertex at the center, do Control Numpad plus a few times. I'm going to do Shift S, cursor to selected in object mode, and set the pivot point 3D cursor. Now in edit mode, what we can do is do RZ to rotate the eye so that it goes left or right. So since we're doing left first, let's make it go left. Make sure you have proportional editing enabled so that you can kind of like change the fall off as you move the eye. So just like this, we're moving it left. And you just want to make it as left as you want. So I think something like that is good. Move it however you want. You just want to make a pose for looking left. Now what we can do is go right, so let's set this to 1. Make sure you have right selected. It's set to 1 and everything else is set to 0, and that's very important. Same exact thing we're going to do now. Right is a little bit easier because it's more, a bit more in. Okay, so that's right. Now let's do up. This is going to be easy. Let's do RX this time and go up. Alright. You do want to look at it from multiple angles, kind of, so that you know that it's good. Alright, so that's up. Now let's do down. We might have to adjust some of the texture painting around the eye to get this working well, but yeah. So that's down. So now we have left, right, up, and down. Now what we can do is just duplicate this over to the other eye. We can just delete this other eye actually. Take this one, we're going to set our 3D cursor here in the center of the face. So select a vertex, do Shift S, cursor to selected in edit mode like that. And we can take this, let's do Shift D, and then Control MX. Make sure you have your pivot point set to 3D cursor when you do that, and it's going to reflect perfectly. And now on this eye on the right, we have left, right, up, and down. So let's take our eyeshadow globe. Let's do GX -1 to move it back into place. And now you can control left, right, up, and down. You'll notice it kind of intersects with the eyeshadow globe, so what you can do is just select your globe, go into edit mode, select everything, and do Alt S to puff it out a little bit more. And that is probably going to fix the issue. Let's try. Okay, still not perfect, but a lot better. So let me just select it again, and do Alt S a little bit more. Just like that. Now the question you want to ask at this point, of course, is how do we put that to a bone? The answer is we're going to do that using drivers. If you don't know what drivers are, don't worry, it's going to be very simple. Let's go back into solid view now so everything's easier to see. Let's go into edit mode, and once again I'm just going to star the deformation layer so that's all we see. And honestly, we can just star the face layer so that all we see is the face bones, just like that. It's going to make things easier for us. Let's select one of these eye bones, okay? Do Shift D to duplicate it. And you just want to basically position it around the center of the eye. You can actually just go into edit mode, put your 3D cursor there, and then in edit mode here, do Shift S, selection to cursor if you want to position it directly, but you don't have to do that. Anyways, let's do GY to move it back. And you want to just move it back to where you can kind of get like a good position of where you'd want to have your eye controller. So I think around here is good. You can do S to scale it up a lot, just like that. And we can call this eye target.L and just move it back like that. And once you're done, you can do F3 symmetrize to symmetrize that over. So you might be wondering now, like, okay, that's cool, but how is this going to control the eye itself? Here's how we're going to do it. We're going to select our eye object, and you'll notice we have these controllers that we made, right? So we want to go into pose mode on our rig. Let's go into pose mode. Select the bone, go into the bone tab here, and we're going to basically rig it to the location controllers of this, alright? So first, let's right click here where it says location X that you can adjust very easily. Right click it, and do copy as new driver. Now let's go to our eye object, go to the shape keys tab, and where it says left, let's right click and paste driver. Let's see what that does. So you'll notice if we move it on the X-axis now, it kind of follows, which is really cool. So just like that. For you guys doing this, it might be really slow or really fast, more than you want. So what you can do is go here, right click this driver, go to edit driver, switch it from average value to scripted expression. And all you need to know, I don't want to get too complicated here, all you need to know is you can take this location value and multiply it by whatever you want. So if you want it to be faster, you can do 10, slower you can use like 0.5, so let's try that, 0.5. And you can see now it moves slower, and that is going to be pretty cool, right? So now what we can do is we can just take it from here, right click this, copy driver, and for right, let's paste it again. But the thing is, you're going to notice if we do this now it just works really weird. The reason why is because we want it to be when it goes negative, it moves the right shape key. So we can go to edit driver, and let's multiply this by a negative value instead of a positive value. So now basically what happens is when we move the bone negatively, it's going to affect the right controller, otherwise it'll do nothing. So once again, I know that might be confusing. You can either think about it a little bit, or you can just say like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing, I'm gonna follow that. Either way works, but this is just my process that I use, okay? So just like that, you're going to see now, it works very nicely. All we have to do now is the top and bottom, or up and down. So let's right click and copy the Z as a new driver. Let's go here. Let's paste this. For up, let's see how that goes. Nice. Now let's go to edit driver, scripted expression. Once again, let's multiply it by 0.5. I'll copy that over, copy driver, paste driver, edit driver, and we want to make sure this one is negative since it's going down, right? So when it goes negative on the Z-axis, it's going to pull down. And just like that, you're going to have an eye controller that you can play with. And now pretty much you just have to do the same thing for the one on the right. So I'm going to do that here quite quickly. Let's do X, right click, copy as new driver. Let's paste that for right over here. And I'm going to speed this up, and you guys can just do the same exact thing. Remember, if it goes in the wrong direction, you just want to multiply it by negative instead of positive to fix it. Okay guys, so now what we have is a nice eye rig going, where we can move the eyes around as we want. You'll notice we forgot to do the vertex parenting for these eye highlights here, so let's do that really quickly. I'm going to move the eyeshadow globe just away really quickly, so let's just do this fast. If you go into edit mode, by the way, and your thing moves, just make sure you have basis selected and it'll go back to normal, okay? So just like that, I'm going to parent these off. Let's do the same thing here. 1, 2, and 3. Parent that. Let's select this, back to normal, and boom, just like that, we have a pretty nice face rig going. Alright guys, so now if you want to make an eye closing rig, we can just do that. So the way we'll do it is actually very similar to how we did the thing with shape keys here and drivers. Once again, there's multiple ways you can do it. You can do it using bones to make an eye closing rig. You can make a shape key based eye closing rig. There's different ways to do things. But once again, we'll do a shape key based thing here. Now let's go to our skin model. Okay, so the base model. We're going to add in some shape keys. We need 2. And one's going to be eye close left. The other one is going to be called eye close right. Alright, so let's set these both to 0. For eye close left, let's set it to 1. And I want you guys to know before we do this, there's like a lot of different ways that you can approach kind of like the deformation of the eye. Some people like to add more loops going around the eye for additional control, so that's something you can do. Once again, we're making art. It's not, I know rigging can be annoying, but it is still a form of art, and it's not always a super exact science. And anyways, for a simpler character like this, I don't want to stress you guys out way too much, so I'm just going to go into edit mode here, and what we want to do is select some of these edges at the top of our model, and let's do GZ to bring it down, just like that. And we want to basically just kind of like bring down this eye area overall. So you don't need to bring it down all the way. I think something just like this is going to be good enough. Right around here. Or maybe even a little higher. Of course, it does stretch the more you bring it down, and that's why I was talking about if you add more loops going around the eye, you can kind of reduce that stretching. But anyways, for what we're making here, this is going to be good enough. I think let's move this forward a bit, look at it from a side view. I think something like that is going to be good. And let's just take these edges on the bottom here. Let's bring them up a bit. Let's do GZ. Something like that. You can even take the ones that are more inside of the eye, like this. Just use GZ to move it up. And if you ever want to test how this looks, you can just slide it, just like this. So, okay, pretty good overall. I think this area could be lifted a little though. We don't need to go too much more than this. And now we want to do the same thing, but for the eyelash. To keep things simple so that we can just focus on the left eye right now, I'm actually going to just completely delete these on the left. Same thing with these vertices here. I'm going to go into end mode, just delete everything on the left. Don't worry, we'll add it back later. But basically, we're going to do the same thing now. Go into edit mode. We're going to do the same thing now. Add a new shape key. Make sure it is set to 1. We can call this eye close. Whoops, I cannot spell today. Okay, so just like that, let's go into edit mode. Let's bring this down. And I'm going to take a face at the top, or maybe a couple faces, and do GZ to just bring them down all the way. You can do RX to rotate it down as well, and I recommend you do that. So I'm doing like RX, and pretty much it might look a little confusing here, but all we're trying to do is just kind of get this into place. So I'm going to just spend some time here, and I highly recommend you guys look at pictures of the eye closed so that you can understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, because that's very important. Once again, we're making art, and we want to be taking in new information, and that's how you're going to actually improve and become a better artist, right? So we need to do this stuff to just make sure we're always learning and taking in new information. You know, some beginner artists, they say like, don't use reference, but as a professional, I'm just like, what are you even talking about? The only way you ever learn is by looking at inspiration, and it doesn't mean referencing directly, but it means, you know, taking inspiration from multiple things and just really just trying to do that, right? Trying to get those skills up. And I think what we have here is pretty decent. I'm just trying to see. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the eye closed left, and I'm just going to go into sculpt mode. And you can just bring it down a bit as well. Make sure you have symmetry disabled if you do go into sculpt mode, by the way. But just like that, I think something like this is going to be good. On the right side here, I kind of want it to be pointed down actually more. So like this maybe. So I'm just going to select the vertices and kind of rotate them out a bit. And I think something like this starts to look pretty nice overall. And yeah. Now we want to do the same thing for these top eyelashes, so let's do that really quickly. Add a new shape key, set it to 1, and just like that. For these top eyelashes, I just like to select all of them in edit mode and rotate them like this and just push them down. It's a lot faster of a way of working. And just like that, we can move them into place without having to actually do too much more. So, yeah. And just like this, I think we have something that's good. Keep in mind, guys, when you close the eyes, generally it's only going to be for a blink. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's for, like, you want your character eyes to be... Or maybe it's for something longer, but, I mean, either way, it depends what you're making this for. If you're making it for, like, a film or something, then that's when you want to go in more and make it more detailed. You can even, like, rig the textures, stuff like that. But that's a whole other topic. And I don't want to go too crazy here, so, yeah. Alright, so just like that, I think that's going to be enough for what we're doing. You can, of course, if you want, just tuck this in completely. It's up to you. And then that way you're not even going to have any sort of eye crease above. So it depends what you want. I think tucking it in might actually be a good idea. So let's do that. And just like that, you have a nice eye closing motion. So let's set these all to 0 now for their positioning. So it's back to normal completely. And what I want to do is go into edit mode on our rig. We can take one of these bones, just Shift D to duplicate them. Really, you can just place it anywhere you want, do RX90. And we want to rotate it 90 degrees, just like that. Scale it down. We can put it right here. Technically, you can put this anywhere you want, so don't worry. But we're now going to do the driver method once again. So let's go to the bone tab here. And you might have to test which axis it is. For me, it's the y-axis, so you can see I can move it like this. I'm going to right-click, copy as new driver. And then we can go to our eyelash and paste the driver here, so let's see what that does. You can see if we move it up, it closes, but I want it to close when it goes down. So let's go edit driver, scripted expression, and let's multiply that by -1. Let's see how that works. Pretty good. I think it could be a little faster though, so I'm just going to edit this and set it to -3. Let's try that. And you can see now it works a lot faster. So what we can do then, really easy, we can just right click, copy this driver, and then paste it everywhere else. So let's paste it here. And then on the skin model, let's paste it here. Let's see how that works. Boom. You can now close your eye. And if you ever want to adjust this, or the shape keys, just bring it all the way down, and then on your model you can select what shape key you want to edit. Like if we want to edit the eye closed left, you can always just edit it in edit mode or sculpt mode, whatever you want to do, and you know it's going to work. So just like that, you can bring this down even more if you want. And as long as you have the shape key selected and it's set to 1, it's going to change the actual shape key itself, right? So just keep that in mind, guys. Everything's adjustable and it's very, very nice. And as usual, you can hit Alt-G to reset everything. Now what we want to do is, of course, do the same thing on the right side. We can actually just take our eyelashes that we made and duplicate them over. To do that, we can just set our 3D cursor to the center here. Let's set it like that. Let's select these two, set our pivot point to 3D cursor, and do Shift-D, Control-M-X, just like that. And of course, we have to remove the drivers for this because it's bound to a different bone. So let's just remove those drivers. And we just need to make the shape key for the eye close right, so let's set that to 1. And very simply, we can just do the same thing that we did before. Let's move this up. If you want, you can just set your eyelash to 1 for a shape key so you can see easier what it looks like. Just like that, it's going to be a lot easier for us. Alright, so just like that, it's pretty much done. We just need to do the same thing by taking this bone that we made. We can just call it like eyeclose.l and F3 symmetrize, so now it's here. And same thing, we're just going to copy the y-axis, so let's copy that as a new driver. And for this eyelash, let's paste the driver and set it to -3. So let's see how that works. Very nice. Okay, so now we can just copy this as a driver. Let's paste it here. And then finally for the skin, let's paste that driver. And boom, we now have an eye closing mechanism. We can move the eyes around. And whoops, since I renamed this one, I think that it messed up the driver, so let me just redo it on this side really quickly. So note to you guys doing this, if you rename your bones, you might have to redo the driver, unfortunately, so let me just redo this really quick. Paste driver, edit, -3. Alright, let's copy that. Paste, and paste. Alright, perfect. So now everything is back to normal. And just like that, we have rigged pretty much everything for the character. The only thing left is if we move the armature, you'll notice we didn't rig the tooth or some of the accessories. So for example, this headband, we can just completely parent it to the head bone instead of using automatic weights, because I think if we use automatic weights, it might get some influence from the hair bones, and we don't want that. So let's just shift click, Control P, empty groups. Let's go into edit mode on this, select everything, assign that to spine.006. Let's see how that goes. Yep. And now for these accessories here, I think vertex parenting will do the trick. So I'm just going to shift click this and then select the 3 nearest vertices. So this one, and this one I suppose. Very good. Lastly, we just have to do the earrings, which I'll fully parent to the head bone again. So let's shift click empty groups and let's parent this to spine.006, which is the head bone. Let's see how that works. And just like that, everything is done, besides for the teeth. Now, honestly, a lot of times I like to make another bone for the teeth, and I add bottom teeth as well and the tongue. It's up to you if you want to do all that, but I'll just show you the process for the teeth because, you know, teeth, tongue, and bottom teeth, it's a very similar process. If we go into edit mode on our rig, let's go into solid view. Really all you want to do is just take your jawbone and you can just duplicate it with Shift D, move it into place for where the teeth are, so you can see it's right there. You just want to encapsulate it fully. We can rename this with F2 and call it Def Top Teeth, just like that. So now we can just select the teeth right here, shift select the armature, and you can use either empty groups or automatic weights. I think empty groups will be useful here though, so let's just use that. And let's go into edit mode on this, look for teeth, and just assign with full influence. Now what you're going to notice is we can move this around and it's going to move the teeth completely, just like that. And that's the same process you'd do if you want to add in a tongue or bottom teeth, which I'm going to do, and then I'll come back to you guys. Alright guys, so I'm back now, having added in the teeth. There's not much you need to really understand for it. It's the same thing as we did for the top teeth. Just remember, it's a good idea to parent the bottom teeth and the tongue to the jawbone instead of the head. So that's just one thing I did there instead. But anyways, everything can be controlled very easily. You might notice some of this like weird white thing going in the mouth, and the reason why is because I have a colored edges effect on my model. So I'm just going to kind of mask that out really quickly by going to the mask that I made for it, called Edges Mask, and I'm just going to remove this very quickly. So sorry about that. But anyways, this is going to make everything nice afterwards. Alright, and from there, everything is fixed up. Of course, there's more refining that we could do if we want, but really it's just up to you and what your goals are. I think for what we've done up to this point with the character, it's great. And at this point, for our rig, we can of course re-enable the other layers. We had this one starred for quite a while, so we can enable everything else. And now you can play around with your rig however you want. You're going to notice we can do pretty much anything. Of course, I still had this hair clip up here that I forgot to parent, so I guess I might as well just do it now, even though, I don't know, I might plan to change its position, so I'll just put it into place. And just like that, it is done pretty much. One thing we forgot is for the hair bones though, I forgot to put them into their own group, so I'm just going to go back to our def layer really quickly. And, well, this looks crazy, so let me get out of that. I'm just going to select all of our hair bones and then add them to a separate group, so let me just select the hair bones here. I'll do Control L to select everything very quickly. Alright, so just like that. And I'm going to hit M on my keyboard, new collection, let's call this hair. And just like that, there's now going to be a hair bones collection. So I'll unstar the def layer, we have hair enabled, and everything else, we can see everything and control literally however we like. We can move around the eyes. Still looks like there's a little bit of clipping here, so let me just fix that up really quickly. Okay. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so for weight painting, here's a pose that I made pretty quickly. Of course, you always want to pose your character, and that's how you actually see any issues. Like over here, as you can see, this part of the body, when I raise the arm, is for some reason intersecting with the tank top. So here's how we can fix that very, very easily and quickly. So if we go to our skin for our body, and we go into weight paint mode, over here in the vertex groups tab, so make sure you go here where it says vertex groups, we can look for what is the upper arm vertex group. And the reason why I know it's that one is because if I move around the rig, let me just show you guys here. If I move around the arm, you could see it is the upper arm that's causing this issue. Moving this is what makes the intersection happen, so that's how I know it's the upper arm. So if we go back into weight paint mode here, and we go to the upper arm, you might need to check which one it is. Over here you can see it's the first one. So what we're going to do is just increase our brush a bit, and you can literally just remove just like this. It's not that difficult at all. You can even disable overlays and then kind of do it as you go, and just like this. You can see we've now kind of made this look a lot better. It might not be completely perfect, and that's okay. You don't need it to be, because you can always use things like shape keys if you have to. But overall, you can see just like this, we've basically fixed that issue now. And if you have symmetry enabled, which hopefully you did, that's good, because now when we do it on the other side as well, we're not going to have any intersection really, just very little. Now also around this upper arm area where the shoulder meets, I thought that this connection here is a little bit weird, so I'll go back into weight paint mode actually. And sometimes you just have to play around with this. For me, I tested and played around with the upper arm weight painting, and I found that kind of like weight painting over this area fixes it mostly. So kind of just like adding influence to this shoulder area for the upper arm bone really helped that out a lot. But it's something you might have to test, so keep that in mind. Now another area that I want to definitely weight paint. So you can see if I take the leg and I raise it up like this, we get a really weird deformation at the top of the jeans over here, and we don't want that. So let me actually just position this a bit nicer really quickly. So just like that. You can see this jean deformation is very weird. So I'm going to go onto this object. We can go into weight paint mode here, and we want to target the thigh bone here, because after all, this area of the body is the thigh, right? So type in thigh, and you might have to scroll through to see which one it is. Okay, so it seems like this thigh.L is the main culprit. So now what we can do is we can take our brush and we can really just remove the influence from this area quite a lot. So I'm just going to remove it, and just like this, I think it's going to look a lot better. Once again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but this is going to make our life a lot easier overall. And I think something like that is a lot better. You still might have some of this stretching for the drawing of the pocket that I had on the back of the jeans. Unfortunately, it can be a little difficult to completely fix this. You can try and kind of reduce the influence in this area a bit and get it as good as you can. But unfortunately, that's kind of just a trade-off sometimes when it comes to drawing in detail like that instead of modeling it. So yeah, either way, it's not too big of a deal. But anyways, overall, that issue is fixed now. So let's reset that. I still think this upper arm area could use some work, so let me kind of try and get to that a bit. Let's see, upper arm. Maybe we can test kind of removing some of the influence here. Let's see how that looks. Might look good, might look bad. With these things, oftentimes you just need to kind of test it. That didn't really do much, to be honest. Either way, not bad. Once again, guys, if you ever want to adjust anything more, you can add in a shape key, set it to 1, and then you can go into sculpt mode actually and just make whatever change you want. So if you want to do like this, for example, you can make the change. And then as you can see, we can enable and disable that super easily. Whoops, I accidentally had symmetry on, so remember to disable that if you use this. But yeah, shape keys just make it very easy to change anything very quickly. Now, lastly guys, regarding weight painting, one last thing is for the face, and honestly just when you start animating this, you'll realize some areas that still need weight painting. So it's not like so it's kind of like a work in progress as you go, especially when you animate for the first time. But for the face specifically, you may notice kind of how the eyebrow might be moving the parts below it sometimes too much. So this is something you might have to adjust as well. It's not that bad here, honestly, but I'm just going to keep on kind of like testing things. Let me see. You can see this kind of affects it way too much. So if I go into weight paint mode like this, so just like that, you can then just take your brush and kind of like remove it from the bottom, or at least try to. It can be hard sometimes because we actually don't have that much geometry here. And that's why usually in my models, I like to have more loops around the eyes. In my masterclass as well, that's kind of how I do it. So we can have like max control over everything. But the point I'm just trying to make to you here is that inevitably you'll have to adjust some things. Like here, for example, I'll remove it. I don't think this eyebrow bone should be affecting the ear area, so I'm going to remove it here. We don't need that. You'll see the cheekbone also kind of affects the ear a bit too much, so I'm just going to kind of lightly tap that out. So yeah, just go around your model, and as you pose things, you'll realize anything that needs to be fixed. Like here, it's a little too weak. I also realized that this second eyelash here isn't parented, so I'm going to do that. And with automatic weights. So let's see, is everything working? Okay, so that's good. And obviously there's more that you can weight paint and play around with as you go. But I mean, that's going to be it. Alright guys, so now I want to tell you more about compositing and how you can add in these kind of like glow effects, which are going to make your scene a little bit nice to present. So if we go to our compositor node tree, which by this point you guys already have, the soften, lens distortion, and this type of stuff that we made earlier, I did also add an RGB curves node just for some extra contrast, but hopefully that doesn't really need to explain itself. I already showed you guys what RGB curves does. Just add some contrast like that. I also had this screen and noise setup where it just adds some slight noise to the scene, but honestly it's very slight and doesn't really affect it much at all. As you can see, I'm using like a very low percentage of it here, so it's not that powerful, but if you want to repeat that, you just add in an image node. You can download like a screen noise texture, and then I just use the map range to kind of clamp it a bit, and then I use soft light. Here's the one we want to actually pay attention to, that is making most of the difference. It's this glare node, so if you hit Shift A and type in glare, you can add in a glare node. You can see if I do it again, it gets pretty extreme here, but the point is, if you go under highlights, you can adjust the threshold, you can adjust the strength and all of this good stuff as well. So all of that is available for you to adjust. You can even switch it to bloom and these other settings if you want. So you can test that out too. It's totally up to you. I'm just going to mute this with the M key. But yeah, that's the only difference I made. And then also for the background, I just increased the value of it a lot. So instead of having a gradient, I added a hue saturation value node to the end to increase the value a bit. So now instead of what we had before with we just had a regular color before, basically. And you can see that's very boring, right? But if you set the color to something high, now it's going to kind of have this effect. That's a little bit too high, so let's reduce that a bit. But the point is, kind of like the higher you go, the more you're going to get this effect with the bloom. So that's how I do that. Let me plug this in again. And yeah, besides that, there's not really anything different here. You can see I was just testing all these colors, but nothing else is different. And honestly, most objects, just remember to have the rim light enabled in the Stylized light dynamic effect. You can see I have it here. I even increased the spreading by quite a lot, so it just kind of like goes everywhere now on the hair. And so yeah, that's basically what I did in the end to achieve this setup you can see here. I added in a camera then, and just kind of had it rotate. So as you can see, rotates just like that. And so besides that, have an awesome day guys. You can also feel free to check out my masterclass where I go a lot more in depth into kind of just being able to make whatever you want when it comes to this type of stylized art in Blender, such as painted style stuff, anime style stuff, how to approach rigging for like multiple types of characters. So feel free to check that out if it interests you.